A finger left in a box, a body scattered across Pine Valley, and one woman who may still be alive. This is The Missing Woman, a gripping mystery thriller about a detective racing against time to find a woman who vanished into the hands of a ruthless killer, and a predator who may already have chosen his next victim. Detective Katie Scott is used to disturbing cases, but nothing prepares her for what she finds waiting inside her car after a late night at work. A small white box sits neatly on the passenger seat. Inside is a perfectly preserved human finger. There is no note, no explanation, just a message she knows is meant for her. The following morning, a runner discovers an arm along a secluded nature trail. Katie's team quickly connects it to the same unidentified woman. Then more pieces begin appearing across Pine Valley. The killer isn't simply murdering women, he's leaving them behind piece by piece. Katie searches desperately for a pattern, hoping every fragment will lead them closer to the person responsible. But the case takes a terrifying turn when forensic results suggest something impossible. One of the victims may still be alive. Her name is Patricia Kahn. Somewhere, she could be injured, frightened, and waiting for Katie to find her. Katie follows the evidence to a local yoga studio, where the investigation plunges her into a world of carefully hidden secrets and unimaginable darkness. But the closer she gets to Patricia, the more Katie realizes the killer may have anticipated every move. Because Patricia isn't the only woman being hunted. Someone has been watching Katie too, and if she doesn't find the missing woman soon, she may become the killer's next target. Chapter 1. The rural neighborhood, scattered with older homes and trailers along gravel streets, was on official police lockdown. Residents had been told to shelter in place, while a half-dozen patrol officers maintained a tight perimeter of the area as SWAT zeroed in on the highly dangerous situation that was brewing. The house of interest was a small, single-wide trailer with one man inside who had just committed a violent robbery. There had been a high-speed chase throughout the city, ending here. The man was now refusing to come out peacefully. Dense trees and a dilapidated fence surrounded the dwelling. A tattered swing tied to a tree branch swayed slightly. The trees, along with overgrown weeds, partially masked a direct view for the officers. The front door, the only main point of entry, and 2 windows faced the street, with 4 more windows around back. A navy 4-door sedan remained parked where it had come to rest after the police pursuit. The breeze suddenly stopped, as if on cue, revealing the warmth of the afternoon. It was strangely quiet. The commanding SWAT sergeant scrutinized the situation, moving cautiously, and listened to his headset, where he could hear the negotiator trying to defuse the situation and convince the subject to surrender without incident. 8 fully geared SWAT operators had paired off to cover any of the possible escape routes and were ready for the order to breach their focus, weapons drawn. As well, 2 sniper teams were in position, expertly camouflaged, lying on their stomachs in between low-lying bushes and large trees, creating a secure location perimeter, waiting to receive, if necessary, the go-ahead for the kill shot. Tensions were high as the well-trained team waited in anticipation for anything and everything. There was a white van parked out of sight down the street that accommodated the incident response team. Inside, one officer jotted down notes on a board detailing the background of the robbery and the weapons they knew belonged to the suspect. The SWAT negotiator was in the thick of things. They all watched the outline of a man pacing behind the windows. The primary police negotiator, Jack Devlin, addressed him. "Brandon, think about Sarah and Emma," he said. He'd been conversing with the unstable subject for some time, strategically building rapport. He was dealing with a man who had just robbed a store and shot the owner before taking the police on a high-speed chase, and now, home, was threatening to use a gun against the officers on his property. The man was not giving up. SWAT's job was to bring things safely to an end. "Don't bring my daughters into this," said Brandon Bates, raising his voice over the phone. "They've already lost their mother. They don't deserve to lose you too." "Their grandparents took them from me," he barely whispered. "From their own dad." "Brandon, how can we resolve this?" said Jack, redirecting the conversation, but staying on point. He kept his voice calm and personable, a technique he had honed flawlessly over several years, making him very effective in talking down individuals threatening to shoot themselves or the police. He adjusted his headset, glancing to the secondary negotiator listening in. She gave a subtle nod in return. Devlin continued, "We can figure this out, Brandon, but you have to help me to help you." Brandon went from being angry to hysterically crying. "Doesn't matter, you're going to kill me anyway. Just get it over with." "Listen to me. We don't want to kill you. You cops always kill people. You're safe with us, just as long as you don't do anything crazy. All you have to do is come out and show us your hands. That's it. You'll be fine." "I can't." "You can." "I'm scared." "I know you're scared. We can end this in a good place." There was a pause. Devlin heard the unmistakable metallic racking of a gun, readying it for firing. Brandon, you're not going to do something stupid that you can't take back." The suspect said something, but it wasn't clear. "Brandon, you with me?" "Yeah," he said slowly. "First, put down the gun." The scribe updated the board. "Liquor store owner is alive and stable. Video of suspect and car coming and going. Search warrant in place for house and car. Looking for all weapons, drugs, money from robbery." "Brandon, the liquor store owner is alive." "He's dead. You weren't there. I saw him." "No, Brandon, he's alive and in a stable condition." There was a pause. "We can work this out." "It's too late for me." "It's not. I'll help you." "No, it's too late." "You have people who care about you, your daughters. Think about how this will affect the rest of their lives." "Brandon, can you put the gun down?" Devlin listened for anything else in the background that could indicate Brandon was readying himself to shoot. The SWAT team's safety was Devlin's primary concern. No one was going to die today. "Brandon, take the first step. Put down the gun." A pause. "Okay." "Good," said Devlin, breathing a silent sigh of relief. "That's a good start. They need to back away from my property. They're too close." "We can't do that, Brandon. You know that. That's the only way I'm coming out alive." "Give us something first. Open your door with your hands up." Agonizing seconds passed. "Nah, I can't do that." "You can, and then this will be over." The connection went click. Devlin tried to retrieve the number several times, and it went straight to voicemail. Damn it! The police radio rattled with commands from the SWAT sergeant to breach. Devlin flung open the door to the van and jumped out. He looked toward Brandon's house. After the front windows smashed, Devlin heard the flashbangs detonate. Smoke filled the air. He kept moving toward the residence. The front door flew open, and a man in a white T-shirt and black jeans emerged. His hands were in the air as he coughed with intensity. The SWAT operators kept a tight formation, yelling, "Keep your hands up! Get down on the ground! Now! Get down on the ground!" A strong wall of armed enforcement descended upon the man. Devlin watched for what seemed like forever as the team secured Brandon and put him in custody. Everyone was safe. He wondered if Brandon would ever see his kids again, or if they would ever want to see him. His work was done here. Devlin continued to watch as some of the officers went inside the trailer and began carrying out long guns and pistols. "Sarge," yelled one of the operators, "you need to see this." The sergeant hurried over. Devlin's curiosity got the better of him. He was drawn to the front door, where he heard the sergeant's immediate request for forensics and homicide. Devlin leaned in and saw there was a trap door that had been hidden under a rug in the middle of the home. It was now pulled back and open. A broken lock lay on the side. He expected to see stored weaponry, but what he saw instead stopped him cold. He stared dumbfounded at the items that had been wrapped in layers of heavy plastic and then jammed into the hiding space. He felt sick. He saw a human arm, bent slightly, hand still attached with all 5 digits curled in an odd way. The skin was a ghastly shade of grayish purple. Beside it were what appeared to be other removed human appendages, each with ragged tears at the joints. It was unclear if they came from the same body. "Devlin, we've got to vacate," barked the sergeant. "It's forensics problem now." "Do we know?" "We don't know anything yet. Your guess is as good as mine. Let's go." The sergeant caught the attention of a patrol officer. "Tape off the trailer and keep everybody out. It's a crime scene now." Chapter 2. 2 months later, Friday, 17:45 hours. Detective Katie Scott sat at a large table flipping through reports with only a desk lamp shining on her work. Everything around her was quiet and dark. Despite the slight hum of the air filtration system above her, the silence was comforting. She tried not to think about the next batch of work coming her way. She was a cold case detective for the Pine Valley Sheriff's Department, and there wasn't any shortage of cases. Katie had wanted to catch up on her work without being disturbed by thoughts of her partner, Detective Sean McGavin, who was on vacation and wouldn't be back until Monday, or her new love interest, John Blackburn, the forensic supervisor currently at a conference in Los Angeles. The three of them often worked together, chasing killers, creating criminal profiles, and searching for new clues in unsolved cases. A slight smile washed across Katie's face. They were her team and her family. She leaned back in her chair, staring at the tall piles of folders that had been checked and would soon be filed in the case closed section. In front of her were 3 open cases to study and decide which to tackle next. The first was a 10-year-old case of a teenage girl whose body had been found at an abandoned barn. There were suspicious circumstances involving a neighbor, but nothing concrete, and there hadn't been any new leads for years. The second case was a 42-year-old man who had been found hanging in the forest in an area he frequently hiked. His death had been deemed a homicide, not a suicide, due to his unusual wounds that wouldn't have been inflicted otherwise. There had been very few leads, even at the time, and the case had gone cold quickly. The third potential investigation was around the body of a 10-year-old girl that had been found buried in the concrete foundations of an old house when it had been renovated 18 years earlier. Searches of the residents and investigations of the current and past occupants didn't turn up any leads. There were stories that the girl's mother was to blame due to her involvement with witchcraft, but the mother had since died. There were also accounts of strange parties and suspicious friends at the house, according to neighbors. Katie sighed. Sometimes looking at the cold cases made her extremely sad and overwhelmed, but they would do everything they could to heat them up and get them solved. She thought she and McGavin should start with the oldest one first, the little girl in concrete. It was indeed a mystery, and cases involving a child usually took precedence. Due to its nature, it certainly would be a difficult case to close. Katie made 2 photocopies of what they had on the original investigation so that she and McGavin could work out leads. She stacked the paperwork neatly on the table and made a note to have Denise and Records pull up everything pertaining to the case, including any news items, reports, or background on the house. Her thoughts were interrupted by a chime resonating from her cell phone. She glanced at it and saw it was almost 9 p.m. There was a text message from John. "Hey, gorgeous, I bet you're still at the office working. Going out to dinner with some of the instructors. Call you later. Love you." Katie smiled and replied with a quick text. She looked forward to hearing his voice before going to bed. Their relationship was still in the early stages, but they were perfect for one another. John understood the job and how much effort and commitment was required to work cases. It made their private time together that much more special. Katie's weekend was going to be quiet, even though she would begin the cold case with preliminary checks through the photocopies she'd made. She had some pressing chores she wanted to tackle, too. She quickly tidied up the office and left, turning out the lights. When she exited the administrative building, heading into the parking lot, Katie noticed all the usual lights were off, and it was therefore quite dark. Katie stopped and looked around. There were a few cars still parked at this late hour, and everything else seemed to be normal from what she could perceive. It was highly unlikely they would have all gone out at the same time. The lights themselves appeared to be intact, but there were shards of glass on the ground. Her senses buzzed. She wished she had her canine, Cisco, with her. Hesitating, she decided she would still head to her car and let maintenance know about the outage and possible vandalism. As she neared her Jeep, she took a moment to survey the area. There wasn't anyone around. No movement. It was completely quiet. Still, something didn't seem right. Katie tried to shrug it off as she opened her car door. The internal light beamed. There was a small white box, similar to a jewelry box, sitting on her driver's seat. No note, no bow, and no indication of where it had come from. Her heart rate increased. Something didn't feel right. Her instincts kicked in, and her movements were more strategic now. She dropped her briefcase and jacket on the ground and pulled her weapon. She slowly turned 360 degrees, looking for anything suspicious, movement, or shadows. But the parking area was just as it was when she'd entered. There wasn't anyone around, just a suffocating silence. Keeping a watchful eye, Katie slowly leaned into her car. Everything else inside her Jeep was exactly as she'd left it that morning when she'd arrived at the department. She retrieved the small white box. There wasn't much weight to it. Katie carefully lifted the lid. She sucked in a breath as she took in the image of the severed finger lying on cotton, decorated with crimson blood spatters. The cut was clean, as if a type of saw had been used. From the shape and manicured nail, it was clearly a woman's index finger. Chapter 3. Friday, 22:15 hours. The police parking lot was soon lit up like daytime. Lights on tripods replaced those that weren't functioning, the cause of which was inconclusive. Maintenance was working on it. Several patrol officers were cordoning off the crime scene, which circled around Katie's Jeep. She watched as an officer and the forensic technician Eva examined and documented the vehicle. It wasn't difficult to miss Eva with her short blonde, spiky hair. She was extremely helpful to John in the forensics department and seemed to be managing the scene well without him. One of the deputies was dusting the Jeep for prints. The team had already agreed the finger in the box was likely a female right index, due to the painted nail, and that it was highly probable it had been severed 2 to 4 hours before it had been placed in Katie's vehicle. Katie had seen more crime scenes than she liked to remember, but this one sat uncomfortably with her. She was satisfied with how the area was being processed, but she couldn't shake the feeling that the finger had been a personal message. A threat to her, perhaps? Had she angered someone during one of her investigations? Or was someone trying to highlight a case or a piece of evidence for her? Whatever their plan, this finger was absolutely getting her attention, and she supposed that had been the point. A white SUV drove into the lot and parked nearby. A distinguished man stepped out and immediately commanded attention with his posture and stance. Sheriff Scott was dressed in jeans, a long-sleeve shirt, and a jacket. His eyes expertly swept the crime scene as he walked toward Katie. She turned to the sheriff. "I'm surprised to see you," she said. "When something like this happens at my department, I want to know about it." Katie nodded. "What are your thoughts?" "I should be asking you that question." He smiled slightly, knowing Katie was always thinking about motives. She smiled back. Her uncle knew better than anyone how her mind worked. "So?" he said, eyeing his niece. Katie took a breath. She was still unsettled. "Well, the person who left this is trying to get our attention, and they've made a big statement." She watched Eva take the white box and put it into a metal canister so she could take it to the medical examiner's office for identification. The sheriff watched Katie. "I can see something is troubling you." "I've just got this feeling there's going to be more," she said slowly. "More body parts?" "Yes," she said slowly. She had a sense this was only the beginning, and something big was brewing, though she had no idea what. She turned to her uncle and said, "I know what you're thinking." "And what's that?" He continued to watch as people work the scene. "You want to put a patrol car in front of my house." "That goes without saying until we know more." Katie sighed. With both McGavin and John out of town, it's especially important you have someone watching your back. "I get where you're coming from, but there are no buts about it. There is going to be a patrol at your house when you're not here." Once the sheriff made a statement, he wasn't going to retract it. She sighed again. "Hamilton going to run point?" "For now." She didn't push her uncle. His comment could mean that she and McGavin would be given the case once Gav was back, or not. "Go home," the sheriff said. Take a work vehicle." Katie hesitated. "I suppose there's nothing more I can do here." She wasn't happy about leaving her Jeep, but she wanted her colleagues to have everything they needed to conduct the investigation and get an ID as soon as possible. She quickly hugged her uncle. "Good night." "Oh, I checked in on Cisco earlier," he said. "Thank you. I bet he loved that." She smiled and walked to one of the detective's sedans. She knew how much her uncle loved Cisco. As she left the parking lot, she glanced in the rearview mirror and could see the bright lights of the crime scene slowly disappear. She wondered what tomorrow was going to bring. Chapter 4. Friday, 23:55 hours. As Katie drove home, she thought constantly about the severed finger and who might have wanted her to be the first to know about it. Was it someone she had investigated? Someone who'd recently got out of jail? Or someone else who had an axe to grind? Either way, there wasn't anything she could do right now. It would have to wait for the test results to come back on who the finger belonged to. Katie reminded herself of all the possible reasons people might leave body parts or dismember bodies. Covering up a crime, sending a message, organized crime, playing cat and mouse with cops, souvenirs, fantasies. The list was endless. Any body part left by someone would indicate that a crime had taken place, and it could lead to murder. She pulled into her driveway and cut the engine. Her yellow farmhouse with white trim and a front porch was always a welcome sight. She loved living there, but it was sometimes bittersweet because it was where she grew up and her parents were no longer living. She took a couple of breaths and realized she was exhausted. She had been able to get a fair amount of work done without all the usual interruptions, but she missed her work partner, and mostly, she missed John. A small smile washed across her face. She'd never thought they would be together, despite the spark she so often felt when they worked closely on cases. Katie got out of her Jeep and walked to the front door. She instantly heard happy, high-pitched barking from inside. She unlocked the door and pushed it open as a flash of black fur and paws rushed her. "Oh, Cisco, you know I missed you," she said. They had been an Army Explosives Canine unit, and she'd been able to bring him home with her after her tour. She would be lost without him still. The large dog spun around and rushed her again. They played for a few moments after Katie put down her jacket and briefcase. Standing in the middle of her living room, she noticed how different it felt when she was alone. Glancing at her watch, she was surprised John hadn't called yet. She quickly changed her clothes and heated up some leftovers. After her dishes were cleared and washed, she sat on the sofa and her phone rang. It was John. "Hey," she said softly. "I've been thinking about you all day." "Have you?" she said coyly. "I can tell you miss me." "Of course I miss you." She paused a moment. "Did Ava call you?" "I saw a couple of voicemails from her, but I wanted to call you first. Is everything okay?" "Yes." But he could read her moods by the tone of her voice even when she tried to hide it. "Tell me." Katie took a breath. She didn't want him to worry, but they had been through so much together. Nothing really surprised either one of them anymore. "There was an incident, but the department and forensics are handling it." "Meaning what?" He sounded stressed. "When I left this evening and went out to my car, someone had put a small box on my seat with a severed finger in it." "What? Katie, that sounds like a threat," he said. "Not necessarily," she said, trying to not make it sound like a big deal. "A severed finger left in your car?" "It was probably just someone wanting attention, or maybe even a dare." She knew she was downplaying it. "We don't know anything for sure yet. They should be able to get a print and hopefully an ID quickly, and then we can go from there." John sighed. "I can get a flight home tomorrow." "No, that's not necessary. John, please don't cut your conference short." She walked to the window and saw the police vehicle in place, as her uncle had ordered. "I'm fine. There's a patrol cruiser out front. I know how important this conference is." "Katie, please, John, I appreciate the thought and would love to see you, but keep your original plans." As she sat on the sofa, she heard him sigh. She could tell John was worried. "Okay," he finally said. Cisco jumped up and settled himself next to Katie. "I'm fine," she said. I don't know why everyone seems to dismiss the fact that I'm a veteran and a police officer. Not to mention, I have Cisco." John chuckled. "Of course you're capable, but I also know how you are with jumping into things, no matter the risk." "I know." They talked about John's conference for a bit before saying goodnight. Katie yawned. The long day had caught up to her. "I need to go to bed." She thought about how nice it would be to be lying next to John, feeling his warmth and strong arms around her. "Love you, babe," he said. "Love you. Good night." Katie made her way to her bedroom with Cisco trailing behind her. Suddenly, there was a crash and what sounded like glass breaking. It was close. Her flagging energy flipped back into cop mode readiness. She grabbed her Glock and slowly moved down the hallway. Turning her attention to the windows in the kitchen and living room, everything appeared to be exactly the same. Nothing was broken. Her mind whirred, but there wasn't anything to indicate where the sound originated. Katie stopped and stood in the middle of the living room. She waited. Nothing. Everything remained silent. Cisco stood like a statue next to her, his ears alert, body tensed, and breathing slow. It was as if time had stopped. She looked to the door that led to the garage, which she mainly used for storage. Slowly moving forward, with her weapon at her side, her other hand reached for the lock lever. She pulled the door open. The weather stripping made a strange, sucking sound. Katie's mind flashed through the entire evening, from the discovery of the severed finger all the way until she spoke to John. At the threshold to the garage, she reached in and turned on the light. The large area lit up with the overhead fluorescent lighting, one bulb tube igniting at a time. Cisco didn't leave Katie's side. Turning her attention from left to right and then back again, Katie didn't see anything out of place. The garage was filled with neatly stacked boxes and old furniture covered in tarps and blankets, things belonging to her parents she hadn't had the heart to get rid of. She took a step, then another. There was the sound of broken glass hitting the concrete. Katie pivoted to her left and saw movement behind two tall stacks of boxes. She made her way to the area where she saw clearly that a small window had been broken. Something moved in her periphery. Cisco barked and bolted to the area. "Cisco!" The dog managed to squeeze himself in between the wall and the boxes. Katie could only see his tail wagging furiously, as if in play. She inched forward. There was a soft meow, and that's when she saw a small black cat darting in between the dog's legs. Its eyes were bright yellow, like a Halloween decoration. Katie instantly relaxed. "Look at you," she said, bending down to pet the cat, which had no collar. She looked for any injury from the broken window before she picked up the cute cat, which immediately purred loudly, happy to have some attention. "Where did you come from?" she said. Cisco was dancing around, wanting to see the cat again. He was clearly and instantly in love with his new friend. He nudged the kitty and bounced a bit with happiness, staying close. Katie gently put the cat down. She went inside and gathered some food, a bowl of water, and blankets. She would contact a neighbor in the morning who was involved in animal rescue. She might also know whose cat it was. The image of that finger in a white box kept reeling through Katie's mind. She knew that she was safe with her house security, Cisco, and the patrol officer stationed outside. But still there were more questions she needed answered. And she still couldn't help but think it was personal, that something she'd done had triggered the person who'd left the box. Katie finally went to bed. Cisco whined for a little bit, wanting to go see the kitty again. He eventually relaxed and settled down to sleep. Katie rolled over and automatically touched the side of the bed where John usually slept. It was cold, empty. She missed him and thought about him until she fell asleep. Chapter 5. Saturday, 07:20 hours. Katie's cell phone rang, jarring her out of a nice, deep sleep. She grumbled until the ringing stopped. Then it started up again. "No," she murmured, "it's Saturday." She grabbed her phone. "Hello?" "Detective Scott," the caller said. Katie immediately sat up, recognizing the voice as her watch commander. "Yes?" "We have a situation. A body has been found." Katie was confused. She worked cold cases. "A body?" she repeated. "Yeah, of sorts." "Of sorts?" Katie wasn't following. I'm sorry, but another dismembered body part was found on Heritage Road near the fire department's training area. Katie's thoughts went into hyperspeed. You sure? Yes. 2 deputies are there now maintaining the scene. The sheriff requested you since it might be related to what happened last night. I'm on my way. Thank you, Commander. The phone disconnected. Katie sat thinking for a moment. Was there a note? Was it going to be directed at her? The department? She jumped up to get ready and head out to the crime scene. Before she left, she checked on the cat and then sent a text to her neighbor with a photo to see if someone in the area was missing a pet. It took Katie almost a half hour before she arrived at the scene. It was actually farther than she had anticipated, and likely strategically located in an area where it would have been difficult for anyone to witness anything. A vehicle parked, someone dropping something off, or a suspicious person. There were no security cameras nearby. It seemed to be well thought out, suggesting that whoever was doing this was organized. Katie pulled to the side of the road and parked. She saw there were 2 patrol cruisers, 1 unmarked sedan, and a fire investigator's vehicle. She got out of the car and decided to shed her jacket, leaving her in a short-sleeved blouse and her usual pantsuit. She heard the unmistakable barking of a German shepherd and remembered the Pine Valley Fire Department arson investigator Luke Ames and his canine, Blitz, from a murder-arson case. She wondered why he might have been called. Questions flooded her mind. Was there any indication of a fire or bomb-making paraphernalia? She stood a moment next to her police sedan, surveying the area, taking a slow 360-degree vantage. It instantly hit her how much she wished McGavin were investigating with her. They had developed a routine whenever they entered a new crime scene, and it really worked well for them. Pausing for a few seconds and shutting her eyes, Katie listened. It was quiet, no birds chirping, no sounds of cars in the distance. It was a perfect location to leave a body, or body parts. "Detective Scott," said a deep voice. Katie snapped open her eyes and saw Luke Ames standing in the middle of the street, staring at her with his hands on his hips, apparently annoyed for some reason. "Taking a moment?" he said. Katie noted some sarcasm to his voice. "Is there something bomb or explosive related?" she asked. "No. Why would there be?" "Well, you're at my crime scene." Katie didn't have time to banter back and forth. She wanted to get to work. "It's your crime scene?" He took 2 steps closer to her, almost like a swagger, and then fixed his stance, his body facing her. Katie kept her cool, remembering the investigator's loud, alpha male style from the last time they'd met. "I'm the police detective, and you're the arson investigator." "Thanks for clarifying that." Katie remained calm. "Why are you here?" "I'm the one who found it," he smiled slightly. "What brought you here?" she said. "Sometimes I take a longer run up this way. The fire training facility is close by, about a mile or so." Katie glanced at his vehicle with the K9 decal. She could see the outline of his dog inside. He chuckled. "After I called it in, I jogged back to get my vehicle." Katie began walking toward the taped-off area. "Thank you. Did you give your statement to a deputy?" she said, not looking at him. "Of course." Katie heard him, but didn't respond. She was keen to meet up with Deputy Anderson. "Detective, we took the investigator's statement," said the deputy. "Then we cordoned off the area as best we could." Katie liked dark-haired Officer Chris Anderson and the fact he was quiet as he watched and learned. She recalled McGavin had been his training officer. Katie looked at him now. "What do you mean, the best you could?" "It will be easier if I show you." The first thing she saw was an overgrown area with vines covering an old, dilapidated fence that had been once painted white. The surrounding environment was dense with several large pine trees and climbing foliage. There was dead undergrowth where the new vines had begun filling in like a blanket. Katie stopped and looked past the hidden fencing. The land was slightly hilly, resembling a meadow, and the weak growth was less than a foot tall, giving the impression it had been mowed down less than a month before. She jotted notes in her small field notebook, which was what McGavin would normally do when they were encountering a new scene. She turned to Anderson. "Widen the crime scene area. Double it." "Yes, ma'am." He went to retrieve more official yellow identifying tape.
The other deputy manned the street area, making sure no one entered the scene. Katie looked down as she walked to make sure she was approaching the body part on the same trail. Quickly slipping on a pair of gloves, she moved carefully. It wasn't that it was dangerous, but she'd experienced more than her fair share of traps and other unusual circumstances, and she wanted to move with caution. As Katie moved toward the crime scene, she saw there was indeed a human body part, an arm. She watched her step once more, but couldn't see a clear track of someone walking up to the deposit site. This struck her as odd. She stopped about 3 feet away, not able to take her eyes off the display. It was both horrifying and interesting. Her gut told her it had been placed in the perfect location, according to the killer. Her boots sunk in the deep climbing plants, where there was a slight moldy smell. Taking a deep breath and leaning closer, she saw the dismembered arm, bent at the elbow, which gave a slight crook in the middle that had been positioned in between 2 fence slats to keep its staged arrangement. It was directed to the west with the hand clearly in a pointing pose, without the index finger. It stopped her cold. Katie looked closer at where the arm had been severed from the shoulder, and it appeared to be a similarly clean cut as on the index finger in her Jeep. It almost gave the appearance of a mannequin's arm rather than an actual human's. Her instinct told her it was from the same woman. It also didn't mean the woman was necessarily dead, and that realization in itself gave her a greater sense of urgency. She took a brief moment to scan the surrounding rural and remote area. There was an eeriness that unsettled her. She glanced up and down the property. Everything appeared serene. Katie backed away and headed to her vehicle, where she called in on the police radio. "Dispatch, this is Detective Scott on location near Heritage Road and Sullivan. Please send forensics and a medical examiner." "Copy that, Detective." Chapter 6, Saturday, 09:35 hours. Katie waited for additional personnel to arrive at the crime scene. She took judicious measures to search the area, marking anything that seemed suspicious or relating to the body part. She put protective coverings on her boots, grabbed some flag markers, and began a circular search instead of a typical grid examination. She carefully inspected the area around the dismembered arm and then spanned out her search. She still couldn't find anything that looked like footprints or a path. It struck her as odd because the person who disposed of the body part had to have had stepped on foliage at some point. She stood back from the fence, staring at the arm. As she widened the preliminary search from each direction, she thought about the vast open area behind the vine-covered boundary. Then she walked farther along the road about 30 feet and stopped. "Detective," said Anderson. "Yes." "Do you need any assistance?" he asked, watching her with curiosity. Katie hesitated, then said, "I'm going to take a look inside the property." She climbed over the fence and jumped down. She wanted a different perspective of the area, to be looking at the road from within the field. "Yes, ma'am." Anderson hurried to his police cruiser. Katie saw that the arson investigator was still there, leaning against his vehicle, immersed in something on his cell phone. She didn't care, as long as he stayed away from the crime scene. As she walked straight out into the field, she saw an area approximately 50 feet from the decrepit fence where the weeds were bent over. A trail. It was faint, but still noticeable if you knew what to look for. She walked along the area just parallel to it, and then it stopped. There was no indication of any direction in which the killer might have traveled. It seemed strange. Maybe it had been caused by some type of animal, but she saw no footprints or even hoof impressions. The sun had come out, bringing warmth. Katie stood in the field and slowly moved in a 360-degree turn. No houses or buildings were visible. Anderson was taking measurements, while investigator Ames seemed to be watching Katie. It was difficult to ascertain if he was intrigued or annoyed. The crime scene van approached, trailed by another vehicle Katie assumed to be from the medical examiner's office. She yelled to Anderson, "Have everyone wait." The deputy gave a thumbs-up sign and then went to greet them. Something about the entire scene bothered Katie. Questions plagued her. Why here? How did they get here without leaving a trace? It was likely to be someone who knew the area, knew the limb wouldn't be discovered right away, that it might take a few days or even a week. She diligently searched through the weeds, but there wasn't anything to see. No piece of garbage that could have blown there or anything left by the perpetrator. She continued her overall search, but nothing of interest presented itself. She walked to the exact spot where she had climbed the fence and hoisted herself back over. Katie met Eva. "Document everything you can. I marked some dragging impression out there with a flag." "Got it," the forensic tech said. "Once you're done, I want to run Cisco to see if he can catch the scent of the person who left the arm." "Sounds like a plan. If anyone can find it, it's Cisco," she said with a smile. "If you need any help, Deputy Anderson is familiar with crime scenes." Eva looked at the deputy, still with a smile. "Copy that." The medical examiner approached Katie. "Detective?" "Detective Scott," she explained. He nodded, seeming nervous. "Randy Martinez." The man appeared to be in his early 30s, pale, and trying not to show that his hands trembled. Katie nodded back. "Everything okay?" she said. "Yes, of course." "First crime scene?" "Is it that obvious?" "Don't worry about it. Eva is going to document everything, and then she'll let you know when you can take the dismembered arm back to the office." He nodded, averting his gaze. The second deputy was securing yellow crime scene tape to create the larger search area Katie had asked for. Deputy Anderson gave Katie a piece of paper. "Here are the dimensions." "Thanks, Deputy." The barking of the German Shepherd Blitz caught Katie's attention. Ames was still leaning against the driver's door as Katie approached him. He stood up straight as she neared. "Detective," he said, "it seems you're a bit understaffed." "A bit, but nothing I can't handle," she said. "I don't doubt that." "Why are you still here?" she asked. He chuckled. "To see if there's anything I can do to help." "There's no fire or explosives present," she said, keeping his intense eye contact. She thought she might as well get his exact account of how he found the arm. "So, Investigator Ames—" "Luke," he interrupted. "Call me Luke. Can I call you Katie?" "Detective is fine." "Okay then, Katie. Explain to me how you found the arm, from the beginning." "You want me to walk you through it step by step?" "Please," she said. Something didn't add up, but she was willing to listen to him. She'd been a police officer long enough to know that strange things happened all the time. "Well, my alarm went off at 6 a.m. "You can skip past that," she said, her patience being tested. "I don't think I need to tell you that this is a serious situation." Katie glanced at Ava, diligently documenting the area. John had trained her well. "Of course, I usually run 3 times a week and on Saturdays. I woke up at 6 a.m. and drove to work 6 hours before my shift. I took a run of 5 miles. I came down Heritage Road from the firehouse and decided to change it up and come here," pointing up the road, he said. "There's a trail that goes up the ridge, and I thought it would be a great morning to take that route. But as I came by here, something caught my eye, and as I moved closer, well, you know the rest." He smiled and crossed his arms, becoming closed off, as if to indicate that was all he was going to say. "Did you see anyone else, a car or someone walking?" she said. "No, it was a nice, quiet morning." "I see. Thank you." Katie turned to leave. "Is that it? You don't need to interrogate me to find out what I had for breakfast or anything?" Katie swung back to face him and shook her head. She wasn't going to play his game. She had an investigation that needed solving. Back with Deputy Anderson, she said, "I'm going to run Cisco to see if I can find where the perp entered the area. Would you be available to be my cover officer? McGavin is still on vacation and—" "Yes," the deputy said with enthusiasm. His eyes danced around the scene. When he smiled, he looked like a boy. "Let your sergeant know, and I'll meet you back here in 2 hours." He nodded and looked at his watch. Katie then spoke with Eva and the other deputy. She wanted to make sure the scene would be secured until she returned with Cisco. They said it would, and she thanked them. Katie climbed into the police sedan. She'd head to the department to exchange the vehicle for her Jeep. They should be done with examining it by now. Then she'd pick up Cisco. Her brow furrowed as she drove. The crime scene disturbed her, not only because it was a human appendage, but because she was certain there were more to come. Her gut told her the direction in which the arm and hand was pointed had meaning, as if telling her where to look. Chapter 7. Saturday, 10:35 hours. The machines ran with quiet efficiency as the gallon-sized stainless steel containers hummed. The room adjacent to the main area was where the magic happened. They were filled with perfect fluids, perfect in every way. The puzzler stood in the middle of the room admiring his handiwork and his ambition. No job would ever compare to what he had created here. There were crimson drops on the floor that immediately caught his eye. He quickly investigated by putting 2 fingers on the sterile white floor and dabbing them. Then he brought his fingertips to his mouth and licked them. It was almost perfectly between salty and sweet. His liking for the taste of blood was referred to as hematophilia. It fed his sexual fetish for plasma, which he associated with finding the perfect woman he desperately needed. It was something he'd had a taste for ever since he first cut his finger as a boy. He never forgot that day. Chapter 8. Saturday, 12:30 hours. Katie managed to take care of everything, including switching back to her personal vehicle at the station and quickly going home to get Cisco ready for the search. Their focus would be tracking and finding out where the suspect entered and exited the crime scene. There was no indication they'd approached it head-on or from the road. Katie was determined to find out how they had. Once Katie parked, Cisco excitedly moved from window to window. She stepped out of the Jeep wearing more appropriate clothing for a search, tactical training attire with heavy pants and her utility belt. She had put in a phone call to the owner of the property, Martin Sills, and left her name and phone number with a message to say she would be on his property near Heritage Road. Since it was exigent circumstances, a body part resulting in a crime scene, searching the nearby field was justified. Deputy Anderson approached her. He was now dressed in khakis and a heavy, long-sleeved shirt. He still wore his sidearm and appeared to be ready for anything. "Hi, Anderson," she said. "Detective," he nodded. He seemed to be a bit nervous, but was trying to hide it. "Have you ever done this before?" she said. "I was cover officer for the K-9 unit a couple of times with a fleeing subject." "Okay," she said. "This is a trailing type of assignment. I'm trying to track where the perpetrator entered and exited the scene. It's important to stay behind and out of the dog's wind tunnels." The deputy nodded. "Your job is to make sure there isn't anything potentially dangerous for either Cisco or myself as we search. Basically, you have our backs." "Copy that," said Anderson. "Where do you want to enter?" "At the location you showed me." Katie went to her Jeep and let Cisco out. Wearing his search vest, he took a few turns and waited patiently until Katie attached his long leash. He made sure he received many pets before heading to the crime scene area. The crime scene tape was still in place, as the other deputy would remain on scene until otherwise directed. "How far are you going to search?" said Anderson. "It depends on how long Cisco gets the scent," she smiled. "You have a camera?" "Yes," he said, and jogged back to his cruiser. Katie missed McGavin, but he would be back to work on Monday. After so long, she never had to explain anything to him, and they worked together almost seamlessly. Katie and Cisco headed to the spot where she had entered the field over the dilapidated fencing. Finding the sturdiest area, she easily climbed over as Cisco patiently waited. When Katie was ready, she had him jump and gently guided him over. It reminded her of some of the missions in the Army where there were difficult areas to pass, having to get the dog to climb over, under, or find other ways to move forward. Anderson climbed over the fence without effort and slowly followed the K-9 team, knowing how to stay away from scent cones and not be distracting to Katie or Cisco. Katie stopped for a moment. She tried to imagine how someone would enter the property carrying a dismembered arm. Did they carry it in a bag? A sack? Transport it wearing gloves? It could be almost anything. The big nagging question was why? And why here? Cisco faced the crime scene. He appeared to be interested in something. Like most K-9 handlers, Katie's search motto was, "Trust the dog." "Cisco, such," she said in German, giving a search command. The jet-black dog didn't miss a step. He trotted to the crime scene area, ears alert and forward, body relaxed, and tail in a neutral position. The dog seemed to be frolicking in the weeds, but Katie knew it was a sign he was interested in something. And that's when the track began. Katie glanced behind her and saw Anderson in position, trailing and a little bit to the left of the K-9 team. She was glad he paid attention and was in the correct placement. Cisco slowed as he turned to move through the open pasture. He would pause with his nose at ground level, then raise his head a few inches and continue moving. Katie was relieved seeing him moving from the crime scene. It should mean he was backtracking where someone must have entered the property. She remained quiet and followed the dog. Cisco seemed intent in his tracking and made a slight right turn. He continued until Katie saw there was a path. It was faint, but there was definitely an area that had been traveled over recently. She put up her hand and instructed the dog to down. "Cisco, Platz." Anderson remained quiet and stood his position. He scanned the area and waited. Katie said, "Blieb." Then she dropped the leash and put on gloves. Cisco remained in a down position and kept his eyes on her. She walked to the area and saw recent footprints from what appeared to be boots. Leaning down to the left side of the trail, she examined the shoe impression. Anderson finally spoke. "What do you have?" "Shoe prints." "Do you need me to photograph?" He sounded breathless. Katie reached into her pocket and retrieved her cell phone. "Do you have a dollar bill?" Immediately, Anderson searched his pocket and found a banknote. He walked to the detective and handed it to her. "Thanks." Katie glanced about them. She felt shivers up and down her arms for some reason, but the three of them were clearly alone. There was a slight rustle from birds in the trees above. Other than that, it was quiet. Perhaps there being no noise in the distance made it seem a bit more eerie and gave the location a lonely quality. The sun was almost directly above now, and the warmth made her fidget in her gear. Cisco lightly panted in the shade as he too noticed the warming of the environment. Katie carefully laid the bill next to a shoe print. It fluttered a moment in the light breeze and then settled down, allowing her to take several photographs. She backed up, taking some general photos of their surrounds, as well as the path that led back to a dirt road and then to the main road. She made a phone call. Eva answered. "Hey, Katie, what's up?" "I hate to do this, but there's more evidence at the heritage site?" "How'd you know?" said Katie, smiling. "I know you, Katie. You are a pit bull when it comes to evidence." Katie laughed. "Thanks, I think. Here, let me send you what I'm talking about." She sent the photos she'd just taken. "Okay, got it." There was a pause. "I see. We need to get a casting. I'm going to finish the search with Cisco, but there will be an officer here." "What's your ETA?" said Katie. "About 15. "Great. Thanks, Eva." "You got it." Katie ended the call, then turned to Anderson, who had been patiently waiting. "Do you have cones or flags in your cruiser?" "Yeah, I'll go get some," he said, and hurried back to get the markers. "Let's go," she said to Cisco. The team carefully made their way around the trail and shoe impressions. There was no assurance, of course, that the footprints were made by whoever left the appendage. Katie walked slowly, making her way to the narrow gravel back road that intersected with Heritage Road. It seemed reasonable to think this would have been the best way to get to the body parts drop-off location without being seen or heard. Katie stopped once Cisco didn't seem too interested in the area. Letting out a breath, she said, "Let's head back, Cisco." She was returning to the old fence when suddenly Cisco's ears perked up and his body held still. Something had caught his attention. Katie let the dog move to where he needed to. They hurried back to where they'd been, but instead of turning toward the fence, the dog led them in the opposite direction. After about 30 feet, Cisco stopped with his head down. Then he slowly sat. Katie jogged up to him and looked. There was what seemed to be a rolled-up piece of paper. No, a napkin. Plain, generic, no name of a restaurant or any type of identification. Katie carefully picked it up and unrolled it with her canine handling gloves. It was clean, except for some red dots toward a corner. The closer she examined it, the more she realized they were most likely dried blood droplets. She pulled out a bag from her pocket and carefully slid the napkin into it. Anderson was marking the other areas so Eva would be able to quickly identify them. He looked back. "Did you find some evidence?" Katie and Cisco walked toward the officer. "Maybe. It looks suspicious, and I think it's blood." He raised his eyebrows. "What would that be doing out here?" "Don't know, but I want the blood tested." She paused. "Great job, Anderson." "Thank you, Detective." They made their way back to the fence and climbed over. I just need one of you to stay until Eva gets here, and then for as long as it takes for her to identify and document the evidence." "I'll stay," said Anderson. "Okay," she said. She called out to the other officer to release him, then turned back to Anderson. "Any particular reason?" "I don't mind, and I like forensics." "Okay," said Katie with a slight smile. She had a feeling he liked Eva, too. "Take this for Eva to make sure a chain of custody is filled out. Do you remember the location it was found?" "Yes, ma'am." Katie watched the other officer leave while Anderson went to his patrol car. "Let's go, Cisco." The dog made his way back to the Jeep. Katie took another look at the area and cataloged in her mind everything that had transpired since she received the call from the watch commander. She had to wait to see what the medical examiner's office and forensics had to say, but as she scanned the surrounds, her instincts told her something wasn't right, and that a woman's arm and index finger were just the beginning. Chapter 9, Saturday, 14:45 hours. Katie headed toward home at first, but then decided she wanted to get a head start on the murder board and researching cases that had involved dismembered body parts. She drove to the police station and put Cisco temporarily in a kennel at the canine training area. Then she drove into the parking lot where she usually left her Jeep. It still had remnants of yellow crime scene tape, and there were 2 maintenance men fixing the outdoor lighting. She wondered if they had been tampered with, or if it was simply time to update. She made her way inside to the forensic division. It was quiet, much more so than normal. Everyone was gone. John at the conference, McGavin on personal time, and Eva headed back to the crime scene. She paused at the door to their office, not too sure why, but she needed to gather her thoughts. When she finally went inside, a clean space with neatly stacked files on the table greeted her. The murder wall was empty, just as she had left it last night. Okay, time to start. Katie retrieved her small notebook and began transcribing her notes, locations, and observations from the scene, including any behavioral evidence. Then she noted the physical evidence they'd found. Severed woman's index finger neatly tucked into a white box, a box usually used for jewelry, left in Katie's Jeep. Katie discovered it. Dismembered right arm missing its index finger, found on Heritage Road, strategically balanced on an old fence post, found by arson investigator Luke Ames. The napkin, the footprint impression. Possible tampering of the lights in the police parking lot. Cameras didn't show any unusual activities. Katie had several county road maps in the office, and she taped one to the wall. She designated the crime scene areas with pins, using different colors to indicate specific areas, forensic evidence, and distances between locations. Next, she wrote down a list of potential reasons a killer or perpetrator would leave body parts to be found. It wasn't much, but it gave her a place to start. Identification. Assuming the parts belonged to one body, one victim. Sending a message. Taunting the police. Covering other crimes or hiding/destroying the body for various reasons. Usually this type of psychology and behavior shows a disorganized offender, but these seem to be strategic and planned, showing organization. Specific psychological factors: sexual gratification, dehumanization, power and control, obsessions. She stepped back and reread her notes and lists. It wasn't much, but it was a start. And, as much as she hated to admit it, there were going to be more pieces turning up, which at least would be more evidence. It made her shiver, not knowing when another dismembered appendage would be found, or where. Katie sat down and opened her work laptop. Usually, McGavin would have already started researching anything that pertained to the current case, going through police records and scouring the internet for information. Now, Katie herself started looking up articles pertaining to dismemberment and similar investigations to this new one. She searched for about an hour without much luck. Most articles referred to famous serial killers like Dahmer, Kemper, and Jack the Ripper, none of which were helpful in this case. Katie leaned back in her chair, looking at her list and wondering. Pinned up on the wall next to the door was an old quote from the FBI Behavioral Science Unit that defined a serial killer: the unlawful killing of 2 or more victims by the same offender or offenders in separate events. She went back to her searches and found a police file about the discovery of several dismembered human body parts during a barricade SWAT negotiation in the nearby city of Rockview. "What?" she said softly, hearing about the incident for the first time. About 2 months ago, a barricade was dismantled and the perpetrator safely taken into custody. The man had locked himself in his home after committing an armed robbery. The report also said that once they started searching the residence, body parts were found in a hidden area under the floor. Pine Valley SWAT had been involved, but the jurisdiction was in the neighboring city of Rockview. She read further that the incident response team was led by the primary police negotiator, Jack Devlin. Katie didn't know Devlin, but she sent him an email to request a meeting about the findings of that day. Katie realized that she needed to study a report in regard to the human body parts that were discovered from the SWAT deployment in Rockview. It could explain some things in their investigation if they were connected in any way. She hadn't heard anything new from the scene, and it was going to take a while for DNA and evidence to be analyzed. Her energy was fading, and she decided to go home. As she walked out to her car, the dismemberment puzzle was still on her mind. Chapter 10. Saturday, 1600 hours. Katie entered the medical examiner's office. She was always greeted the same way, with sterile surroundings, the sounds of gurneys being moved around, and the smell of antiseptic. That day, the scent of the latter was strong. In fact, Katie contemplated whether she should come back and give it time to clear. She had slowed her pace, but decided she needed some answers. She had called Dr. Dean beforehand, and he'd said he would make time for her. He was always like that with the detectives. He seemed invested in finding the bad guy. "Detective Scott," Katie heard him before she saw him coming down the hallway. "Dr. Dean, it's always a pleasure." There was no confusing the ME with anyone else. He was always dressed casually in khakis and a Hawaiian shirt, usually with sandals. The white smock was usually spattered with blood, as it was today. "How can I help you?" Dr. Dean asked. "I need your expertise on the cut marks on the dismembered body parts that were found a couple of months back in Rockview." "Of course. Did you see them?" "Yes, I did, and my notes are in here," he said, fanning the file folders in his hand. Katie followed him into the main autopsy room, which was like an empty cavern. There was an overwhelming feeling of doom, but she brushed it off. "So, you want to know what kind of instrument was used to separate the limbs," he said. "I haven't had the time to go over the finger and arm from today, but I'm familiar." "Yes, it will give us a little better understanding of the killer." The doctor turned and pulled across a rolling table with instruments lying on top. "Okay, here are some of the tools we use. I'm sure you're familiar with a few of them." Katie nodded, trying to block out the sound of the gurneys rolling by as technicians went about their duties. "Here are scalpels and various blades, which are used for making incisions but not cutting through bone." Katie couldn't believe how shiny the silver instruments were. She couldn't take her eyes off them. "And here are the striker and bone saws, which are primarily used to cut through the skull and ribs." Katie retrieved her phone and swiped to a couple of the photos showing the marks that she assumed had been made during dismemberment. Would one of those make these marks? She gave her phone to the doctor. He studied them. Possibly, especially the bone saw. It makes a quick cut with no tearing or messy aftermath. "Would it be easy for someone to acquire these?" she said. "Not easy, but easy enough if you know where to look." Dr. Dean scrutinized the photos. "I would safely say that it would be a combination of a bone saw and cutters." He showed Katie the photo he was talking about. "See how there's a simple straight line across the major bones, and then it appears the smaller pieces like the tendons and muscles have been snipped through?" Katie made note of this. It made sense. "How likely are these to have been used on these bodies?" "My opinion would be an 85 to 90% likelihood." "That's great, Dr. Dean. Thank you." "I hope it helps in the investigation." Katie smiled. "Yes, it will." "Any more questions?" "No, this is it, at least for now. Next time, I hope to see your tall partner." He returned the files and tools. "See you soon." Katie left the medical examiner's office and sat in her vehicle, pondering what to do next. "Doctor," Dean had given her a good lead, and they would track down who might have access to these types of tools. She made a quick call to the fire dispatch, asking for arson investigator Ames. Chapter 11, Saturday, 1700 hours. His coffee was getting cold, which he hated. It was like drinking flavored bath water. He kept moving his hand to try and find warmth around the medium-sized cup. He had stripped the brown paper cozy from the exterior. There were carefully torn pieces of it in almost exactly the same size sitting in a neat stack on the table. His patience was waning. He rapped his fingers on the table. The exercise class was late in getting out. There weren't the usual women hurrying to get a fancy coffee or a tea, but it didn't matter. They were all the same. The man sat up straight in the chair at the small table on the patio of the coffee house. It might be one of the women notices him, smiles, and even says hello. They never do, he thought, and grimaced, imagining choking them until their eyes showed the death stare. He was right. The women were talking and laughing, heading to the coffee house. He watched them in a group, still carrying their rolled-up mats. One woman with her blonde hair pulled tight in a long ponytail glanced at him, but immediately looked away as if she was repulsed. The laughs and giggles entered the coffee house. As soon as the door shut, it was quiet again. He could see them huddled together, figuring out what flavors they wanted. It disgusted him. He took his old coffee and poured it out, crushed the cup, and left it on the table. After adjusting his dark denim jacket, he walked to his car, a minivan with tinted windows. He never looked at the women again. He drove down a long gravel road just outside Pine Valley. It had been part of a storage facility and junkyard. He arrived at the gate and got out of his vehicle. He unchained 3 heavy-duty locks before driving in, then repeated his routine, but this time to secure the fence. The large interior area contained old cars, equipment, refrigerators, and pieces of house siding. That was what anyone would see if they happened to try and look inside the property. No one had any idea that there was something much sinister going on past the junked items. The man turned on the high beams to see a single-sized modular home with a large metal barn next to it. It was his favorite place and was where all the excitement happened. Farther into the property, there was a hillside, and buried deep within that was an old bunker. It was his secret place, his happy place. As he drove by the metal barn, the headlights reflected an eerie light show, which was one of his favorite displays. It reminded him of all the hard work he had done to the structure. Parking in front of the home, he got out. Hunger plagued him. His stomach grumbled, but he pushed past the feeling. Instead, he walked to the barn. Everything around him was silent. No breeze, no sound, no voices, no barking dogs. It was his heaven. Darkness had descended upon the area, pushing to his favorite time of day, the dead of night. Everything on the property, including the land, he owned outright, and the property was in a business name that didn't connect to anything else. He took great lengths to make himself anonymous. For the first time since the coffee house, he smiled, showing his perfect teeth and crinkles around his eyes. Actually, it was rare for him to show any emotion. He felt all types of emotions deeply, sometimes till they spiraled out of control, but you'd never know. He reached the door of the barn and punched in a 5-digit code. With a soft pop, the entry door opened. He pushed it inward. Stepping into a pitch-dark room, he reached to the left where there was a light switch panel, and he flicked all 6 upward. Almost instantly, the special overhead fluorescent lights ignited. The soft buzzing was the only sound. The room was a large rectangle with a cement floor and 4 large white refrigeration units in the center. The man walked up to the first fridge and stood over it as if savoring the moment. Reaching out, he ran his hand along the top as his smile reappeared. Chapter 12, Saturday, 20-30 hours. Katie had been searching for more information regarding whether her cases had to do with dismemberment as fantasy or control, and decided to get comfortable on the couch as she read through homicide and serial killer articles from across the U.S. Only one lamp was on, and the rest of the house was dark. She soon fell asleep. She was woken by a soft scratching at the front door and the rattle of the handle. Katie sat up with a start as she acclimated herself to the living room and not a terrible dream. She looked around and didn't see Cisco, which was strange. Putting her feet on the floor, she remained still. There was more scratching coming from the front porch. Katie grabbed her Glock and stealthily moved toward the front door. She glanced around and saw Cisco lying next to the door leading to the garage. Why didn't he alert to the sound? She went to the window that had a view of the driveway and peered out. There was a police cruiser down the street, and she could see a black truck in the driveway. She let out a breath and lowered her gun, then opened the front door where John stood with an overnight bag. "John," she said, moving to hug him, "I'm so glad you're here." "Hey, what's wrong?" he said, dropping his bag to hold her closer. "Nothing, just glad you're back. I wanted to surprise you, but I couldn't find my key." He chuckled a bit as he held her close. "You didn't have to leave the conference early," she said. "I know, but I wanted to be here." Katie released the hug and looked into his eyes. She kissed him. John smiled. "Maybe I should go away more often." Katie opened the door wider as John entered. He looked around. "Where's Cisco?" Katie pointed to the door leading to the garage. "What's he doing there?" "He has a new friend." John looked puzzled. "A stray cat decided to break into my garage. We've been holding on to her for a bit." John laughed. "And Cisco seems to have taken a liking to her. I've been trying to find the owners, but there's not been any luck." "So now you have a cat. Did not see that one coming." "Do you want something to eat?" she said, heading to the kitchen. "That's not exactly what I had in mind," he said playfully. Cisco finally left his spot to come and welcome John. Katie took her comfortable place on the sofa, watching them play. Finally, John sat down next to Katie and let out a sigh. "How was the conference?" she said. "It was great. Learned some new stuff and met people. Anything that can help our cases here?" "Absolutely. There are some great advances, especially in fingerprints. But what?" she said, smiling. "How are you? I'm not going to accept just fine." Katie adjusted her position and turned to him. "I'll admit having a severed finger left in my car was jarring, but I'm treating it like any other case. And that's why when a dismembered arm was found today, it's just an investigation." She loved looking into his eyes. "I know you can take care of yourself, but this case sounds really sinister, and someone is directly targeting you." She nodded. "I've thought about that, but I don't think it's me personally, just the attention of our team." That was wishful thinking, but she didn't want John to worry. She'd get to the bottom of it. John leaned back with a stern look on his face. "I've brought in Deputy Chris Anderson to help me until Gav gets back." She waited for a response, but then decided not to as she leaned in to kiss him. "I'll be just fine." She kissed him again. "Anderson is a good guy." "I think so too," she said. "Cisco and I tracked him from the crime scene, and he seemed to be a natural cover officer." John remained quiet, so Katie studied him for a moment. She could read his emotions, and it was clear there was something bothering him, but she didn't push. When and if he wanted to tell her, he would. "I bet you're tired. Let's go to bed." She stood up, taking John's hand, and guided him out of the living room. John smiled, wrapping his arms around her. This is the best part of coming home from a conference. A trail of clothing followed them to the bedroom. Chapter 13, Monday, 07:45 hours. Katie walked down the police station's hall with trepidation, though she was relieved Sunday hadn't delivered a third body part. The sheriff's admin assistant was away from her desk. Katie took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Come in," said a familiar, stern voice. She hesitated for another moment before going into the office. The sheriff was seated at his desk behind several neat piles of paperwork. He had a police radio turned down low. Quiet conversations between officers and dispatch chattering away, keeping him abreast of what was going on in real time. His silver hair, chiseled features, and still fit body gave him the authority to command an entire department. It was both the way he carried himself and the years of law enforcement service. He looked up and smiled. "Katie, right on time," he said. She remained standing at attention. "Please, have a seat." His friendly uncle's smile quickly faded as he turned back to being the official sheriff. Katie sat down, keeping her attention on what was so important, breathing slow and relaxed, preparing for what was next. "I can see you're hesitant," he said, "just waiting to hear what you have to say. Katie, you and McGavin have an incredible solve rate of your cases. Perfect, in fact. But," he chuckled, "you think this is a reprimand? I've had a few." "Yes, you have, but that doesn't take away from what a great officer and detective you are." "But," the sheriff leaned back in his chair, studying her for a moment, "I know I originally had you assigned to the cases of these body parts, but I've changed my mind. It will go to Hamilton and Alvarez." "You're taking me off the case?" She tried not to show her true feelings on the matter. "Yes." "Why? Is it because the original severed finger was found in my car? I'm too close?" "Partly." Katie sighed. "There are some great leads with a napkin with blood on it and a shoe impression. I've contacted negotiator Devlin regarding the body parts found at the SWAT standoff in Rockview. There is some evidence waiting to be processed, and we're going to find an ID of the victim soon and—" He held up his hand. "Wait right there. I'm not taking you off the cases because you aren't working them properly, and I have no doubt you and McGavin will solve them. I'm taking you off this case because I think you're being targeted. I'm not going to put you in harm's way again. It's all part of the job. We're in harm's way every single day. You can't give me special privileges just because I'm your niece." Katie tried to plead her case. "Yes, but you've had more than your fair share of it." "Who said anything about fairness in law enforcement? With all due respect, you wouldn't be taking anyone else off this case." Sheriff Scott took a moment to contemplate the situation. "I wouldn't expect anything different from you than anyone else, but I need to make sure all my officers are safe. And it doesn't change that it seems you are being targeted. When is McGavin back?" "This afternoon." "I see. I want to stay on this case. McGavin is my partner, and I've had Deputy Anderson helping in his absence. Not to mention, John always has our backs. McGavin is needed in the detective division. We're short-staffed." Katie leaned back, feeling defeated. "What does that mean for the cold case unit?" "Nothing has been decided yet. If it changes, you'll be the first to know." "We could have capable deputies help out from time to time," she said, "if McGavin couldn't always be there." "Good point." "Sheriff, I'm requesting I be kept on these cases." "Noted." Katie waited to hear his answer. He usually kept his first decision and rarely changed his mind. "I will keep you and McGavin on these cases. For now." Katie was relieved. "But I want reports every day. We can see if Deputy Anderson can be taken off patrol when he's needed to assist you. And I want to keep an officer at your house until we know better what we're dealing with. Understand?" "Yes, understood," she said, standing up. "Thank you." The sheriff stood too. "Now, as your uncle," he hugged Katie tightly, "I want you to be extra careful. Understand?" She nodded, relief washing over her. She couldn't wait to update McGavin. They had their work cut out for them. Chapter 14, Monday, 11:05 hours. Katie pushed away her feelings about the fact that McGavin could be transferred to the detective division. She didn't want to discuss it with him. This had come up before and it troubled her, but she had to keep concentrating on her cases and moving forward. She decided to begin a profile of a perpetrator who would leave body parts to be found. She had read up on a few characteristics and cases that related to this type of behavior and believed it could be helpful to start to work out who they might be dealing with. But first, she'd go through the key photographs of the body parts found at Brandon Bates's home in the order of when they were located to familiarize herself with them. She pulled out the various photos of the dismembered human remains, showing where they were found under the floor and sink. She also lined up photos on the desk taken when the severed limbs were separated at the medical examiner's office. Katie took a quick inventory. There were 3 arms, 4 legs, and 2 sets of hands. From the examination, they were all from female victims, and it appeared they had come from 3 women. She stood and began to add to the mindset of the perpetrator profile. What drives them based on the crime scene? Expanded power and control, more violent tendencies than just control. Lonely, understimulated, empty. Has or wants control of victims' bodies. Unable to express feelings. Making an example when crossed. Feeling wronged and lashing out. Unable to express feeling in an appropriate and healthy way. Possibly mutilated or a self-mutilator. Fighting the deep inner feelings of worth of themselves and others. Katie stood back and studied the potential characteristics of someone who might dismember in this way. A few or possibly all the features could be listed. She wondered if the person they were looking for lived in the community or just targeted the area for their specific needs. "I see you started without me." Katie turned to see McGavin standing in the doorway. Her tall partner almost had to lean down to enter. "Gav, you're early." She turned to him and gave him a big hug. "Nice to have you back." "I see you can handle a case all by yourself," he said with a smile in his soft, joking tone. "It hasn't been easy, but I'm managing." Katie was so happy her partner was back. McGavin took off his jacket and put his briefcase on the floor beneath the table. He looked at the photos and the crime scenes. A finger and an arm? Wow, how sadistic. We don't know the ID of the victim or possibly victims yet. They sat down at the work table. Katie spent the next 20 minutes updating her partner and going through the investigation, including the assistance from Cisco and Deputy Anderson. When she was done, McGavin didn't immediately speak, lost in his thoughts staring at the board. "What do you think?" she said. He turned to her with that inquisitive expression, studying her carefully. "What aren't you telling me?" "What do you mean?" "Come on, Katie. We've known each other for a while and worked closely together. I know when there's something bothering you or you're holding back." "Everything is fine. We just need to—" "Katie," he pushed, "what's bothering you?" She knew she couldn't slide anything past him. Sighing, she said, "It's come to my attention that they might want to transfer you to the detective division." "I won't let that happen." "You might not have a say in the matter. It came from the sheriff," she said. They remained quiet for a bit. "I like where I'm at. I like working with you, and you're going to need someone like me to have your back." He leaned forward and squeezed her hand. "I'm not going anywhere. I'll fight to stay here. But right now, I am here. So let's get to work." Katie smiled. She knew McGavin wouldn't always be in cold cases, but he was right that they were partners now and needed to get ahead of their current case to stop this monster. Katie's cell phone rang. "Detective Scott," she answered. "This is Officer Jack Devlin." "Thank you for calling me back," she said. "I understand you have a case that might be connected to the body parts found at a barricade on Rockview and Pine Valley's border." "Yes. What can I help you with?" "I wondered if it would be possible to view the house." "Sure, that's no problem. I believe it's still taped and boarded up, but I can meet you there today." "Great. Say about 1500 hours? I'll text the address." "Thank you. We'll be there." Katie ended the call and set down her phone. "I take it we're going on a road trip," said McGavin. "Yep." Katie thought it was a positive step to take a look at the location, even if she wasn't yet sure how it would help the investigation. "Let's get some background on the case first. We have the time." "Copy that," said McGavin as he opened his laptop. Chapter 15, Monday, 1450 hours. Katie drove them to Rockview. It felt good to have her partner back with her working on a case. It amazed her that so many things in her life had been going well. Even her symptoms of post-traumatic stress had been less frequent, which was a relief. Caused by her 2 Army tours, they would never fully go away and would often strike when she least expected it. But she was more prepared for them these days. Katie turned to her partner and smiled. He was immersed in his phone, looking into the case involving Brandon Bates, who was still in jail awaiting his trial. "What?" said McGavin. What? "You're staring at me." "I'm glad you're back." "I'm glad I missed seeing that severed finger in your car." He smiled. Katie chuckled. "You'll get to see it soon at the medical examiner's." McGavin frowned. "Find out anything else?" Katie asked. "I'm sure Officer Devlin will be able to fill us in, but it seems Brandon Bates is a 2-time felon with an aggravated assault charge and a charge for robbery with attempted murder." He kept scrolling through more information. His wife died, and the grandparents have custody of his children, Sarah and Emma, 10 and 12 years old. Bates gave up in the end and was apprehended without any violence. There were guns and some narcotics found, but the real reveal was the body parts found in a cavity underneath the living room floor. "That's tough for the kids," she said. "Yeah, hopefully the grandparents are going to do right by them." Katie watched the GPS as they neared Acorn Road. She turned and kept driving until she found 167. "Here it is." She pulled up front behind an SUV. They saw a small, single-wide manufactured home, now with plywood over the windows and reinforcement lumber at the front door. It had been removed so they could access the interior. "Nice," said McGavin sarcastically. "I guess Devlin is already here," she said. The detectives got out of the car and studied the area. The weeds were precariously tall, partially blocking the home from sight. There was a large tree to the side with a tattered swing, where Katie imagined the two little girls playing out front in better times. A tall, thin man emerged from the front door. He smiled at the detectives. "Detective Scott?" "Yes, this is my partner, Detective McGavin." Devlin stepped down the stairs to meet them. "Nice to meet you both. I wanted to check inside to make sure everything was safe and to see if anyone had broken in since we were here." "And," she said, "it looks like it did that day." Katie and McGavin followed the negotiator inside the house. Immediately, the stench of old garbage accosted their senses. "Wow," said McGavin. "Yeah, it stinks. Not sure why, there's nothing in here," said Devlin. Katie tried to ignore the odor as she looked around. The inside space was small and didn't have any furnishings or personal effects. "Was everything cleared?" she asked. "Yes, we searched everything and found some drugs inside the mattress and small sofa." Katie pulled out a pair of gloves and McGavin followed suit. Even though the investigation was over, Katie didn't want to touch anything in case it might harm the case. McGavin went into the small kitchen alcove and began checking cupboards and looking around. Katie saw what appeared to be a trap door in the middle of the living room. "Is this it?" she said. "Yes," said Devlin. He moved aside so Katie could check it out. She saw a trap door that had been underneath the tattered carpeting. She approached and kneeled down. Running her hands along the sides, she then pulled on the handle. It made a scraping noise as she raised the door. Instantly, she was bombarded with a horrible stench that she recognized: death. "Was everything removed?" Devlin nodded. "Were the parts wrapped?" "Yes, they were in heavy plastic. I saw them for only a minute before the sergeant directed everyone out, closed it off as a crime scene, and called forensics." Katie nodded. "Are you looking for something specific?" said Devlin. "I know the detective sent you a preliminary report with photos." "Yes, though I'm not sure what we're looking for, to be honest. We've caught a couple of cases of dismembered body parts." "I see." It was obvious Devlin was a bit shocked at that. Katie leaned toward the hiding spot just beneath the living room floor. She expected to see the ground under the manufactured home, but she didn't. It was a specifically built box under the house. She leaned down as far as she could and used the flashlight. Her view was slightly upside down, but she could see the entire compartment. The cadaver odor was still strong, which seemed strange given the discovery was made a couple of months ago. "Anything?" said McGavin, who was now standing near his partner. It was instinctual to be close in case of something going wrong. "Not really, but the compartment doesn't look like it goes anywhere," she said. Katie sat up, waiting a moment until a slight dizziness subsided. The stench still lingered. "It looks like there's something in the kitchen area." McGavin and Devlin remained quiet, watching Katie move to the kitchen. She began opening cupboards, both high and low. She stood, deep in thought, trying to figure out where the stink was coming from. Devlin was about to say something, but McGavin stopped him. Katie then went to the sink area, which seemed bigger than what a trailer this size would have. She bent down and opened the cupboard doors, revealing the typical snake-like under-sink plumbing, an old sponge, and a bottle of cleaner. She looked farther to the back and noticed a board on the wall that appeared new. Katie glanced back at her partner and Devlin, then used all her strength to pry the piece away and pull it out. "This has been recently added," she said to the men. She then pushed herself farther under the sink. A tight fit, but the odor was growing stronger. Turning on the flashlight, she swept the beam around a large hidden area at the back wall where a pink towel was wrapped around something solid. She stretched as far as she could until her gloved fingertips touched the towel. Gripping it tightly, she pulled the bundle into the kitchen where she dropped it on the floor. Everyone stared at it. The bundle was narrow and about 2.5 feet long. She looked at the men watching. No one wanted to say a word. Katie took a breath and began carefully unwrapping the roll. There was a slight crackling sound as if some kind of bubble wrap had been used, but she was able to open one end. She stood, unable to tear her eyes away from the spectacle. All 3 police officers stared at the human arm and its hand. The dismemberment was exactly like the others. Chapter 16. Monday, 1600 hours. Katie and McGavin waited in the front yard as CSI and the medical examiner's office from Rockview Police Department processed the scene. "Did not see that one coming," said McGavin. "I couldn't get past the stench. I knew there had to be something," Katie said. "The nose knows," McGavin tried to lighten the mood. Devlin came out of the house and jogged down the stairs to meet the detectives. "That hand wasn't in the house 2 months ago. It would have been more decomposed," said Katie. "You're right. The Emmy thinks it's been there about 1 to 2 days at most," said Devlin. "It appears this is most likely connected to our investigation," Katie said. "Would it be possible to receive a copy of the report for the previously dismembered limbs as well as this one?" "Absolutely. I'm not handling the case. That would be Detective David Stern." He turned and looked at another sedan that was pulling up. And there he is. A tall, stocky man with large tattooed biceps got out of the vehicle. He was bald and wore a very intense expression, downturned mouth, eyebrows furrowed, as he walked toward the detectives. "Hey, Stern," said Devlin. "These are Detectives Scott and McGavin from Pine Valley Sheriff's Department." He turned to the detectives. "This is Detective David Stern from Rockview PD." All the detectives made their introductions. "We're working 2 similar cases with the dismembered body parts," Katie said. "Yes, I heard," said Stern. "I sent a preliminary report and photos." "Yes, thank you," she said. "We'd like to work together on these cases," said McGavin. "I don't see why not. Have your sheriff talk to my chief to get the ball rolling," he said. "Besides copies of the reports from the 2 body parts discoveries, we would also like to speak with Brandon Bates," said Katie. "Would that be possible?" Stern sighed and didn't respond immediately. Katie didn't see it as a problem, but it was clear Detective Stern wasn't completely on board with the 2 departments working together. It didn't matter. She and McGavin could force the issue. The bottom line was she needed this information in order to find the suspect. She definitely didn't want more body parts showing up. "I'm sure that can be arranged, but I don't think he'll be very helpful," said Stern. "Did he say anything that was the least bit helpful when you interviewed him?" said McGavin. Stern shrugged. "He just kept saying he knew nothing about the body parts, but he did give us a name for the guns we found. It's turned up nothing. I don't think the person even exists." Interesting, thought Katie. She wondered if she could get Bates to tell them more. In less than a week, body parts were piling up, and she didn't want to go to another crime scene in either Pine Valley or Rockview. What was the suspect trying to prove or convey? How could they make it stop? "We won't take up any more of your time, Detective," she said. "We look forward to the reports, and we will of course reciprocate as well." Stern nodded, never fully relaxing his tense facial muscles. "Will do." Katie and McGavin walked to their car and got inside. Katie started the engine and drove away before she spoke. "Is it just me, or did Detective Stern seem like he didn't want to share?" McGavin chuckled. "I would say he didn't like us much. Maybe it's the sheriff's department or something more personal." "In this type of case, we need to know who we're working with," she said. "Devlin is cool," he said. "Agreed." Both detectives' cell phones buzzed with text messages. McGavin looked at his. "Oh." "Oh, what?" she said, feeling the pit of her stomach drop. "John wants us to come to the forensic lab in person. He has an ID on the blood from the napkin found at the second scene." "Did he say who?" "No, but I get a feeling we're not going to like it." Chapter 17. Monday, 17:45 hours. Dusk approached, Katie had hoped they could do more, but they hadn't received much from the medical examiner's office and forensics yet, despite her chasing. She also hoped they would have their reports from Rockview PD by tomorrow. When they pulled into Pine Valley Sheriff's Department parking lot, Katie explained what had happened with the outside lighting the night she found the finger, and that there was currently no explanation she was aware of apart from, they went out. McGavin studied the lighting outside the main building as they walked to the entry with their swipe cards. As they approached the forensic division, Katie thought about how lucky she was to be with John. They could work together, keeping their personal and professional lives separate. Thinking about him made her smile. They reached the forensic examination room and found John sitting at a desk looking through files. He turned when he saw the detectives enter. Hey yourself, said McGavin. What's so important that you had us come in right away, Katie said. John's expression looked serious. Just tell us, she said. John swiveled his chair toward them with a big sigh. The DNA on the bloody napkin found near Heritage Road belongs to one of our own. One of us, she said. Her mind was bombarded with thoughts of who and why. Arson investigator Luke Ames. What? Said McGavin. The arson canine handler guy? Yes. Are you sure? Certain. He made the discovery and called it in, she said, more to herself than the others. He said he runs in the area. A napkin could easily drop out of his pocket and blow into the field, but it does seem odd, said McGavin. Katie thought about it for a moment. We'll have to be careful how we proceed. It could just be a coincidence. How do you want to handle it? Said McGavin. I need to talk to the sheriff, she said. But this information doesn't leave this room. Understood, she said? Everyone nodded. We'll have to question Ames, said McGavin. Yes, but we're not going to storm the firehouse. McGavin chuckled. What? Storming the firehouse? Never seen you do that before, said McGavin. Katie looked at John. It's true. I've never seen you storm anywhere, said John. Katie couldn't help but smile. She knew they were trying to make light of a heavy situation, even though there was nothing funny about it. I think you should talk to him, said McGavin. Just me? I think it had come across more casual, like we're not putting him in the hot seat. Katie sighed. She knew McGavin was right. Looking at the photo on John's screen, it was a younger version of Ames from when he first became a firefighter. His eyes were bright with excitement, along with a genuine smile. He was different now. Something seemed to have been weighing heavy on him, or maybe an incident had changed him in more recent years. Okay, she said. I'll get in touch with him. Chapter 18, Monday, 1800 hours. The darkness began creeping in on him. It was a type of suffocation he couldn't bear. The dimming sky with dark shades of orange was making fun of him. The self-doubt started small and then began building to heavy regrets and emptiness. He couldn't escape this daily regimen no matter how he tried. He stood up from the kitchen table and walked to the small window above the sink. Right before his eyes, the sky dulled and was ready to turn off its light for another day. It had been another day of caged loneliness. Something had a hold on him, and he knew it didn't exist, but that didn't ease the burden. His work didn't help or make him feel better either. He felt like the walking dead. Grabbing a glass, he filled it with water and drank as if he was dehydrated. Feeling the water glide down his throat to nourish his body made no difference. Shouldn't it make you feel better, quenching your thirst? It didn't. He threw the glass across the room where it shattered against the refrigerator. The shards lay on the floor until he decided to clean them up. A weird feeling overcame him, an almost calm where he thought things would be okay again. But things would never be okay again. He knew that fact his entire life. He was different, and what excited him and gave him purpose was to feel alive. He walked over to a desk where paperwork had been strewn along with various women's driver's licenses and other personal items. He picked up a pearl earring and rolled it around in his hand, remembering the woman it had belonged to. He slipped it into his pocket. At the end of the kitchen counter, there was a knife holder. He stood a moment, making his choice. He finally decided on a short and small but very sharp knife. It felt good in his hands and fit his grip neatly, unlike larger ones. He sat at the table and rested his left arm facing up. Carefully rolling up his sleeve, revealing the calloused forearm, he felt his body relax as it waited for the relief. Pressing the knife flat against the inside of his arm, feeling the cool blade, prepared him for the ultimate release. Slowly and methodically, he turned the knife where the blade and tip made contact with his skin. With the ease and skill of a surgeon, he pressed just hard enough to make blood seep. He pulled the knife. The blood continued to appear like magic along the incision. It was beautiful. He enjoyed his moment, but seconds later, the pleasure began to fade. He knew he had no choice but to continue his life's work. Chapter 19. Monday, 1940 hours. Katie sipped a beer until arson investigator Ames showed up. When she had spoken to him on the phone earlier, he had agreed to chat tonight and suggested the Night Owl. It was as good a place as any, and no one would pay them any attention. A cop meeting up with an arson investigator for a drink after a long shift. Katie tapped the side of her bottle impatiently. He was already 10 minutes late. At least it gave her time to think about the case, which was always on her mind anyway. She thought over whether the same person had left all the body parts and what the significance was of Rockview and Pine Valley for them. "Hey," said Ames, a little breathless as he sat down. "Sorry I'm late." "It's okay. Thank you for seeing me," she said. Katie noticed Ames had showered. His hair was still slightly wet, and he had on a clean shirt and pants. He ordered a beer, then turned to Katie. "I'm assuming you want to talk about what I found on my run." Katie nodded. She couldn't help but notice his intense, dark blue eyes. She wasn't quite sure how to broach the subject that his blood was found near the crime scene without sounding like she was making an accusation. "We found something interesting." Ames took a swig of his beer. "Sounds ominous. I wanted to talk to you first and let you know. I don't understand." Katie knew she was stalling. She had to be professional and just tell him. "Cisco and I did a search to try to find where the perpetrator might have entered and exited the scene." "Okay," he said. "What did you find?" It was as if he was trying to help her get to the point. "Cisco found a napkin with blood on it, so we took it to the lab and they found a match." He watched her closely. It was unclear if he was curious or already knew what she had discovered. "The blood type and DNA matches yours," she said. "What? The blood was mine?" She nodded. Ames leaned back, thinking. Katie thought he was going to get mad, but instead he laughed. "You do realize I run in that area almost every day." Katie nodded and sipped her beer. "Detective, it was probably in my pocket and somehow fell out and got taken by the wind to land near the crime scene." Katie chose her words carefully. "It is slightly plausible that a napkin with your blood on it would end up at a crime scene that you called in." She hesitated. "Did you have the napkin in your pocket when you found the dismembered arm? Where does the blood come from?" Ames laughed. It seemed honest and lighthearted. Katie was surprised, but very curious about his reaction. "Am I on your list of suspects?" he said, diverting the question. "No, but we have to look at everything." "And did you report this to my supervisor?" His face was serious, and it was as if he stared through her. "No. 3 of us know, my partner and our head of forensics, and now you." "I see." "I will need to put my findings in a report for the sheriff at some point." "But you haven't yet?" he said, moving a little closer. "No, I wanted to talk to you first." There were loud voices as 2 people entered the bar. "Do you think I'm dangerous?" he said with little expression, testing her boundaries. "At this point, no." He laughed again, but there was something different in his tone this time. The way he looked at her made her feel uncomfortable. "Look, Detective, I grab things to eat all the time. That napkin probably ended up in my pocket when I was running." Katie remained quiet. "I have a usual running area, and that day I changed it up a bit." "That doesn't help. It shows that the day you changed your route was the day you found the arm." "What, like I was giving myself an alibi?" He softened his demeanor. "Detective, you are welcome to check out my house, what I was wearing, the station, whatever you want to that will help you see I'm not involved." "Thank you," was all that she managed to say. Why was there blood? Ames pulled up a sleeve to reveal a mess of scabs and scarring on the arm with a bandage. Katie assumed they were from burns and decided not to ask. It might be a difficult incident that he might not want to share. In my line of work, you get injuries all the time, and sometimes worse. It was part of the job before I became an arson investigator. Katie felt a twinge in her gut. She almost felt bad, but she had to check out every single clue. "Okay. Another, please," said Ames to the bartender. He looked back at Katie, studying her. "You look like you run." "Yes." "Come on my run with me and you can time how long it takes to get from the firehouse to the crime scene." "I don't know if that would be necessary," she said. "And I'll do you one better. See this watch?" Katie knew it was an advanced fitness watch. It recorded all sorts of information and was fairly accurate. "I have my miles, destination, and my physical responses recorded for that day. I'll download that day's data and email you the results. Sound good?" he said. Katie nodded. That would be great. Ames grabbed the fresh beer and took a long drink. Katie wasn't sure if he was angry, concerned, or even annoyed. Either way, she would be able to cross off the arson investigator once and for all. "When's the next time you run?" he said. "I try to run every day, work and weather permitting. I'm off for the next 24 hours. Meet me at the firehouse, and I'll take you on the run I did on Saturday. You can verify the information from my watch." "I don't—" "Come on, detective, you run anyway. This time it's part work." "Can Cisco come?" she said. "Your war dog?" "Yes." Katie thought it was strange he knew Cisco was with her in the military. "Of course, if that makes you feel safer," he said, showing a boyish and almost mischievous smile. "Firehouse 0700, she said. "Affirmative, detective." Katie didn't want to run with Ames, but anything for the case. She could handle an hour in his company. "Good night," she said. "Sleep well, detective." Katie left the bar and walked to her car. She couldn't place why she felt a pit in her stomach. She wasn't typically anxious, but she had a sense she was waiting for the sky to fall, or tomorrow to throw up another body part. Chapter 20, Tuesday, 06:30, 5 hours. Katie was ready to go meet Ames at the firehouse for the reenactment run from the day the appendage was found. She wanted to find anything that might point to more potential clues. Something bothered her about where the arm was found and why the suspect would leave that arm there. There had to be a good reason for that display. Katie realized she hadn't been at the firehouse since she was with Chad, her ex-fiancé. Enough time had passed that she would be okay emotionally, but it still made her uncomfortable. She hooked up Cisco with his lightweight harness. "We're going somewhere new today," she said to the dog. The intense wolf eyes watched her as if to say, "It's going to be okay. I'm with you." Katie sent a text message to McGavin letting him know where she was going and that instead of 0900, she would arrive closer to 1000 hours. She also told him there should be some reports coming in via email. She opted for sending a text so she could avoid explaining things until she got to the office. She sighed. "Let's go, Cisco." The black dog headed out the front door as Katie locked it. He took several spins around the Jeep and then waited for her at the back door. When they loaded up, Katie eased down the driveway and gave a respectful wave to the patrol officer in the car parked at the end. She made note to try to get rid of that detail. It was a resource that needed to be patrolling the area, not sitting in front of her house waiting for someone to sneak onto the property. She drove to the firehouse with the case weighing heavy on her mind. If Ames wasn't involved, then who was the next person of interest? She hoped that reports, victim ID, and a visit to Brandon Bates would bring new clues to light. It was difficult for her to not feel as if time was running out. Cisco interrupted her thought process with whines and excitability as she pulled into the visitor parking lot at the firehouse. She saw Ames leaning against the side of the building, waiting for her. "Early, I like that," he said as Katie and Cisco got out. Katie immediately wanted to get this run over with. "Nice shepherd," he said. "This is Cisco." He nodded and walked over to Katie, who was stretching. The dog circled a couple of cars and came back to Katie's side. "I set my route just as I did on Saturday," he said. Katie took a closer look and could see he was indeed setting the coordinates. She pulled her hair into a ponytail. "Okay," she said. "Lead the way." Ames gave her one last look before he turned and jogged across the firehouse property and then took a dirt trail from the back area. For some reason, as she and Cisco followed, it made her think of the manufactured home in Rockview and how someone would be able to sneak a body part into the house without anyone knowing or seeing it. When she and McGavin were there, they didn't look around the property. Maybe there was an entrance from the backyard. Maybe a neighbor might have an outdoor camera. Katie could hear Ames's footsteps as he disappeared up the narrow path. She kept her distance, and Cisco stayed close to her. He didn't stray to check out things in the forest as he usually did. Katie had to admit Ames kept a good pace. After all, he had been a firefighter and had to adhere to a lot of strength and agility training. She upped her speed. She liked a challenge. About 10 minutes into the run, Katie got the prickly feeling she was being played. She had honed her skills of interpreting what was off in a situation, and she had the sense this wasn't what it seemed. Ames's attitude seemed skewed from previous interactions, and there was something about his body movements. She had the distinct feeling that she was walking into a trap. Cisco stayed vigilant and as close as possible to Katie. He had sensed something too. Katie kept her pace and rounded many corners until there was a large, circular opening in the trees. She didn't see any other paths leading onto trails. It was as if it suddenly ended. She stopped. Looking around, there were no ways out unless she retreated the way she had come. She slowed, listened. There were no sounds except her breathing and Cisco's panting. Ames was nowhere to be found, and wherever he was long gone. Did he lead her on a wild goose chase on purpose? Why? Anger brewed just below the surface of her emotions. Katie decided to turn around and make her way back up the trail to the firehouse property. It was a challenging run up a varied, steep incline. The more she ran, the more she felt sure Ames was playing games with her. Not only was she going to check out his background, but she was going to make a formal report and submit it to the sheriff. Homicide investigations were not a joke. They were time-sensitive, and she didn't appreciate someone being dishonest. Finally, Katie crossed the beginning of the trail and was back at the firehouse. She slowed her pace, keeping aware of her surroundings. There was no sign of Ames. Something was definitely off. Walking back to her Jeep, Katie and Cisco meandered for a moment. She was deciding whether she should make her way to the crime scene area. Her instinct was telling her to leave, but her curiosity and tenacity wanted to stay. "Okay, Cisco," she said, leading the dog across the street and along a country road. She could see if someone was coming, and no one could sneak up on her. She maintained a slow run and guessed it would take about 12 or 15 minutes to reach the scene. She kept her head on swivel, listening for anything out of the ordinary. And Cisco seemed to mirror Katie's self-awareness and was on alert as well. They neared the crime scene location. She knew the road and recognized the area, and she didn't see Ames or any evidence that he had been on this run. She stopped where the body part had been found. Everything had been cleaned up, and there weren't any remnants of the yellow tape. She knew Deputy Anderson had made sure everything had been taken care of at the scene. Katie walked up to the fence and paused. The weather was more overcast that morning than on Saturday, making the surrounding shadows darker. The questions that plagued her were, why here? Why now? She stayed for another couple of minutes before she and Cisco jogged back to where her car was waiting. There was still no sign of Ames. Loading up the dog, she drove back to her house to get ready for work. As she did, a little voice in the back of her mind told her to be careful. People weren't always what they seemed, no matter their profession.
Chapter 21. Tuesday, 06:45 hours. The puzzler was looking for her, the one who would rise above the rest. There were women who came close, but they weren't her. He had planned for many years, put up with the world and the way it operated. Recently, he had invented and shaped his destiny. Some would call him a type of Frankenstein, but he was so much more intelligent than that absurd story. He didn't want pieces knitted together. He wanted to find that one special woman, and he had to study the others in order to do that. It excited the man and made him want to do so much more, to be in control. He had always felt he wasn't like others, even when he was a child. Life confused him. He didn't feel pain, fear, sympathy, anguish, or any empathy toward others. The only thing his parents did for him was leave him this property and its structures, where he created his own heaven. Chapter 22. Tuesday, 09:55 hours. Katie reached the forensic division at Pine Valley Sheriff's Department with 5 minutes to spare. She hurried down the hallways and made her way to her office, but before she reached it, the forensic examination room's door opened, and John stepped out. Katie turned toward him, and before she could say anything, he gave her a long kiss. "Good morning," he whispered, and smiled before heading back into his work area. Katie let out a breath. She pushed open the door to the office where McGavin was seated and searching databases. "Good morning, Gav," she said, excited to get started. "Oh, you decided to grace the department with your presence." Katie put down her jacket and briefcase. "Learn anything from the arson investigator?" he said with slight sarcasm. "A lot." McGavin turned in his chair to face his partner. He raised his eyebrows. "What did he say?" "Nothing, really." "Nothing?" "He ditched me on the run. I never saw him again." McGavin frowned. "Why is that?"
Not sure, but I have a bad feeling about him. His alibi checks out, but his blood on the napkin is suspicious. We need to keep him as a person of interest. Okay. I want a background check done on him. If I remember correctly, he was a transplant from Southern California. Look for anything what? Anything unusual, weird, or that raises any questions. He really got to you. I don't like this. I know. I'll see what I can find. McGavin shuffled some papers. Oh, these arrived first thing this morning by courier. Paper copies of the Rockview investigation, including the crime scene report and the medical examiners. It's more detailed than the preliminary report. Wow, I guess Detective Stern is efficient. I thought we were going to have to keep reminding him. Katie began thumbing through the files. The reports were very detailed and were backed up with photographs. And she'd thought Stern was going to be a problem, not Ames.
"Oh, we have a green light to talk to Brandon Bates at the Rockview jail," Gav said. "When?" "Today, if you want." "Yes, I want to talk to him as soon as possible." "Okay." The door opened and John stood in the doorway. "Hey," said McGavin. "Do you have something for us?" said Katie. "I do indeed," he said and walked in. "I have IDs for the finger found in your Jeep and the arm on the property." "So fast?" "I rushed it, but the victim had been reported missing by her employer almost 3 months ago. Also, she had been arrested for shoplifting when she was 19, so it was easier to find her." 3 months? Those body parts aren't that old. Decomp would be more advanced. The parts are all from one victim? "Yes," said John. "They seemed to be consistent to one person, but we still had to test, and they confirmed there was one victim." "Who was she?" said McGavin. "Or could she still be alive?" John referred to a file folder. "It's possible, but highly unlikely. It depends upon the treatment she would need and who was taking care of her. They would have to be a doctor or maybe a nurse, but I think it's been too long." Her name was Shelby Roberts, 28, part-time yoga instructor at a yoga and fitness studio over on Pine Street. "Okay," said Katie as she took the file folder. There was a copy of Shelby's driver's license showing a pretty, dark-haired woman with green eyes who was 5'7". "We at least have a name and photo, but where's the rest of her?" Katie was more worried than ever. They needed to do something. "That's up to you two to find out," said John as he smiled and left the office. "Let's get a copy of the missing persons report," she said. McGavin picked up the landline and dialed an extension. Katie was more interested in who Shelby Roberts was and if the people whose appendages were found in Rockview had connections to her.
The arm from under the sink was bound to be from another victim who hadn't been identified yet. Katie was still reeling from the situation with Ames. She couldn't ascertain if he'd been playing games or if he had good reason to do what he did. For now, she would let it simmer on the back burner. They had more important things to do. She could hear the ticking clock in her head as to when another piece of a body would turn up. McGavin gathered files and papers from the table and stood up. "What?" she said. "You're antsy. Let's go to Rockview Jail. And then we can check out the yoga studio on the way back." Road trip. Chapter 23, Tuesday, 12:15 hours. The detectives were quiet on the ride to the Rockview Jail, each lost in their questions and thoughts about the case. Katie kept running through what Ames had said at the bar the night before. He'd seemed casual, but there was something underneath it. Men who were cocky usually covered for insecurities and even fear.
Now they had a name, Shelby Roberts, and a face. It made the case seem more exigent. If Shelby had been missing for a few months and had been reported missing by her boss at the yoga studio, but her body decomposition was recent, that meant she'd been held against her will. Katie leaned toward kidnapping. But why? "Hey, partner," said McGavin. "Looks like something's weighing heavy on your mind." Katie smiled. "Is this a weird case?" "Define weird." "Unusual, strange, macabre." "You got a point," he said. She sighed. "I have a feeling something much bigger is about to drop." McGavin nodded. "I know." "What have you gleaned from Brandon Bates's notes?" "Typical three-time loser, been in and out of jail for most of his adult life, mostly small stuff like burglary and trespass, then moving up to more serious crimes like running guns and robbery." "Okay, but how did the body parts get inside his home?" The million-dollar question.
In his interviews, he claimed he didn't know how they got under the house or the sink. Katie frowned. How could he not smell anything? Although the arm under the sink could have been put there after Brandon was taken into custody. They neared the jail and proceeded to drive into the visitor area. "This should be interesting," she said. The detectives waited until they were escorted to a meeting room usually reserved for attorneys and families. Katie ran through her mind how she was going to question Bates. She was going to lead the interview and planned on being direct to try to push him off his game. Sometimes things changed when they met face to face, but she was ready. The correctional officer unlocked the steel door that had been painted a horrible orange in another decade. Katie entered, followed by McGavin. The detectives had a routine that worked well in an interview or interrogation scenario. Katie would ask questions while McGavin moved around the room. If you didn't know McGavin personally, he appeared generally intimidating with his height and serious expression. Brandon Bates sat at the severely scarred table, his wrists secured with handcuffs that were attached to the heavy tabletop. He sat up straight, staring aimlessly with his clear blue eyes, as if he was ignoring the detective's presence. His brown hair had been recently shaved. Both arms were tattooed with colorful depictions of women, guns, and knives. His hands didn't move. He remained statue still, as if it would make the detectives go away. The guard shut the door. "Mr. Bates, I'm Detective Scott, and this is my partner, Detective McGavin. We're from the Pine Valley Sheriff's Department," she said. Bates never moved, looked at them, or said a word. Katie smiled. McGavin took his position in the corner and lurked. "Mr. Bates, do you understand why we're here?" she said. Slowly, he turned his attention to Katie. His eyes were distant, and it was difficult to tell if he was looking at you or through you. "Yeah, you have some questions." His voice was low, with a definite sneer. "We're interested in the human body parts found in the floor of your home." "So? Can you tell us who might have put them in your house?" Bates slammed his fists on the table, making a loud crash. "Look, I don't talk to bitches, understand?" "I hear what you're saying," she said calmly. McGavin moved closer to the table. "I know my partner here looks like the scary one, but," her voice turned harsh, "I'm the one asking the questions." She picked up the empty chair and threw it against the wall. The crash made everyone jump. The correctional officer called, "Everything okay in there?" "We're fine," said McGavin. Katie banged her fists on the table. "I need a few answers from you, understand?" "Yeah, okay," said Bates. He was now paying attention and followed Katie with his eyes as she moved around the room. "You don't seem like the type to hurt women, am I right?
No, ma'am, I have never hurt a woman. You just steal things, right? Yeah. I'm going to make it easy on you. We just want to know who brought those body parts. I really don't know. You mean to tell me that you don't know who hid body parts in your house? Are you serious? Katie moved around the side of the table and leaned closer to Bates. You do realize that someone dismembered a woman's body and then hid the parts under your floorboards. She leaned closer. She could tell by his slight fidgeting he was scared. It wasn't clear if it was because of the visit or the person who was responsible for the hidden limbs. Bates shook his head. You do understand what dismemberment is? Yeah. That's when someone takes a really sharp knife or even a saw to cut up a body. She took a breath. That's what was under your living room floor.
And you could be charged with dismemberment or even murder when we get to the bottom of this. McGavin picked up the metal chair, set it upright, and then sat down facing his partner. Did you cut up a woman? Katie said. No way. Well then, who did? I don't know his name. Why? I've never met him. He gives me instructions on where to hit because he wants weapons. Okay, we're getting somewhere, Katie smiled. What do you call him? Puzzler. And how do you get your instructions from Puzzler? I get notes. What kind of notes? She pushed. I don't know, like on my car, slip through a window, or on the door at my place. How did you meet him? I didn't. I just started getting notes written on torn pieces of paper and sometimes napkins. Katie moved away from Bates and glanced at McGavin. And then what? She said.
I didn't take it seriously at first, but then someone came into my house in the middle of the night and beat me pretty good, telling me I better pay attention. What did he look like? I couldn't see him. He had a mask and was wearing all black with a thick coat. Is there anything else? Any detail? She said. Bates shrugged. I don't know. Did he ever ask you to kidnap someone? No. Did he ever ask you to hide body parts? No. No, she said. So when did those body parts show up at your house? Bates didn't want to answer, but he finally said, I received a note on my car that said, stay away from your house for 4 hours. And you didn't think that was strange? No, well, kinda. Kinda? Look, detective, that's all I know. Katie looked at McGavin. Both detectives moved toward the door. Oh, detective, said Bates. Katie turned. He did say that if anyone ever came looking for him, they would regret it. The words seemed to hang in the room. Katie and McGavin left, and the door was secured again. I'll meet you outside, said McGavin. I'm going to check if Bates has had any visitors. Katie sat in the car thinking about what Bates had said. Overall, she believed him. Now they were going to have to piece everything together. It was appropriate that the killer called himself Puzzler. It obviously meant something to him, and it wasn't just a nickname. What she didn't know was if this man was the same one leaving appendages in Pine Valley. The passenger door opened and McGavin got in. Hey, any visitors? Just his lawyer, twice. Okay. What the hell was that? He said with some humor but a serious look upon his face. What? But Katie knew what he was talking about. As long as we've been partners, I've never seen you act like that in an interrogation room. There's always a first time. McGavin laughed. I wish I had a video of that. He called me a bitch and I didn't want to show weakness, so I amped it up a bit.
Amped it up a bit. That's what you call it? I guess so. Does John know you have this side to you? He chuckled. Okay, what have we learned about Bates? If he's telling the truth, there's a psycho out there that calls himself Puzzler, leaving body parts at random. Chapter 24, Tuesday, 14:25 hours. The detectives decided to stop at Brandon's house since it was on their way from the jail. Katie drove to 167 Acorn Road, pulled up in front of the property, and cut the engine. But she didn't immediately get out. "What's up?" said McGavin. Katie turned to him. "Are we on the right course? I mean, what are we missing?" "We're finally getting some information, and we have to follow the trail." Katie nodded. "That's why we're here checking the house again, so we can cross it off our list," he said. Katie stared at the small house. The weeds and trees were in serious need of trimming and pruning. She noticed you couldn't see the neighbors, even though they were relatively close. It was the way the land parcels were divided up, common with rural properties. "Okay," she finally said, and opened the car door. The detectives got out and walked toward the residence. It was hazy and very overcast, making the day seem dull. Instead of stepping up to the front door, which still had bits of yellow crime scene tape and pieces of plywood nailed around the doorframe, Katie spied the backyard. It had a low-lying chain-link fence with metal posts, and there were imprints of where a car had been parked. The weeds were tall and in the beginning stages of flopping over. There was nothing in the yard like outdoor chairs, pots, gardening tools, and there was no gate. From the back of the building, it was clear how the large gap underneath the house would be easy to get under. So Bates said he was gone when Puzzler came by to hide the appendages, not telling him what he was doing. Look around. I don't think anyone could see if someone entered this house.
That part seems to be true, said Katie. She kept studying the house while McGavin looked at the fencing. A distinct shot rang out and instantly clipped one of the metal posts near McGavin. "Get down," said Katie. Both detectives hit the ground and crawled closer to the back of the house. Katie could hear the siding flapping in the breeze. There must have been some wind to push the pieces to make that noise. Guns out and lying on their bellies, the detectives took cover and scanned their vision. Katie glanced at the space underneath the residence. She thought they could fit. McGavin made his way toward the front of the house as another bullet zinged from the corner of the manufactured home, pushing him back toward Katie. "Can you fit?" she said, motioning to under the house. "It'll give us more cover, and we can safely see where the bullets are coming from." "Let's see, bullet hole in my body or pushing myself under a house? I vote for the house." Katie called 911 and gave the address, their badge numbers, and stated that they were under fire from an unknown area. Several more shots hit the house and fence. Katie pushed herself into an army crawl, inching along until she saw the opening under the living room ahead. Turning her body, she said, "Gav? I'm right behind you, but I think I need to cut down on those burritos," he gasped, finding it a tight squeeze underneath the home. Katie kept moving, not sure if the shooter was after them or Bates. Everything was in a whirlwind, and the detectives were deep into the unknown. Katie made it to the opening. She could feel the underside of the house scraping along her spine. She managed to sit up with her neck crooked slightly and felt for the floor above her head. The secret compartment had been dismantled when the human appendages were discovered. She holstered her weapon and pulled herself up through the floor and was able to sit in the living room, catching her breath. Leaning into the hole, she saw McGavin inching along. "You okay?" she called. "Define okay," he said as his voice lowered. He was getting close and would be joining her soon. Katie crawled to one of the windows and carefully peered outside. She hadn't heard any more bullets. She looked from every vantage point she could. There was no indication of where the shooter was firing from. Then there was a loud thud. Katie looked to the floor and saw McGavin pulling his body through the hatch. "Anything?" he said. "Negative." He stayed seated on the floor. "Where are they shooting from?" "No clue." "It doesn't make sense." "Nope." "Think someone was target shooting and the bullets went rogue?" "Highly unlikely." McGavin joined his partner. "Is it aimed at us, like a warning?" Katie leaned against the wall, away from windows. "I don't know." She felt strange. Her breathing was shallow and her hands felt tingly. She had some slight shakes. "No, not now." "You okay?" McGavin eased closer to his partner. "I'm fine." "You don't look great. You're pale." "I'm fine." McGavin didn't push it, but kept an eye on her. Katie knew exactly what was going on, though she hadn't felt this way in some time. What had triggered her post-traumatic symptoms, and why now? "I haven't heard any more shots," she said. "Me neither." The detectives stayed in their positions until they were sure the danger was over. Sirens were fast approaching. Katie felt relief. She hated being in an unknown area without her bearings. Trying to stop her shakes, she moved around the trailer. "What are you looking for?" said McGavin. "I'm not sure." "When you know, tell me, and I'll help." Katie forced a smile. McGavin could always make things seem less stressful. He peered out one of the front windows. "Looks like there are 3 cruisers and an SUV of some kind." Katie's cell phone rang, startling her. "Detective Scott," she said. "Copy that." She hung up. "Dispatch?" "No, it's Detective Stern. He's here with patrol." "And?" "Told us to stay put while they search the area." "Copy that," McGavin said softly, still looking out the windows. The uniforms spread out with their guns drawn and made their way around the property and nearby surrounds. 10 minutes passed before they heard a knock at the front door. "Detectives, it's Detective Stern." There were loud crashes and sound of wood being pried from the entry. The detectives went to the front door just as it opened and daylight poured in. The faces of the officers and detective crowded the doorway, looking inside. "Thank you, Detective," said Katie. "You okay? Neither of you hurt?" said Stern. "No, we're fine," she said. They moved quickly to get out of the home. As they looked from side to side, everything seemed to be quiet. "We saw where the bullets hit, but we couldn't find where the shooter was located," said Stern. "Are you sure you're okay?" He stared at Katie. "We're fine."
"Do you have any idea who would want to shoot at you?" said Stern. "No." The detective eyed them both. It was clear he was about to say something, but thought better of it. "We believe it might be the person who stashed the human body parts here. Obviously, they weren't expecting Bates to have SWAT out front of his property after an armed robbery," Katie said. "Do you have proof?" "No, but who would want to shoot at us? I believe it's more of a warning. They could have killed us as soon as we stepped out of the car." Stern seemed to ponder that theory. "Why are you here?" "We were just returning from the jail after talking with Bates and decided to have another look around." "Why?" "We wanted to establish if someone could have hidden the body parts without Bates knowing." Katie watched the detective, trying to ascertain if he was on their side or uncomfortable that they were stepping on his territory. "I see," he said. "I've heard about you two. Impressive case history."
"Thank you," she said. "Is there anything Rockview PD can do for your investigation?" said Stern. "Help us figure out who Puzzler is," said McGavin. "Puzzler?" Katie nodded. "I can put out that name to the gang unit and some confidential informants." "Anything you can do would be appreciated." Katie's face changed to more of a frown as she tried to keep her breathing even and steady. Detective Stern took a couple of steps toward her. "I'll put a priority on this and let you know what we come up with." Katie forced a smile and nodded. "That would be great," said McGavin, picking up on the strained silence. Detective Stern looked around. "I'll have our forensics map the shots and update you as soon as possible." As Katie and McGavin walked toward their car soon after, Katie tossed McGavin the keys. As they pulled away from the curb, McGavin said, "So, where to now?" "We need to visit Shelby Roberts' work and her home," said Katie.
DNA reported that her prints were already on file because she had previous for theft, he said. "Can you check that out?" "On it." Katie closed her eyes while McGavin drove and thought about the shooter. It wasn't clear how it fit into their investigation, but she was determined to find out. Chapter 25, Tuesday, 17:15 hours. Katie drove toward her house, her mind still reeling with the case. She felt that she couldn't keep her usual position of authority heading up the cold case unit if she didn't take a moment for herself. Her current biggest fear was more of Shelby's body showing up, or pieces of it. When she pulled into her driveway, she saw her uncle's white SUV. The patrol cruiser was still parked on the street with a direct view of her house. Katie sighed. She wondered if McGavin had called the sheriff because he was worried, or if her uncle had a sense that maybe something was wrong or out of the ordinary.
She hadn't yet sent a report regarding Ames, but he may have already heard about it. She got out of her Jeep, and the front door opened immediately with her uncle and Cisco there to greet her. "Hey, Cisco." To her uncle, she said, "Is everything okay?" "I think I should be asking you that," he said. Katie closed the door and put down her things next to the sofa. "I'm fine. I've known you your entire life, and I know there's something bothering you." Katie went into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, where she grabbed a bottle of cold water. She looked over to one of the living room tables where there was a small cat bed, which had the black cat curled up and fast asleep. She smiled. "Did you do this?" "I came by earlier to check on Cisco. I had an hour, so I brought the cat to the vet's to make sure she was okay, and then picked her up a little bit ago." "That is the sweetest. So now I have a cat," she said. "A healthy cat, about a year old. Cisco loves her."
"What are you going to name her?" he said.
Katie thought about it, and how the window was broken in the middle of the night. "I think we should call her Midnight." "Sounds perfect," said the sheriff. "Do you want something stronger than that?" he said, referring to her bottle of water. "No." "Come on, sit down." Katie sat next to her uncle, and Cisco took his place on the floor close to her. "Did McGavin call you?" "No, why, should he?" "How do you always know when I need you?" she said. "I don't know," he said softly, "but I guess I have to say it's an instinct." Katie smiled. They sat quietly in each other's company. Katie knew she would feel better talking to her uncle, but it was always difficult to begin. The sheriff leaned close and hugged her. That was all it took to make her tear up. Cisco stood up and faced her. He pushed his nose to her arm as if to say it'd be okay. Even Midnight stood up in her bed before she snuggled down again.
Her uncle didn't say anything, but provided support and let her decide when she needed to talk. "I really don't know what's wrong," she finally said. "Is it this case?" "No, at least I don't think so. I was contacted by Detective Stern about the shots fired." "He contacted you?" "Of course. My officers were fired upon in his jurisdiction. He definitely did the right thing." Katie let out a sigh. "It wasn't the first time Gav and I were shot at." Her uncle gave a solemn expression. "Unfortunately, it won't be the last." "Does that worry you?" she said. "I'm sorry. The last thing I want to do is add more to your already heavy load." "Of course it worries me, but I trust you and your abilities. You also have McGavin and John. You are a great team. But sometimes—" Katie looked at him. "Sometimes what?" "I wished you would have become a kindergarten teacher instead," he said, and laughed. "I don't know. That could be scary with all those 4- and 5-year-olds, she joked. The sheriff looked at his watch. "You have to go?" "No, I was thinking we need a pizza." Katie and her uncle enjoyed their pizza and made sure the officers stationed outside Katie's house received a couple of pieces. They didn't talk about anything heavy, just light-hearted conversation as they got to know Midnight better. The sheriff got up and went to the kitchen carrying the empty pizza box. Katie watched her uncle. She knew that she could trust him with anything, but it was still difficult to articulate. "Katie, do you have something you want to talk about?" he said softly. He sounded more like her uncle instead of the county sheriff. "I don't know. Things have a way of working out." "They do, but sometimes it helps to talk about it." He walked back to the sofa and sat down. "There's nothing wrong in the general sense. It's just these cases with the body parts have me stressed and even a bit spooked." Her uncle listened and allowed Katie to get everything out in the open.
"And with Ames acting cagey and ditching me on the running trail." "What?" "I'm sorry, I haven't turned in my report yet." "What do you mean, ditched you?" His eyes grew narrow and his pupils darkened. "I don't know if it was a joke, like a hazing, or he wanted to prove something. It just left me unsettled." "And angry," he said. "Yes, but I don't know why he did it. I guess he hates me, but I'm trying to clear him as a person of interest." "Of course. Shall I call his superior?" "No, please don't. I want to take care of this myself. Maybe there's a logical explanation." The sheriff smiled. Always trying to see the best in people. If I wanted to do that, I wouldn't have become a police officer. Katie watched Cisco sleep, his paws twitching from a nice dream. I'll let you figure it out, but I want some answers. Of course. Anything else bothering you? Not really. I'm glad Gav is back, and I'm still worried you'll transfer him to the detective division, robbery/homicide. She watched her uncle's response, which was difficult to read sometimes. He had honed his skills well over the years. I will let you know if that's the case, and it won't be immediate if it is. Katie looked down. That wasn't the answer she wanted to hear. I understand that Deputy Chris Anderson has been assisting. Yes, he's doing well, she said. Good instincts. I know these cases are difficult, and now with the connection to Rockview. Katie nodded, not able to meet her uncle's gaze. If you need him, you can take him off patrol temporarily. Katie looked at her uncle. That would be great. There's a lot of files and research to go through. I was thinking he could get more information from Detective Stern, maybe other cases that referred to Brandon, other unusual homicides. Whatever you need. Katie was relieved. Thanks. She knew she and Gav couldn't cover every base. Now, what movie do you want to watch? He said. After Katie's uncle left, she felt much better. Maybe she was overreacting some? Tomorrow was another day to fill in the blanks and move forward in the investigation. She went to bed early, but was awakened an hour later with John's strong arms around her. It felt like a dream that she didn't want to wake up from. Hey, she whispered. Shh, you're dreaming, he said. Katie smiled. I thought you could use some tenderness after being shot at today. Just another day, she said, as she faded off back to sleep. Chapter 26. Wednesday, 09:15 hours. Katie had a great night's sleep and was ready to begin another day after 3 cups of coffee. She wasn't going to let her troubles and momentary insecurities dampen her investigation. She and McGavin drove to Shelby's place of employment, All Fitness Yoga Studio. It was located on Pine Avenue. It took Katie a few extra minutes to find a parking place. There were many stores, from clothing, kitchenwares, insurance, to a very popular coffee shop. It's kinda busy for a Wednesday, said McGavin. He looked at his notes. So the yoga studio has been in business for almost 10 years and owned by the same person, Cindy Ware. Has she been in any kind of trouble? Only a couple of parking tickets, he said. Personal details, she asked. Let's see, she's single, 42 years old, and seems to be in good financial standing. Okay, she said, opening her door. You ready to stretch? She giggled. Oh, that's funny. The detectives jogged across the street, away from the coffee shop, where there were many people enjoying their mid-morning caffeine fixes. The workout studio had a large glass front that looked into an even larger area divided into 3 sections. One area was for working out with machines and free weights. The second section was for yoga classes, and the last area seemed to be offices and a restroom. Katie opened the door and said, You ready? Just keep going. I'll be fine. The workout area was occupied by a few patrons, but suddenly a class finished, and at least a dozen people filed out. Katie saw a woman matching the description of the owner. She wore turquoise tights and a black jog bra. She looked up from her clipboard. Can I help you? She said and smiled. Are you Cindy Ware? Said McGavin. Yes. She walked closer to the detectives. And you are? We're Detectives Scott and McGavin from the Pine Valley Sheriff's Departments. What can I do for you, detectives? She said, appearing concerned. It's about Shelby Roberts, said Katie. Have you found her? She said, and tears welled in her eyes. She couldn't finish her sentence. I'm sorry to tell you, Ms. Ware, but we're afraid she's been the victim of foul play and is dead. We are working on confirming that. Katie hated telling people a loved one had died. It never got any easier. I thought something bad had happened to her, she said quietly. She turned away and became distraught. When she didn't show up for 2 shifts and wasn't at home, I knew something had happened. We're sorry for your loss. What happened to her? How? I'm sorry, we're not at liberty to discuss details. It's bad, isn't it? She said. She was a great instructor. Everyone loved her. She was a true friend. Her voice faded. Ms. Ware, had anything changed in her life recently? Was she having trouble with anyone? No, she was doing well. She'd been in debt for a bit, but was making progress. That's why I rented her an apartment to help with bills. She lived in your rental house? Said McGavin, checking his notes. Yes, for about 2 years now. It's 1616 Mary Lane. What about family? Parents? Siblings? She mentioned one time that her parents had died when she was young and never said anything about siblings, so I don't know for sure. Did she have any problems with neighbors or anyone else? Was she seeing anyone? Said Katie. Nothing. I'm sorry I can't be more helpful.
Since you own the property, can we have access to it? There might be something that could help in the case, said Katie. Yes, of course, I have a key. Just a moment. She left the detectives and disappeared into one of the offices. Katie took a look at the studio. No one seemed to pay any attention to them. She saw that most of the women from the class went across the street to the coffee place. Ms. Ware came back and gave Katie a key. Thank you. If you think of anything, please contact us, said Katie, giving her a business card. Please, said the woman, please find out who killed her. The detectives walked back to their car. Katie hesitated, looking at the coffee place. What? Said McGavin. Let's get a couple of coffees. He smiled, seeing where she was going. You can never have enough caffeine when you're a cop. Trust me, the last thing I need this morning is more caffeine. They walked around several small bistro tables to the front door. The interior was fun with lots of colorful decorations. There was modern music playing, and the conversation level was high. I've never been here before, said McGavin. I usually go to Java Junction on the way to work. I haven't been here either. It's usually really busy, and parking is a pain. They made their way to the counter to order. 1 black tea with milk, said Katie. I'll have a mocha latte. Hey, wait a minute, said the barista with a name tag that said Mike. I know you guys. Katie was puzzled. You do? You're a couple of Pine Valley's finest. Yes, detectives, said Katie, feeling a bit conspicuous as others turned to stare at them. The man behind the counter had shoulder-length blonde hair and a neatly trimmed beard. He looked to be about 25. Well, we're glad you're here. Your drinks are on us. Oh, no, that won't be necessary, she said.
We have this. The blonde man pointed to a small bucket where people could drop a few dollars for coffee for police officers. He reached into the bucket and took out what the 2 drinks cost. Thank you, said McGavin as he tossed money into the tip jar. The barista yelled the orders. He looked back to Katie and McGavin. So, are you on a case? Katie nodded. Can we help? You haven't noticed anyone who seems to be obsessed with the yoga studio, said McGavin. You mean like staring and sitting in the same place outside, strategically positioned to watch the studio? Yeah, actually, something like that, said McGavin. I have, a couple of times. He seemed weird, and he seemed to keep an eye on the studio the whole time he was here. At first, I thought it might be a boyfriend or a husband of someone there, but he always left alone. And, said Katie, what did he look like? Average, brown hair, slim to athletic build, always wearing a leather jacket. Anything else?
Nah, I'm sorry, that's pretty much it. Oh, wait, I think I've seen him delivering packages before to the other businesses along here. Parcel or other worldwide companies? No, I got the feeling it was private courier and not one of those big ones. Do you have cameras? Nope, we did, but the owner hasn't made a decision yet about replacing them. If you see that guy again, can you call us? Said Katie, handing him a business card. For sure. And keep it on the down low, said McGavin. You bet. The detectives waited for their beverages and then left. Once back in their vehicle, Katie turned to her partner. Does that courier guy's behavior sound unusual? Meaning? Meaning that it's just some guy watching women at a workout place, she said. It's not against the law. Creepy, maybe, but the barista said that the guy was only there a couple of times. It still means there was a guy watching the place where a woman went missing. We have to figure out what for. We don't have a lot to go on. Maybe Shelby's place will fill us in. Let's go. Chapter 27, Wednesday, 09:25 hours. The puzzler left his large barn, locking it securely. He walked back to the main house, passing an area with construction items and supplies, and entered, going straight to his office. He sat in his oversized leather chair. Flipping open his laptop, he hit the spacebar and a collage of photographs came up. There were images of women with every type of body and hair color, and a myriad of clothing styles. It was immediately obvious the women were leaving the yoga studio, the coffee bar, and various other places like restaurants and hotels. They intrigued him, but they never paid him much attention. The man clicked through hundreds, if not thousands, of images. Then he stopped on a collection of photographs of one woman. It was the brunette who was striking, athletic, and definitely an alpha in her world. Chapter 28, Wednesday, 1100 hours. Katie quickly found Shelby's little house, which appeared more like a bungalow. It was an older home along a quiet, tree-lined street. Most of the other houses were bigger and remodeled to more of an updated standard. There was no driveway, so Katie parked on the street. McGavin downed the last bit of his coffee. The detectives got out of the car, surveying the area up and down the quaint street. It seemed like a little jewel in the middle of the city. "Nice," said McGavin. Katie thought so too. The small front yard consisted of creative stepping stones with colorful accents. Along the front of the small bungalow was greenery that would reveal beautiful flowers in spring. The front windows were dark as the drapes were pulled tightly. Since they didn't know the exact timing of the abduction, it was unclear if she was taken from her home or somewhere between there and work. The detectives walked from the sidewalk across the stepping stones. Katie moved slowly, paying attention to the ground to see anything Shelby or someone else might have dropped. But there was nothing out of the ordinary. There was a small, colorful welcome mat with cute faces of cats. Katie knocked on the door. The detectives waited and listened. Nothing. Just quiet. It was what they had expected. She shrugged to her partner and then inserted the key into the lock and turned. The ornate antique door disengaged, and Katie pushed open the door. It was dark inside. The curtains were drawn, filling the room with creepy shadows from the furniture. The detectives stood at the entry, pulling on their gloves. They didn't know what they were stepping into, but it was important not to disturb anything unnecessarily. Katie moved ahead and turned on a table lamp, revealing one large room resembling a retro cabin. Katie looked around, getting an overview of the residence. It had a part antique and part modern twist.
Katie assumed the furniture and lamps were what had been provided, and the other personal things belonged to Shelby. Nothing appeared to indicate a struggle or something more sinister. The room was divided into 3 main areas: bedroom, living room, and kitchen with a small bathroom at the end of the house. The sofa, coffee table, 2 end tables, and dining table seemed to be antique pieces of furniture, while the decoration like pillows, blankets, and decorations in the kitchen appeared to be more personal. Katie took a closer look at everything in the living room and realized there were books and other items missing from the shelf. There were definite spots where she could see something had sat due to the heavier dust around them. Why? She checked behind the pillows and in drawers. Nothing was hidden or seemed out of place. She moved to the kitchen. It was clean, no dishes in the sink or drying rack, indicating that the last time Shelby was home, she cleaned up everything before leaving. When she opened the small refrigerator, the awful smell of spoiled food hit her. "Yuck, that's rank," said McGavin. She quickly shut it. The smell seemed to float around the place. "I think it's been about 2 months." Katie wrinkled her nose and tried to get away from the stench of obvious old garbage. "So we can't pinpoint it," he said. "But maybe receipts in the trash or takeout boxes might help." "I don't see any photos, do you?" she said, looking around. "No." Katie moved to the bedroom area behind an intricate beige folding screen. She looked through drawers and a small box on top of the dresser. There were only a few pieces of jewelry, a watch, 2 bracelets, and a necklace. There were 2 empty picture frames that were still not put back together correctly, as if someone had been in a hurry to take out the photo. There were empty envelopes that could have held photos, too. She seemed to be either really frugal or she was keeping things simple. Like she could leave any time? I don't know, said Katie. The yoga studio owner said she was in debt. It makes sense she was on a strict budget. He looked around more. When I get back to the office, I'll run a background check and see what shakes out. Katie was just about to wrap up and get ready to leave when they heard a loud bang and then the screech of a window. They both instinctively drew their guns and slowly headed toward the bathroom. The door was partway closed. There was another bang. The detectives were on each side of the doorway. Katie gave a nod and she kicked the door open. With her gun directed forward, she saw a young man with short dark hair, dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, straddling the windowsill. He had one tattoo on his inside arm of a wolf, and the other appeared to be some type of tribal pattern. "Don't move," said Katie. She couldn't believe someone was breaking in. As if he had read Katie's mind, he said, "I'm not breaking in. I've been looking for Shelby." McGavin moved forward and pulled the man inside. "Who are you?" "I'm Tyler," he said with his voice shaking. "Tyler what?" "Tyler Brandt." McGavin turned him around and did a quick search for any weapon. "What are you doing here?" she said. "I'm trying to find Shelby." Tyler was clearly upset. "Come on," said Katie, and steered him toward the living room. The detective studied the young man as he sat on the couch staring back. "Are you Shelby's boyfriend?" "No, well, kinda." "Yes or no," said McGavin. "If we don't like the answers, we can take you in." "Look," Tyler began, "we hang out together. I really like her." "When was the last time you saw her?" said Katie. "It's been a while, which doesn't make sense." "How long is a while?" "About 2 months. We were supposed to meet at this coffee place." "On Pine?" "Yeah, how did you know?"
When she got off work? Yeah, she's a yoga instructor. Katie sighed. "So why are you here?" "I've checked places where she would go, and I haven't seen her. Her phone went directly to voicemail, and now nothing." Katie eased up a bit and holstered her weapon. "Look at this from our point of view." "I know, but if you're here, then that means, oh God, something happened to her." McGavin holstered his weapon and sat next to the devastated young man. "Tyler, we're sorry to have to tell you this, but Shelby is dead," he said. "No, no." He started to cry. "How? When?" Katie looked at her partner. "We can't divulge the details yet due to the ongoing investigation." "Which means it's bad, really bad." Katie softened her voice and sat in a chair across from him. "We're working hard to try to find out who did this. What can you tell us about Shelby? Anything different? Anything bothering her recently? New people in her life?" "No, everything seemed fine. She is was a great person and honestly cared about others. Even though she didn't have any family, she still cared about other people." He wiped his face and tried to pull himself together. "How did you meet her?" said Katie. "At the coffee house about 2 years ago." "Has anyone ever bothered her there?" "No. Like I said, everything seemed normal." He fidgeted. "I can't believe she's gone." "Okay, Tyler, we need you to come down to the department and make a statement. Can you do that?" "Of course." Katie pulled out her small notebook. "We need your full name, home address, and where you work." Tyler nodded. "Tyler Anthony Brandt. My address is 1299 Brown Valley Road, apartment 6. Where do you work?" "Carriage House Restaurant." "Waiter?" "Yeah." "Did Shelby visit you at the restaurant?" said Katie. "Sure. She would wait for my shift to end, and then we would go next door to the hotel and have a drink or sit at the pool area, sometimes talking for hours." He tried to smile. Katie could see how much he was grieving. She knew that hotel. It was a high-end establishment.
Tyler, did anything unusual ever happen at the restaurant or hotel when you were there with Shelby? He shook his head. No. Oh, wait. There was a guy who would watch us at the hotel sometimes. The only reason I noticed was he wore thick clothes when it was warm. Strange stuff like that. How often? Not every time. Did Shelby notice him? I don't think so. She never said anything, and I didn't want to draw attention to him. What did he look like? Said McGavin. Average. Dark hair, I think. He always had a baseball cap on, or a hood, sometimes a leather jacket. I got a feeling he was hiding something, or he didn't want to be seen. How old? I don't know. I'm not good at that. 30, maybe 40? Where can we take you? Said Katie. My car is down the street. Okay, please go to the department to make that statement today. Otherwise, we will find you, said McGavin. Tyler stood up. Of course. Here's my card, said Katie. Call us if you remember anything or see that man again. Understand? Tyler nodded. Can I go? The detectives escorted him to the front door. Detectives, please find who killed Shelby. He looked at each of them and then left. Katie stayed quiet for a moment. What do you think? Maybe a good person for Deputy Anderson to watch? Absolutely, said McGavin. Chapter 29. Wednesday, 13:50 hours. Katie and McGavin entered their office space to update the board. It was a quiet place to work, and she knew the sheriff was going to ask for the report that she hadn't submitted yet. McGavin let out a breath as he set down a couple of bags of food and drinks. I don't know why we couldn't stay and eat. She smiled at her partner. Here we can work and eat at the same time. Copy that. So, what have we learned? She said. I'm still waiting for some things to come back from forensics. Katie nodded. Partner? Yeah. I think it's time you tell me what's up with you, he said gently. There's nothing up with me. He huffed a laugh. The brilliant Katie Scott. You don't hide your feelings well. Most people may not notice, but you and I have been through some serious stuff. I know you. She sighed. I hear you, and yes. Yes? He sounded sterner now. Look, this case is different and kind of creepy. Why was the finger in my car? Why did Ames mock and ditch me? She took a breath. It's like I'm being tested or taunted. McGavin watched his partner for a moment. If you are being tested, you're not alone. We'll figure this out. And we have a new detective recruit with Anderson. Katie forced a smile. You're right. She said it to make McGavin feel better, but she wasn't so sure. She pushed her thoughts and feelings aside and focused on the investigation. I'm adding to this, she said, and reached for a marker to write on the board. What we know. Shelby had a boyfriend, Tyler, and a boss, Cindy, who rented an apartment to her. A man wearing a leather jacket was seen from the coffee house watching the yoga studio. He targeted Katie with the first dismembered appendage, finger. Tyler said a man sometimes watched him and Shelby at the hotel, specific or random. No indication of struggle or anything out of the ordinary at Shelby's house. Any photos were gone. Dismembered parts found at the home of a criminal in Rockview. Who left them there? Katie then updated the map, adding the locations of Shelby's house, Katie's Jeep, the yoga studio, and the trailer in Rockview. All these areas have to connect, but how? McGavin studied the photos and maps on the wall. It seems random. It's like a puzzle where the important main pieces haven't been found. She began a list of people of interest they had spoken to. We have to look at everything, no matter how small. Persons of interest. Tyler Brandt, boyfriend. Cindy Ware, boss/friend. Unknown man outside the coffee house/hotel. Could be same person. Barista Mike at coffee house, who gave information about man outside in leather jacket. Katie hesitated, but she had to add him. Luke Ames, arson investigator. Katie stood back. Ames? Really? It's a working theory. We can't overlook anyone, McGavin shrugged. We don't have any camera footage from here or the coffee house, she said, but we do have some reports and photos, said McGavin. He pulled out images of the body parts from Rockview and from the 2 crime scenes in Pine Valley and started attaching them to the wall. Here we go. Katie's mind whirled with possibilities, but nothing she came up with seemed plausible. They were undoubtedly missing something. The photos of the grisly evidence were some of the most morbid images Katie had seen. Altogether, they were startling. She stepped closer to have a better look. Has there been any identification on the parts found in the floor compartment? McGavin looked at the reports. No, not yet. Some were too decomposed, and there weren't any fingers to retrieve prints. Katie decided to add more information to the board. They had to get as broad a picture as possible. Places of interest: Katie's Jeep, yoga studio, coffee house, Shelby's residence, Tyler's residence, carriage house restaurant, hotel adjacent to the restaurant, rural crime scene where arm was found at Meridian Road near fire department. Follow up with Detective Stern on the identifications, she said. Copy that. I'm going to have a chat with Ames. Wait, I should go with you. It's okay. We need those backgrounds on Shelby and Tyler, and to see what I can dig up about the yoga studio. We need to divide and conquer. McGavin sighed. Just no major conquering, okay? Katie giggled. I promise I'll behave. Like that's going to happen, he muttered. Chapter 30. Wednesday, 18:25 hours. As Katie drove to Ames's house, she kept thinking she should go home, but then she thought about his arrogance and mean spirit. She wanted to turn the tables on him by showing up unexpectedly to make him feel uncomfortable. His house was in a quiet community where many police and firefighters lived, and where there were no problems or crime. Many of the houses were initially rentals, but the first responders could get support to buy. Since Ames was a transplant from California, Katie figured he would be living in this type of area. Katie looked for 929 Cedar Street and found it was the last house on a dead end. Slowing her Jeep, she parked a couple of houses away. Still wrestling with her decision, she wondered if she should wait until he was on his 24-hour shift and catch him off guard with his coworkers. But she was still mad, and she wanted answers sooner rather than later. As Katie got out, she could hear some distant thunder. The forecast stated that a storm would roll through this evening, which wasn't unusual for the time of year in the warmer months. She could feel the warmth from the heat of the day dropping as the system moved in. It was dark. The cloud cover was moving fast. The homes she walked past had their lights on and curtains pulled. Katie felt a light mist on her face as the wind began to pick up speed. Ames's outside light was on, as if he were expecting someone. There were sheer curtains that showed the inside lights were on in the house as well. His SUV, for work, was parked in the driveway. Katie found herself at the front door. She knocked. "Come in," said Ames from inside. There was the typical bark of a German shepherd, loud and rapid. Katie heard Ames say, "Nein," which meant no in German. The dog stopped. She hesitated, but eventually opened the unlocked door. "Hello?" "Come in, detective," said Ames. He sounded as if he had been expecting her. Katie walked farther in and shut the door. "How did you ever heard of cameras?" Of course, she thought. Katie stood in the middle of the living room. Ames was in the kitchen chopping something, and whatever he was cooking on the stove smelled fantastic. "So, what can I do for you, detective?" He never missed a chop. "Do you have an arrest warrant?" "What are you talking about?" she said, moving closer to the kitchen. "You seem to think I killed some woman and then dismembered her in the bathtub, or somewhere, and decided to leave body parts of her around town." Katie felt a cold nose nuzzle her hand. She looked down and saw Ames's canine Blitz, curiously checking her out. The dog was a beautiful sable German shepherd. She gently petted his head. "I don't know how to answer that," she said. A boom of thunder shook the small house. "What do you mean you don't know how to answer that?" Ames scoffed. "I bet my name, and probably my face, are on your murder investigation board. Am I right?" Katie was taken by surprise. She hadn't been prepared for his bold and direct questions. "Yes, you are on our preliminary list." "Thank you." "For what?" "For telling me the truth," he said. "That's not why I'm here." "Why then?" "What was your problem the other day? I thought we had a respectful working friendship." He laughed and stopped chopping. "Seriously? Is your confidence that low?" Katie turned to leave. "You know, I came here as a courtesy to—" "To what?" He kept her gaze as he pushed up his sleeves, revealing severe scarring on his arms. If it bothered him to show it, it didn't seem to make a difference now. Katie realized Ames had a chip on his shoulder, and there wouldn't be any talking to him, perhaps another time. She kept her cool. "I'm sorry I bothered you. If we have any other questions about the investigation, we'll contact you." She made it to the door before Blitz trotted up next to her, demanding another pet. "He seems to like you," said Ames. Katie turned to see the dog staring at her. "It's definitely mutual, but for the handler, not so much." She opened the door. It was raining outside, coming down in heavy buckets, followed by thunder and lightning scarring the night sky. She took a step outside and prepared herself to walk to her car. Ames pulled her back inside and kept his hand on her forearm. She looked at him, annoyed. "What?" Katie pulled back her arm. "I'm leaving." "Just wait a few minutes. It won't last long." The last thing Katie wanted to do was stay in Ames's house longer than she had to. "I have some information that might be useful for you," he said, closing the door against the weather. She still wanted to leave, but any information regarding the case could be crucial. "Okay, what do you have?" Ames immediately moved to the hallway and retrieved a towel from a cabinet. "Here you go." "Thanks." She began trying to dry her clothes and her hair. "Look," said Ames, "we may have gotten off on the wrong foot." "May? I actually thought you had a thicker skin than this." Ames went back to chopping vegetables. "It's not about thick skin. It's about professionalism and a homicide case. This is a very unusual investigation. I tell you what, stay for dinner and we'll call it a draw." "I couldn't stay for dinner," she said. The thunder crashed above their heads. Perfect timing. "A quick bowl of my awesome vegetable soup?" Katie admitted she hadn't had lunch and was hungry. She walked to the window and observed a heavy storm, the likes of which she hadn't seen in a while. Looking at her watch, she said, "Okay, thank you." "Good choice." "It does smell good. Have you always cooked?" "Well, it comes with the job at the firehouse. You either sink or swim when it comes to cooking for the entire house." Katie nodded. She felt uncomfortable but decided to take a seat at the bar where she could watch him cook. "Need any help?" "Thank you for asking," he said deliberately, trying to sound pleasant.
"I'm fine." Every time Ames said something, it made Katie almost cringe, as if hearing an unpleasant sound like fingernails on a chalkboard. She wondered why that was. Ames slid the veggies into the boiling pot and turned down the temperature. "It's got to simmer for a bit and then it'll be ready." "Maybe I'll just head home. It doesn't seem as bad outside." A heavy downpour ensued along with more rolling thunder. Ames took a seat at the bar next to Katie. "Why do you have a problem with me?" Katie let out a chuckle. "Isn't it the other way around?" He leaned back. "I've seen you work and how you deduce things, and your record, well, need I say more?" "Is that it? You have a fragile ego?" She watched the arson investigator closely. He shook his head. "You opened the door," she said. "What is it you wanted to tell me about the crime scene at Heritage Road?" Ames stared at her as if he were trying to push his will upon her. Finally, he said, "When I was running, I saw a black truck speeding toward me." "How far from the crime scene?" "Not sure. About a half mile." "What time?" "Around 6:45. "What made you take note of it?" she said. I've run the area ever since I transferred here, and something made me look at the truck. It had darkened windows, no front license plate, and seemed to be hurrying, more than just being late for work. Katie thought about what he said. It could be nothing, but then again, he could have witnessed the killer leaving the area. Do you know what kind of truck? It was a Chevy about 5 years old, black with custom rims. That's pretty precise. I like trucks, he gave a smirk. Why didn't you tell me this at the crime scene? To be honest, I didn't give it another thought, and after seeing that arm, I forgot all about it. Katie wasn't so sure he was telling the truth, but with Ames, everything seemed like a story. Okay, I'll add it to the investigation.
Thank you. Good, glad I could help. Katie really wanted to leave, but the storm wasn't letting up. Blitz seemed to enjoy his spot next to Katie. Ames went to check the soup on the stove, giving it a few stirs. Katie petted the dog, smiling. Then she got up. I'm sorry, but I need to go. She headed to the door. This time, Ames didn't stop her. She opened the door just as another crash of thunder roared above her. Katie hesitated for a moment before returning to her car and then shut the door behind her. It seemed as if the well-timed booms of thunder were telling her something, like a warning to beware. Chapter 31. Thursday, 06:45 hours. Katie had been up for almost 2 hours due to the fact that she couldn't sleep during the raging storm. The conversation with Ames didn't sit well with her, and she couldn't pinpoint why. Her mind kept going over the question of whether he had something to do with the crime scene. Her logical police mind said absolutely not.
So why was she having difficulty believing it? Cisco and Midnight were having fun together, and, amazingly, they didn't seem to be bothered by the storm as they hung out together. Katie looked out the window and saw the patrol cruiser at the end of her driveway. She knew her uncle was making sure she was safe. She was just about to jump in the shower and get ready for work when her cell phone rang. Detective Scott, she said, not bothering to look at the caller ID. A body has been found, said Sheriff Scott. Those words stung and almost collapsed her soul. Is the body? Katie couldn't finish her sentence. She knew it had been coming, and there was no doubt in her mind that it was Shelby. Yes, it appears to be missing an arm. Location, she said. It's out Baker Road to Hallow Lane at the 5-mile marker. Okay, I'll be there shortly. She sounded stoic and professional, even though that wasn't how she felt. And Katie? Yes. Be careful. I will. The call ended. She knew her uncle always wanted her to be safe, but this time it felt like an ominous warning. This case had everyone spooked. Katie quickly got ready and made sure Cisco and Midnight had everything they needed. Cisco wanted to go with her. He circled her twice and gave his usual whine of wanting to work. I know, don't worry. It looks like I'll be back for you. The drive was longer than she had anticipated, almost 40 minutes. It was in a part of the county she rarely went to. It was mostly rural with the occasional ranch, and hiking and camping areas with some great fishing. She passed the 4-mile marker on Hallow Road. There was a large drainage ditch that went from east to west. It was an area known for flooding, and after the rainstorm, the water was rushing about a foot higher than average, but was still a ways from cresting over the roadway. The first question that entered her mind was, why did a killer dump a body in such a storm? Then she asked, was it intentional? Part of a plan? Will there be more bodies sprinkled throughout Pine Valley? Katie spotted several patrol vehicles and the crime scene unit already there. There was also McGavin's truck. Every crime scene and homicide bothered her, but this one felt so personal. She knew when the finger was left in her Jeep that its owner, who they now knew was Shelby, was already dead. She pulled to the side and parked. So many things were on Katie's mind, and she knew if they didn't find a solid lead or a person of interest soon, this case could end up going cold. Outside, she surveyed the area. She looked down and could see the water rushing in the ditch. It seemed like a strange area to leave a body, where it could be easily found if someone was looking. Or was that the point? Hey, said McGavin as he walked up to meet her. Where is she? Up there, he gestured.
Katie nodded, still looking around. It's going to be challenging to get her body out.
Katie wasn't sure what to make of that comment, but she headed there. "How was your talk with Ames?" he said. "It happened. I'll fill you in later." "Okay," he drawled. The detectives approached the scene. Patrol was still rolling out yellow tape, and they seemed to be making a large perimeter, as Katie usually requested. Then she realized perhaps why when she saw Deputy Anderson. He nodded at the detectives. "Who found the body?" she asked Gav. "It was called in anonymously." Katie sighed. Of course it was. "Anderson was the first to arrive," said McGavin. "Good." Katie knew Anderson paid attention to details. John joined them. Katie was happy to see him. "Hi." John smiled. "We've documented and photographed what we could, but this is a difficult one. Let me know if you need something else as you both check it out." "Thank you," she said softly. Looking at their isolated surrounds, she said, "Maybe take some photos of the location in a 360 visual."
"Copy that," said John as he left to get his equipment. The detectives slipped on their gloves. "I'll follow you," said McGavin to Katie. She had a ritual at crime scenes when she was preparing to study the body and surrounding areas. She never wanted to rush in. Rather, she wanted to be completely focused and thorough. Katie walked past the officers and saw the naked body sitting up, as if she were alert and waiting for something, or someone. Katie knew it had to be Shelby, but she needed to look closer. Shelby had been placed in a sitting pose on the other side of the drainage, which was moving slower than Katie had first witnessed. The water trickled with a nice, relaxing sound. The ground where Shelby sat had a slight incline and was bordered by large pine trees. Obviously, the water made a big contribution to sustaining the trees. Katie turned and asked, "Do we have anything to put across the drainage ditch?" She kept her voice level but authoritative. She looked back at Shelby, who was about 6 feet from them. Kneeling down, Katie focused on getting a better look. Shelby's left arm was gone, and she was missing a finger on her other hand. The scene intrigued Katie. The body looked clean, without any injuries, at least from the front. Shelby's legs were together, and nothing in the posing appeared to be disturbing or sexual in nature. She'd seen very few bodies posed in this way. Shelby's dark hair appeared to be combed and fell around her shoulders, even though it was wet. She had been stripped of her clothes and shoes, but her feet looked clean. "This should work," said John, standing next to her, holding 2 6-foot-long 2x4s. He laid them across the drainage and pressed down to make them sturdy and not slip. "They're 8 inches wide." "Great. If I fall in, I'm blaming you," McGavin joked. "Ladies first." Katie cracked a slight smile. She studied the boards and felt she would make it easily. She placed her right foot on the right side, pressing her weight down slightly, then hurried across. Letting out a breath, she said, "It's easy." She smiled at her partner. "Come on." McGavin decided to do the fastest cross possible and ran. "Okay, then." Katie focused on Shelby, unable to take her eyes away from her face. It was definitely her. Katie's heart was heavy that she didn't have close family, a young woman who didn't get a chance to realize her dreams, instead was a victim of a brutal killer. Up close, Katie could see the gray-bluish skin color. There looked to be only slight rigor mortis, which should have meant she hadn't been there long, though that didn't make sense since she was most likely killed a couple of days ago. She gave a sigh of bittersweet relief. At least they had found her. But Katie still felt trepidation for any other women out there, trapped with whoever was doing this. Upon closer inspection, Katie could see Shelby's body had been carefully placed, hair neat, and her remaining arm lying gently on her lap. Where the arm had been removed was a clean, straight cut that could only have been made with a precise tool, like a bone saw. Katie found it curious that the body was so erect, not slumped to the sides or forward as a body usually would be. She looked further and found that Shelby's back had been attached to the massive tree trunk with a metal object she hadn't seen before. "Gav?" she said. McGavin moved closer to see what she was looking at. "What is that? Some massive staple or blade of some kind. Where's the blood? There should be some blood on the tree or ground." "Her face seems strange too," he said. Katie looked closer and saw something small between Shelby's lips. She gently parted her mouth and saw what appeared to be a piece of paper. Pulling it out, she carefully unfolded it to see a written message. "Katie, when do we meet?"
Katie gasped and showed it to McGavin. What the hell? He looked around to see if they were being watched. Katie looked into Shelby's eyes, staring off into the forest, sitting as if she were going to have tea. The killer was taunting her. Chapter 32, Thursday, 08:30 hours. Katie walked the perimeter of the crime scene. She tried to shake off the disturbing image of Shelby and the note left behind for her. She searched for anything that might indicate how the killer accessed the area and was able to pose Shelby as they had. "I have John taking close photographs of whatever is holding her to the tree, as well as the note," said McGavin. He waited a moment. "Katie?" "I'm just digesting everything," she said. "It's one for the books, to say the least." "Have you found anything?" "Negative." "Did the killer wade across the drainage ditch carrying a body?" said McGavin. "Unless a drone flew her in. It wouldn't surprise me," he said with a chuckle. "I know you're freaked out, partner." The note was extra creepy. "I'm not freaked out. I just have to be ready." "For what?" Katie turned to her partner. "This is all building up to something, and I'm now at the center of it. If we're going to solve this case and find the killer, I have to be ready for anything." "You make it sound like you're the only one here. I have your back no matter what. And John, the sheriff." She put up her hand to make him stop. "I get it, but it still doesn't change the fact the finger was found in my car. Not yours or John's or the sheriff's, but mine." She looked into the dense wooded areas, remembering so many cases where the killer took them into rural and forested places. Now there's the note with my name on it. "It doesn't matter. We're going to find him." "It does matter," she said. "This one I can't seem to shake off. Come on, let's finish the crime scene so that John can finish his job."
They're going to have someone with some type of electric shears or saw to free Shelby. "If we don't have the proper tool, maybe fire does," he said. "Good point." Katie headed back to see if they could find anything else of interest before Shelby was removed and taken to the medical examiner's office. She looked at the metal restraint again and was extremely interested in seeing it completely. The flat metal had unusual corners that weren't squared, looking as if a piece of it had been removed for a specific reason. It was an important clue, but she didn't quite know how or why yet. How did everything they were discovering link up? The detective spent another half hour looking at every detail and for clues close to the body, near the edge, but nothing else seemed to come to light. A fire department unit in a pickup truck came to the scene to assist releasing Shelby with the least amount of disturbance to the body and any potential clues. Katie approached John.
"Is there any way they can keep that metal piece whole?" "I don't know. It'll have to be sawed in half most likely, but we'll do the best we can." She nodded. "Thanks." The detectives walked back to their cars. Katie caught up McGavin on what had happened at Ains's house the night before. "One thing is for sure," said McGavin. "This case has a lot of moving parts." Chapter 33, Thursday, 10:45 hours. Katie and McGavin went straight to work once they arrived back at their office. Katie worked on the crime scene photos, locations, and potential persons of interest, while McGavin searched databases and law enforcement files for any other cases with some of the same aspects as theirs. Katie lined up photos and attached them to the wall, in order. It was horrible scrutinizing human limbs and wondering what had happened to the rest of the bodies, and why were they hidden in a special place under the floorboards, and who had built it? She stood back looking at her work.
"What are we missing?" she said. "And why is the killer taunting you?" added McGavin. "Maybe they're related to someone we arrested in the past," she said. "Like a family member? Maybe. What are we missing?" She pointed to the photo showing the trailer and makeshift hidden compartments. "Someone had to have built these. They're crudely constructed, but not standard for manufactured homes," muttered McGavin. "And why this home?" she said. "Obviously, Bates knows this person and isn't giving him up." Moving closer to the wall, Katie said, "Not necessarily. He could have met Bates or observed him and then used him as a scapegoat. Can we possibly get a blueprint of this type of manufactured home?" she said. "I don't see why not. I want to see how they're put together." "Any particular reason?" "Just a hunch." "Your wish is my command," said McGavin as he began searching for companies that produced and installed those types of homes. "And of course, I'll also try to find out if anyone recently bought plans for them or asked a lot of questions." "We're on the same page. We should be receiving the missing women reports for the past couple of years soon." "Great. And we still need those results from Rockview. I'll get on to Stern." "Thank you." Katie put up photos of Shelby, Bates, and the persons of interest. She hesitated on Ames and decided not to put him up, but kept him in the pile. "Can you print out a photo of a black Chevy truck with special order rims?" "Year?" Ames said about 5 years old. "Okay." McGavin keyed up a good photo and printed it. Katie attached it to the wall next to one of the crime scene on Heritage Road. "Wow, there are a lot of registered Chevy trucks in Pine Valley," McGavin said. "Can you narrow it down?" "No women or anyone under 25 and not older than 60, she said. "I don't know. There are still more than 100. He printed the list. "What about in Rockview?" He took a few minutes. "There's less, around 25. Katie frowned. She knew nothing was going to be easy. She decided to add the locations for all the crime scenes and places of interest to the board: Shelby's home yoga studio, Carriage House restaurant, the hotel, Brandon Bates's trailer, place of interest, and shooting incident, with detectives Pine Valley Sheriff's Department, Katie's Jeep, Heritage Road near Fire Training Center, Baker Road, and Hallow Lane. They now had a bigger puzzle than before, but things seemed to be taking a step forward. "What's churning in that mind of yours?" said McGavin. "The killer clearly has an overall plan, but we're only seeing fragments of it. That's why it's so hard to link up all our evidence." "The sign of a killer's insanity?" "No. I believe there is a method to what he's doing. There's always an internal logic, even if it's only logical to him." "And how are you involved?" "I don't know. Maybe because I'm a cop? The fact that I'm female?"
He could have been at one of the crime scenes in the past. It was still so hard to know. She studied the photos even more closely, looking for anything that made sense. That only tells us he has a possible obsession with you. I don't see how. She stared at the photo of Shelby. She was a beautiful young woman who didn't deserve this horror. "You are kind of a killer magnet." Funny. Though maybe there was some truth to that, she thought. The detectives worked for half an hour until McGavin interrupted Katie's theorizing. "Okay, I ran a standard background check on Shelby and her boyfriend Tyler." Katie turned to her partner and could see that he had a lot of notes and a satisfied look on his face. "Anything that stands out?" "In a word, no. Just the petty theft for Shelby." Katie let out a disappointed breath. "We need to visit Tyler's restaurant and, more importantly, the hotel where he said he and Shelby would hang out." "Ooh, fancy." Katie frowned. "What about a meeting with the property owner from Heritage Road?" "Still haven't heard back. I'll leave another message with the attorney." Katie approached the laminated map of the county next to the board to see if there was any type of order to the madness. "Did you notice how the areas where the body parts were found seemed to be part of a loop of sorts?" said McGavin. "Yeah, it's odd," she said. "Maybe not. There are still so many missing pieces." McGavin made another phone call to the attorney for the property on Heritage, Jake Devereaux, for Martin Sills. "I hope we don't find more bodies," she said softly. "Maybe you need to add Ames's house and fire station and your place to the map." Katie was going to protest, but McGavin did have a point. They were locations of interest in this case. She did so and said, "While we're waiting for a call back from the attorney and the evidence from this morning—"
Road trip? Katie laughed. I was thinking burritos for lunch.
Okay, you had me at burritos. I keep thinking about the land behind the drainage ditch. Katie scanned the crime scenes again. She felt in her gut there would be something present from the killer. Katie looked at her watch. There's plenty of daylight to run Cisco. We could also go to the hotel and check it out. Ask around to see if we can find a guy who didn't fit in and seemed to be watching. McGavin stood up. Let's do it. Wait, maybe I should bring Deputy Anderson with me while you keep digging here. No burritos? Katie smiled. She loved McGavin's humor and enthusiasm. I'll have food delivered. Deal? She grabbed her stuff. McGavin acted as if he were devastated. Deal. Then he added, I like Chris. He's a solid officer, and I think he wants to become a detective. I like him too. He listens and seems to really want to learn. He's learning from the best, said McGavin with a smile. Katie put her hand on her partner's shoulder. It's teamwork. Tell Cisco I said hi. Katie stopped in the parking lot and glanced up at the lights that had not been working the night she found the finger. It appeared one was working now, and the other still hung from the wiring. It seemed strange that they hadn't been able to fix them. Katie called Deputy Anderson on her way home to get Cisco and change her clothes. She asked the deputy to meet her at the scene. Chapter 34, Thursday, 13:30 hours. Katie changed her clothes to more appropriate attire for the rural search. She knew the rains had made everything muddy, and she wasn't sure what they were going to run into. She had let Anderson know so he could prepare as well. He had been on patrol, but the sheriff gave him permission to leave when the detectives needed him for an assignment. Cisco was in his usual lively mode, and now he had midnight to play with too. Katie had everything she needed and packed the Jeep with necessities for the terrain.
She put the dog's search vest on, which was when Cisco began whining and spinning. He knew it was time to do something fun. She was ready and opened the front door to see Anderson waiting next to her car. Hi, she said. Hi, detective. I think you can call me Katie now. Chris, he said. Well, Chris, are you ready? 10-4. Cisco zoomed out and jumped in the back seat, while Katie put an extra duffel bag and backpack in the trunk. She knew from experience she needed to be ready for anything. What are you expecting to find? Said Chris. I don't know about expecting, but there's always something to learn at these crime scenes, and Cisco will find it if it's there. When I first decided to join the police department, I wanted to be a canine handler. What about now? He laughed. I still want to be a canine handler, but being a detective is the dream. Katie walked to the driver's side. I think you're well on your way to fulfilling that dream.
Chris smiled and tossed in a duffel bag as he got in the passenger's side. It took more than 30 minutes to arrive at the drainage spot on Baker Road. When Katie parked, there was an almost eerie vibe that she'd missed earlier. Everything had been cleaned up and vacated. The yellow tape was gone, and there were only the impressions from the 2x4s that were used to cross the drainage ditch. They were all quiet. Even Cisco wasn't whining to get searching. As if he could read what Katie was thinking, Chris said, Is there a way across? We had a couple of 2x4s earlier, but I guess we're going to have to chance it. Maybe there's a way that's not as deep, she said. Chris jumped out and began walking along the drainage ditch, looking for somewhere they could cross with ease. He seemed to be taking everything in. Katie got out and looked about, studying what was different this time. She couldn't shake that weird feeling. There was something she was missing. It wasn't a sense of being watched exactly, more as if danger was close, too close. Is it true? Said Chris. Is what true? Crime scenes speak to the detectives investigating them? I've never thought about it in that exact way, but it is a little like that. It tells a story, and it's up to us to figure out what that story is. Katie liked how the deputy was thinking about the investigation. Overhead, clouds clustered, making it darker, and a slight cool breeze wafted throughout the trees. It wasn't supposed to rain, but it felt ominous. Cisco gave 2 barks, reminding Katie he was ready to go. She joined Chris in investigating the best area to get across the ditch. Maybe we should drive up a ways, she called. Here, said Chris from down the road. Katie joined him. Look, there's less water running through here, and the sides of the drainage have a spot to place your foot. Katie saw they should be able to cross without much effort. "Will it work for Cisco?" Chris said. Katie smiled. "Don't worry about him. He has 4 paws and can easily cross. Believe me, we've been through tougher." Chris seemed to study Katie for a moment, but didn't say anything. They walked back to the car to pick up their gear for the search. Katie put on her backpack. She knew from experience that you never knew what you might encounter. Chris followed suit. Katie opened the back door and Cisco immediately jumped out, did a couple of spins, and seemed to shake off being in the car. She hooked his long lead on his search vest, secured the Jeep, and they were ready to go. They walked up to the crossing area. Cisco was excited by the water and where they were going. Chris waited slightly behind. "You ready?" Katie asked him. "More than—" Katie put Cisco on a down. The dog's energy was high, but he waited and watched. Katie carefully put her left foot on the cement ledge. After getting her balance, she stepped with her right foot and easily reached the ground on the other side. "That's how you do it?" Chris laughed. Katie did feel some relief at not falling into the water. Cisco waited, never taking his eye from Katie. She pulled the long 12-foot leash until there was slight tension. Katie knew Cisco had amazing agility, and jumping across was easy play for him. "Cisco, here," she instructed in German to come to her. The jet-black dog stood, took a couple of steps back, and then leaped across with precision. "Good boy," she said, congratulating the dog. "Cool," said Chris. "Now my turn." He stepped easily on the cement pegs and made it to Katie and Cisco. "It looks worse than it is." "I wanted to do a grid search with the crime scene as ground zero," she said. "I don't want to search all this area, but fan out. There's a utility road on the far north side, so that's our objective." "Do we document and then retrieve anything that might be evidence?" he said. "Yes, I have everything I could think of that we might need in my backpack." She pulled Cisco close. "Let's get started. Cisco, such." Instantly, Cisco jumped into search mode. At this point, he was alert and focused as he began to cast in and out of areas in an effortless grace. Katie kept her attention on the dog as well as glancing from side to side. Her gun belt felt heavy with her weapon as she trudged along. In some places, the weeds and undergrowth came to her hip, and Cisco became lost for a moment. Chris was in position behind her and to the right. They were moving downwind, and a slight mist seemed to sprinkle their faces. Katie knew sometimes light rain or mist could affect the dog's receptors, making finding the scent a bit more difficult. Katie suddenly stopped. Both Cisco and Chris followed. She realized they were heading into overgrown territories that wouldn't make sense. The killer wouldn't have been able to walk through without there being some type of evidence, flattened weeds, broken twigs, or footprints, and she thought he was too clever for that.
She decided to move into the next sector that would lead to the back road. They resumed their search. Katie liked that Chris stayed quiet and didn't interrupt the flow. The more time she spent with him, the more she liked how he handled himself. She expected good things in the future for him. They came to a cluster of large trees, and Cisco seemed interested and slowed his pace. Katie followed his attentiveness. She couldn't know for certain why the dog was compelled. He actually looked cautious instead of curious. The weeds were lower, and she couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, but that didn't mean Cisco couldn't. Chris closed the gap and was close behind Katie. Cisco continued to be wary and stopped about 10 feet in front of her. His body was rigid, head directly forward, ears perked, and his tail low. The dog resembled a statue, not moving an inch. Katie remained still and didn't pull the dog away. Her vision seemed to become slightly dizzy trying to ignore it.
She studied the ground and could see what looked like a fissure. It was common in earthquake areas where there could be narrow to wide, long trenches. But that wasn't what bothered her. There was a stack of underbrush and some dead limbs that didn't seem organic. It appeared to have been placed carefully and strategically. Several situations from the past came roaring forward, attacking her brain, making her swallow hard, waiting for the worst to happen. Just as she was about to say they should retreat and backtrack their steps, it happened. There was a rush of water across the ground, but it was unclear where it came from. Katie could only think about the raging storm last night, bringing more water. She pulled on Cisco's long leash and tried to get hold of his collar. She could see clearly now that there was a plummeting hole in front of them, unnatural to the area. She felt Chris's arms around her waist, trying to pull her back. "Cisco!" she yelled.
Helpless, she could see the black dog begin to sink, as if in quicksand. The dog used his big paws to make a paddling motion, but this wasn't something he could swim out of. He had managed to turn in her direction, so Katie could see the wolf eyes staring at her. Her heart began to pound in her chest. "Pull!" she yelled to Chris. She could hear his breath and groans, trying to pull both Katie and Cisco back to safety. She knew that she could lure the dog, but she anchored her feet to keep the tension on the leash. "Get to your rope and tie it around me!" Chris quickly dropped his pack and retrieved the rope. Katie could feel her strength dwindling. Cisco was sinking, but she could still see her dog's face. He wasn't thrashing or barking, but rather he remained strangely still as his expression seemed to say, "I trust you and I love you." Katie couldn't see Chris, but felt his body behind her tying the rope securely around her waist. She still kept a tight hold of the leash, pulling it toward her as she moved forward. She would never let go as she realized in horror that she could see only Cisco's head and shoulders. She had a couple of minutes before the dog was completely submerged. Chris finished and secured the rope. He seemed to know what to do without saying it. "I got you," he said, letting Katie know that she could begin to move forward. Katie felt a hard tug, and then the rope was let out. That's when she slowly moved forward, pulling the leash in, getting a tighter grip closer to Cisco. As she moved, she felt her own body begin to sink, inch by inch, breath by breath. Katie was almost to Cisco, where she could grab the handle on the search vest. She inched closer. Her feet weren't touching the ground anymore, and she had to tread the muddied water. Everything about Cisco flashed through her mind, from the day she picked him to his last search for a cold case. He had been there through it all.
Katie let out a yell. It was frustration and sheer determination. Cisco moved his paws and closed the 3-inch gap. Katie grabbed his collar and wrapped her other arm around his body. She didn't say anything except for a plead to God to save them. Chris yelled, "Hang on!" His voice sounded strange, as if from another dimension. Katie felt a tug as the rope squeezed her waist. She held onto Cisco as hard as she could. They began to move back slowly. It seemed like a mile, but it was only about 10 feet. Once close enough to Chris, Cisco pushed his big body to safety with what energy he had conserved. Katie, covered in mud, sat on the side where the ground remained solid. Cisco came to her, licking her face. "You okay?" said Chris. His face said everything about the incident. Katie could only nod. Her breath seemed paralyzed. All she wanted was to be somewhere safe. There was something about this location that spooked her, and she never wanted to see it again.
"Come on," said Chris as he helped her up. He looked disturbed and relieved at the same time. His brown eyes were wide, and he was still breathing hard as his body was covered in mud. Katie felt dizzy and allowed Chris to help her back the way they had come. Katie sat down. "I need to take a moment," she said softly. Cisco came to her side and sat down, leaning against her, lightly panting. He was also covered in mud. Chris joined them. He seemed to pause to think about what just had happened. "You saved Cisco's life," she said. "I don't think I could have pulled him to safety alone." Katie wanted to cry, but kept her composure. She turned to the deputy and hugged him. "Thank you." He smiled and nodded. It was clear that he was shaken up as well, but he was solid and a great backup. "I've never witnessed anything like that." "I guess this search was a bust." Katie was thinking only about Cisco, but she was annoyed they hadn't turned anything up. Chris grabbed his backpack and opened it, pulling out some strange-looking flat metal pieces. "I don't know if these are anything, but I grabbed them." Katie stared at them. They were unusual, and suddenly she realized. "Those are similar to the piece that had secured Shelby to the tree." "So you're saying it's a clue?" he said, cracking a smile. "A really good clue," she said. Chapter 35. Thursday, 1700 hours. Katie took Cisco to the veterinary office to make sure he was okay, and he was, 100%. She also took him to a dog wash, even though she was still covered in dry mud herself. Chris went home and was taken off shift until the next day. Katie was on her way home with a much-rested and nice-smelling dog. She had to tell McGavin what had happened, but at least there was a silver lining with the strange fasteners Chris had found. She reported that everyone was fine, and she was so grateful that Chris had been with them.
As Katie entered her driveway, she realized there wasn't a patrol vehicle parked in the usual place at the front of her property. It didn't bother her, maybe because she was exhausted and every muscle in her body hurt each time she moved. She spent the next hour cleaning everything and making sure her gear was still in working order. Then finally, she stood under a hot, steamy shower, trying to put the day behind her. To have been that close to losing Cisco, or him getting hurt, made her emotions slightly off balance. It was still early, but she put on her pajamas and wrapped a blanket around her. She had her laptop and wanted to examine the photo of the strange metal fastener. Cisco was relaxed and no more than 2 inches from her. Katie's cell phone rang. "Detective Scott, I was over in Parkersville, so I didn't hear about what happened till now." "Are you okay?" said Sheriff Scott. "Yes, we're fine. I took Cisco to the vet just to make sure." "Good to hear. What about you?" he said.
"I'm fine, don't worry." Katie could hear him take a breath. "I know how awful it would have been for you nearly losing Cisco. I want you to take another day if needed, okay? I really don't need to take more time off. We're finally beginning to make some progress on this appendages case. Just remember, whatever you need." Katie smiled. "Thank you. Love you." "I love you too." Katie felt better knowing she had support, not only for her work, but her well-being. She sent Chris a text message to check in on him and to thank him once more for being her backup. Cisco seemed to be hanging out with Midnight. They were in their own worlds. Katie watched Cisco and admired his beautiful coat and his strength, but he was gentle with the cat. She opened her laptop and began searching for details about the metal fastener or tool-like pieces they had found to see if she could find anything similar. It appeared to be specialized, which would narrow down who would use them and where they would be purchased. As Katie searched, she found fasteners, washers, and corner pieces, but nothing as particular as what they'd taken into evidence. She was growing tired and decided to lie down and rest her eyes for just a moment. Katie walked down a familiar street where there were flowers and lawns. There were houses burning, and the smoke became thick, swirling in big black plumes. She was going somewhere, but she had forgotten where. Why couldn't she remember? What was she missing? She was having a difficult time breathing. Where was fire and rescue? She stared at the buildings, which weren't residential homes anymore, but rather identical manufactured homes. One of them had what looked like graffiti sprayed across the front in big letters. She kept trying to read what it said. Finally, she deciphered it. "Katie knows." "Knows what?" She stopped. The street was becoming blacker, and the smoke was as thick as a wall and closing in fast. Katie felt someone touch her arm, and she turned. Suddenly, she saw Ames in front of her, smiling, but in a sinister way. His eyes looked like fire. "You know what you need to do." Katie woke with a start, her heart racing, her chest heavy. She couldn't get that image out of her mind. "Hey, you okay?" said the most wonderful voice. John came over and sat next to her, holding her tight. "I didn't hear you come in," she said. "I'm so happy to see you. You didn't expect me to ignore the fact that you almost lost Cisco today." Katie fought back tears. It wasn't about Cisco, really, but about the cases. They were haunting her. "Hey," said John gently, "you're not okay." Katie was shivering, not because of the cold, but because she felt as if something icy was creeping up behind her, and there was nothing she could do about it. "This case is making me self-doubt. And then Cisco." She remained calm, trying to keep her self-control. John hugged her and kissed her until her shaking eased. "I'm worried about you." "I'll be fine. Maybe not now, but I will be." She brushed her fingers along his handsome face. "Thank you for being here." "We have each other's backs." Katie smiled. "We have been through a lot. I'm right here, and I will always be." They snuggled up and sat in silence, knowing they were one team and would be there for each other. She knew that what happened today scared him also, but he would be her rock. The body parts, the feeling of someone watching and making Katie part of the focus, and the not knowing made the investigation seem more ominous. The unrelenting chaos was coming faster, and there was no way to entirely prepare or stop it. She had to be ready. Chapter 36. Friday, 06:45 hours. "Sorry I canceled running this morning," said Katie. Her body was aching and she needed to sleep. "No problem. You needed your rest," said John. They were having their morning coffee and enjoying the quiet time before they had to go to work, where real stress and intensity reigned. Katie's phone rang and then John's. They looked at one another, knowing there was another body, or part of one. "Scott," she said, and looked at John as he answered his phone. "I'll be there shortly." "What's up?" he said. "There's been a woman reported missing, and her last location was at 7 this morning at the yoga and fitness studio on Pine, where Shelby worked. What about you?" "It was Eva. She wanted to remind me about some supplies coming in today." Katie looked down for a moment. What were the odds that a woman might have been kidnapped at the same location as Shelby, or near her workplace? "You know, you could let McGavin handle it and take another day," John said. "No way. I'm going to get ready and get out there." Katie drove directly to the yoga studio and met McGavin there. She could see several small groups of people hanging around and watching. 2 police cruisers were present. Down the street, more officers were conducting a search of every business and most likely getting any video from security cameras. There were county cameras on the traffic signals and the edges of some of the bigger businesses too. They should be able to track what had happened to some extent at least. There were always uncovered areas, and if the perpetrator knew it, then it was a problem. McGavin jogged up to meet her. "Nice to see you, partner." Katie knew he was worried about her and relieved things hadn't taken a different turn yesterday. He seemed stoic and wasn't cracking his usual tension-breaking jokes. "Hey, what do we know?" asked Katie. Apparently, one of the patrons of the yoga studio left early from one of the classes yesterday and hasn't been seen since. "Her car? Still parked in the parking lot. Her keys were found near it," he said. "No one saw anything," she said. "No one yet. How can that be possible?" Katie walked across the street to the parking lot and saw they had already put yellow tape on the doors. She looked around and then across the street. "There's a direct view from the coffee house. Unless what? What if there was a truck or van or even a delivery type of vehicle pulled up right here blocking the view," she said. McGavin walked to the curb and studied the area. He nodded. "That's a definite possibility and could be why no one saw anything. I'm going to talk to the canvassing officers to see if we can get some footage from here." He hurried to speak with patrol. Katie decided to talk to the owner of the studio, Cindy Ware. She saw her standing outside with 2 other women who appeared to be instructors. "Ms. Ware," said Katie, "can I speak with you?" The woman walked up to her. "It's horrible. Can you tell me anything about the missing woman?"
Patricia Kahn has been coming to the studio for almost 5 years now, and she was barely able to speak. "Take it easy. Inhale and slow down," said Katie. "She looks so much—" She could barely catch her breath. "So much what?" "Patricia looks so much like Shelby. We used to joke about it, calling them long-lost twins." That surprised Katie. She hadn't considered that the perpetrator would have a special physical type. It made things worse. The time was running out to find her alive, but it may have already expired. "Ms. Ware, please make sure you give all this information to one of the officers and anything else you remember." She nodded, holding back tears. Katie searched for McGavin. "They're getting footage from the old mercantile building," said McGavin. He looked at his partner. "What's up?" According to Cindy Ware, Patricia Kahn bears a very striking resemblance to Shelby. "The killer has a type?" "Looks like it." "Let's go," she said.
Katie and McGavin jogged to the Mercantile Building and went inside. There were a few people moving about. They found their way to the security office, where there were two police officers whose badges identified them as Hill and Dante. The detectives watched the screen as security scrolled to the time of when the early class was over. Katie hoped for something concrete, or at least something that would get them closer to the killer, instead of several steps behind. She watched as the footage clearly showed Patricia leaving the studio. The woman seemed calm, but she kept looking at her watch as if she were late for something. There was no one else near her. They all waited as another camera with a different view was accessed. There was Patricia walking toward her car. A white delivery van pulled into the parking place on the street, blocking the entire lot. "There," said one of the officers. The delivery van seemed to know where to park to avoid being noticed.
It was plain white without any identifying names or letters, and there were no license plates. The security person replayed several vantage points, but there was no view of the person driving the vehicle. Security checked other CCTV cameras along the supposed route, and there was nothing. "How can that be?" said McGavin. "He knew exactly where to park to not be seen," said Katie, discouraged. Katie and McGavin left the Mercantile and made their way back to their cars. "I don't get it. Why now is he showing us that he took another woman?" said McGavin. "We don't know for sure that it was the person leaving dismembered body parts." "True, but there are too many coincidences. The studio and the resemblance of the women." "I know, but there's no evidence putting that killer here." "This is getting frustrating," he said. "Getting? It's been frustrating since I found that finger in my car." Katie looked around at the people, the stores, and the traffic.
She saw two young women taking selfies at the coffee house. "We need to check Shelby's social media pages. Maybe we can get lucky with a selfie and see the killer watching Shelby." "That would be lucky." "It's worth a try. I get the feeling he watches for a long time before acting." Due diligence. Let's see if we can find a common thread between watching Shelby, the black truck, and the man watching at the hotel. Chapter 37. Friday, 09:25 hours. Katie and McGavin were back at their office trying to make some connections between all the different pieces of evidence and the information they'd gleaned to see if a suspect emerged. Katie added to the murder boards the new information about the other metal fastener Anderson found and the deliberate digging of a water trap. She also added the kidnapping from that morning and would continue to add information as it became available from Patrol and Detective Alvarez. McGavin expertly worked his way through social media profiles with the name Shelby Roberts and its variations. From John, Katie had obtained a photo of the metal staple or fastener that had been used on Shelby's body. She put up an image of the body from both before and after extraction. She studied them on the board. When the hardware device was securing Shelby's body to the tree, it looked like something that might be used to hold the bones together in hip or knee replacement. But after it was carefully cut and the body removed, the two pieces making one looked oddly out of place with any other medical fasteners or hardware devices. It was specialized, and Katie wondered where and how you would acquire something like this. McGavin stared at the photos too. "That looks almost ancient, you know. Some kind of medieval device for holding bodies upright," he said. "Interesting perspective and choice of words." He shrugged. "Okay, I found Shelby's page. It was actually really easy." Katie joined him and pulled up a chair. McGavin turned the laptop slightly toward her. "Here's her page. That's definitely her, right?" "Yes," said Katie. She watched the images McGavin scrolled through. They were typical photos people seemed to feel the need to take when they went places or ate food. The usual in the city, vacation, with Tyler, holding a kitten, said McGavin. When was the last posting? Looks like around a week or so before she disappeared. Tricky since we don't have an exact date, but it'd be close to that. Katie looked at each one. Let's take a closer look at those from the coffee house and with Tyler. There were 2 images on the patio of the coffee shop. McGavin put one into a software program where it showed the entire image and not just what was seen on the social media page. He carefully enlarged the photo and moved it around. "Look at that," said Katie, amazed at everything in the background. "You can see people enjoying their coffee at tables." McGavin stopped on a section where there was a man in a baseball cap, heavy sweatshirt, and sunglasses. He was half in the frame, but had his face turned slightly toward the camera. He was expressionless, lips tight, jaw clenched. The detective stared at him. "He definitely doesn't look like he belongs there. Everyone else seems to be enjoying the moment," she said. "There's not enough for an ID, but he certainly seems to be watching and surveying." "It's creepy," he said, "but I don't think there's enough for the barista to identify him. He's definitely watching Shelby. What's the timestamp or posting date?" she said. "Looks like morning, around 9 a.m. 11 days ago. Patricia disappeared this morning around that time." True, Katie tried to imagine the man in this grainy image was their perpetrator, but there were too many variables. "Let's see if there's a guy lurking in the background in any other photos." The detective spent more than a half hour looking at posted photos with Shelby. Nothing proved to be worthy of more investigation. "There's not even enough of the photo to use for a database search," said Katie. "It's frustrating. Can you send it to John? Maybe he can work some magic?" McGavin's cell phone buzzed. He looked at his text message. "It's Chris. He's asking if there's anything we need him to do." Katie's thoughts immediately went back to yesterday and how the deputy saved her and Cisco from harm, or worse. She realized the near-drowning incident bothered her more than she originally realized. "What do you think about having Chris tail Tyler? It might be useful. I don't completely trust he's been honest with us, and there's too much at stake. And then we can pose as a couple at the hotel?" "We haven't done that in a while. Do I need to clear it with Denise?" He smirked. "You're funny." "Well, that's easy for you to say. I don't want John mad at me. He has Navy SEAL moves. While we're waiting for forensics and anything new from today, we need to make every second count." "Agreed," he said. "Let's do a background on the hotel and its layout before visiting." "I haven't been there. Too rich for my blood," he said grimly. Katie laughed. "Not my kind of place either. I like simple. Can you handle pretending you're some type of financial tycoon and I'm your newest conquest?" She kept smiling. "It's going to be a serious stretch." She elbowed him. One of the photographs fell off the wall. Katie picked up the image, which was of the Bateses' manufactured home. She stuck it back up on the board. She kept trying to work what had happened and been found there into her investigation. Too many things had happened around that home for it to be a coincidence. She decided to make a list next to the photos. It would help her to think about it all and to literally see any anomalies or connections. 167 Acorn Road, Rockview, place of interest. Brandon Bates committed an armed robbery/attempted murder, then came home to barricade himself. SWAT intervened and was able to take Bates into custody, found a secret compartment in the floor where human body parts were found. Bates claimed he didn't know they were there or the person who put it there. Detectives visited and were shot at, taken under fire. Was a person trying to kill them or scare them? Photos of the exterior showed that bullets were high on the building. Katie stared at the photographs and the list. What are we not seeing? McGavin looked up to the board. "I have this gut feeling that everything is connected," she said. "But why or how?" "This is interesting," he said. Katie moved her attention away from the home to McGavin. "It seems the hotel has been in trouble before. For what? It looks like the top 2 floors were rented out to high-power individuals who, shall we say, are breaking the law. People have hidden out or conducted their organized crime biz there, along with drug trafficking." "Really?" "This was a number of years ago, but it shows the hotel has had some interesting occupants," he said. "It might be a good place for someone to stay unnoticed. It's interesting that Tyler told us he and Shelby would go there to sit by the pool or gardens. He didn't say if the employees were allowed to be there. It had sounded comfortable, a private place to spend time together. "Let's find out what's going on. Maybe subtly ask questions about a man watching couples without giving up our cover," he said. "I want to find out more about Tyler. Even though his record is clean, there's something else there." Katie glanced at the board again, looking at Shelby's photo. "I think Chris can blend in during his surveillance. He's young enough." McGavin nodded. "I'm going to prep him a bit. By the way, I think you have a new fan there." "Really, Gav?" she said with sarcasm. "Just saying it how I see it. He's a good guy and great cop, and I'm indebted to him." McGavin squeezed his partner's arm. The jokes stopped. "Does Tyler have social media?" she asked. "I couldn't find anything. I guess he isn't into selfies, and there was only that one photo of him with Shelby." The detectives worked longer in the office before they left to get ready for their evening at the hotel. Katie couldn't help but think there was something big they were missing, hovering over their heads. And still, she hadn't worked out what the killer wanted with her. Maybe they'd get closer tonight. Chapter 38. Friday, 09, 45 hours. The puzzler knew he wanted to dispose of the bodies piece by piece, but it was beginning to bore him, so he decided to give the police department a homicide puzzle. With a police radio, he had listened to calls and watched from afar. That was how he saw her at a crime scene. There was a very tall man with her he assumed to be her partner. He researched her and found out she was a cold case detective. Her name was Katie Scott. There were several articles about her, mostly due to her perfect solve rate. He loved the image of her as she held his gift in the white box that night. The man was intrigued with her as he watched a slow slideshow of her at the scenes, as well as parking her Jeep at the department. He wanted to know more about her, but he wanted her whole, which was the first time he had felt that way about anyone, especially a disposable woman. He would set a trap that she couldn't evade. Chapter 39. Friday, 17:30 hours. Deputy Chris Anderson prepared for his assignment to conduct surveillance on Tyler Brandt and opted to dress casually, like any other 27-year-old. He was given instructions that he didn't have to stay in the car. He could get out and follow on foot if he deemed it necessary. He was excited that the detectives asked for him to assist in their current investigation. He left his apartment with some nerves attacking his stomach. It was important for him to do a good job. His thoughts returned to the day before with Detective Scott and K9 Cisco. It was a harrowing experience, but he was inspired by the detective's strength and fortitude. She was impressive. Everything he had heard about her was undoubtedly true. The positive things, anyway. There were those at the police department who respected her, and a few others who despised her, probably because of her solve record. Chris drove to Tyler's place and parked a couple of houses away. The detectives had found out that he had a 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. shift. He saw Tyler's car, an older blue Honda, was still in the driveway. He didn't wait long before Tyler exited his house to leave for work. The deputy watched the young man, who seemed jumpy and kept glancing around as if expecting someone to leap out at him. Chris made notes of what he saw and the time. From what the detectives had told him, this didn't seem like the personality of the man they had described. He thought that might be important. Tyler backed out of the driveway and drove slowly down the street. Chris eased away from the curb and followed at a moderate distance. Tyler took a left turn at the main street, going west instead of east. It didn't appear he was headed directly to the restaurant. Chris followed. Tyler never raced or blew through signals. He kept to the rules of the road. That alone seemed strange. Most people don't adhere so precisely to the law. It made Chris watch every detail of what Tyler was doing that much closer. They drove for about 20 minutes before Tyler pulled into a driveway of a small, older home in a nice little neighborhood. It was located at 1616 Mary Lane. Chris looked at his notes from McGavin. This was the home Shelby had rented for 2 years. He looked up and saw Tyler going toward the house, diverting around to the backyard. Chris hesitated. Should he follow him? It would make his cover easily blown. After deliberating back and forth, Chris got out of his car, making sure his weapon was secured and ready at any given moment. He checked around the immediate area as well as up and down the street. All was clear. Chris jogged across the road and went around the opposite side of the house to Tyler. Moving quietly and hyper-aware, he kept his body against the house and moved with precision. Daring to peer in one of the windows, keeping to the side of the frame, Chris leaned forward and looked inside. Tyler was in the living room area and appeared to be looking for something. He wasn't ransacking the house, but looking under every cushion, in every drawer, and on every shelf. He seemed to become more frustrated the more he looked without finding what he was seeking. He slammed a cabinet hard, causing the dishes to jump and rattle. He sat down on the couch, running his hands through his hair. Chris watched and looked at his phone for the time to record his observations. He took a few photos for reference. Tyler got up as if he had an idea and began turning over photos, opening the backs of their frames. He moved to 2 larger hung paintings and took them down, looking for something on the back of them too. This time, he didn't return the paintings, but tossed them aside. He then returned to the kitchen and began pulling out dishes, glasses, and containers. They shattered on the floor, but it didn't stop his momentum. He was obviously on a mission. Chris moved his position to another window where he could see Tyler more clearly. The young man went into Shelby's bedroom and sat on the bed, looking at the wall and top of the chest of drawers, actively searching for something. He slowly stood up in front of the dresser. He didn't explore the drawers or the ornate boxes on top. He just stared, as if there was supposed to be something there, but wasn't. Chris took a few more photos on his phone to help back up his report. Next, Tyler spun around and flipped the mattress against the wall. He took a knife from his pocket and began slicing the mattress. The intensity of trying to find whatever it was made his behavior seem almost crazy. Chris kept his position and wondered what was going to happen next. Whatever it was, he was about to find out. Chapter 40. Friday, 10 hours. Katie was almost ready, and McGavin would be arriving soon. She looked at herself in the mirror and, strangely, so many memories came flooding back from when she was with Chad, the places they went and the romantic dinners. It was bittersweet. Life sometimes gave you difficult times that you didn't know how to solve, but life also had a way of working things out. She realized she didn't regret being with Chad or the fact that he chose to move to another city without her. It just was. She had always felt she was on a mission. It was where her passion was. John in her life gave meaning and support. Their energies synced. Katie almost didn't recognize herself in the reflection. She wore a black, sleeveless dress with her hair down. She grabbed a satin jacket and her purse with a gun inside it. Fussing with her hair and makeup one last time, she walked to the living room. Cisco and Midnight were asleep next to one another on the couch. It made Katie smile. Katie heard a truck pull into the driveway and knew it was McGavin. She switched off all lights except for a lamp. "Be good," she said to the animals. Cisco opened his eyes and looked at her, but then closed them again. Katie left and shut her door securely. McGavin had just got out of his truck and stopped. "Wow, I have a gorgeous partner." "Look at you," she said. "You are quite the handsome date yourself." McGavin was wearing a dark gray suit and a tie. He went to the passenger door and opened it. Katie got in. Neither detective said anything as they drove to the hotel. It was almost dark and there were a number of cars on the road, typical for a Friday night. "Did you let John know?" he said. "Of course. He's going to come by and check in on Cisco." McGavin nodded. "You know, Cisco has been a little low on energy ever since yesterday's incident." "It's understandable. A stressful and physical encounter takes its toll on anyone." Cisco is tough. He'll be back to his usual self in a day or so. I hope you're right. McGavin turned onto some of the main streets, heading to the hotel. Are you okay? Fine. Why? I don't know. I get the vibe like you're out of sync with your usual energy. Whoa, vibe, energy, sync. Katie smiled. I'm fine, just had the wind kicked out of me yesterday. McGavin seemed to not fully believe her, but he kept it to himself. What do you think, valet or parking garage? As much as valet sounds nice, better make it parking garage in case we have to exit quickly, she said. McGavin drove into the garage with a thump and followed the arrows up to the 3rd story. Katie noticed an interior light at the elevator was flickering. It was mesmerizing, but almost terrifying. It made her mind jump to a couple of stressful instances in the Army, which hadn't happened to her in quite some time. Her nerves were a bit jumpy, and she was definitely tense, checking every dark corner. It was probably what McGavin had noticed, her vibe. She took a breath. It was important she stayed on her game, alert and focused. Before getting out of the truck, she said, "So, what's the plan?" I was able to arrange a dinner reservation. The restaurant is the best place to observe what's going on in there and the bar. Okay, let's do this, she said with a smile as she exited the truck. The detectives got in the elevator alone. McGavin was a bit edgy now, and that drew Katie's attention. What's up? She whispered, as if someone could hear their conversations. Nothing. Just don't like elevators, if you remember. Katie nodded. She absolutely remembered when they had been stuck in an elevator between floors. She put her arm through his. The door opened into the bar area of the hotel. The detectives walked out like they were attending a red carpet event. Katie squeezed McGavin's arm as they headed into the bar. "What would you like tonight?" he asked, just loud enough for others to hear. Katie giggled. "Besides you, I'll have my usual." She walked toward a cocktail table in the corner area with a good view of the rest of the lounge. She sat down. Part of her felt conspicuous as she pleasantly smiled, the other part wanting to interrogate everyone there, including the staff. McGavin returned with a fizzy glass that had Sprite and a splash of orange flavor. "Here you are," he said, and sat down with his non-alcoholic beer. They wanted to appear as if they were drinking like everyone else. The lounge was full, and many well-dressed people were becoming loud as they ordered more drinks. "What do you think?" said McGavin, surveying the room. "I've been watching everyone, and nothing stands out," she said. "What about the bartender?" "He seemed kind of cagey, didn't want to make eye contact." "Do you think he spotted us as cops?" she said. "I don't think so. I found a list of employees, but I haven't run backgrounds on them to see if there's anything worth looking into." "Does he resemble our guy in the grainy photograph?" "I don't think so." "I want to check out the area where Shelby and Tyler would frequent," she said. "That takes a hotel passkey." "I can take care of that," she said, and stood up. There were several people sitting in the main bar. Some were couples and others were friends on a night out, but all were drinking. She sidled up to the bar and looked at one of the ladies in a blue dress. "I love your dress. It looks great on you." "Thank you," the woman said with slurred speech. Katie had noticed a hotel keycard sticking out of a pocket of a jacket on the back of the woman's chair. She expertly put her hand against the card and palmed it before leaving the bar area. No one noticed. She went back to the table and took another sip of the beverage, which was refreshing. "Let's go." The detectives made their way to the pool and garden areas. Katie swiped the access key. The noise of the bar faded as they neared the gardens. At that moment, there were no people in the indoor pool or its environs. Both detectives slowed their pace as they surveyed their surroundings. On the left were the gardens and a small waterfall that cascaded into a pond-sized pool. There were blooming plants as well as large ferns set around benches. On the right was the large pool with chaiselongs lined up on either side. Interior balconies above had downward views. There were wicker chairs with bright pillows on the far end. The pool was immense and recessed to diving depths of 10 or 12 feet. As they moved deeper in the area, there was an elevator that didn't look like a regular access for guests, but it wasn't hidden or didn't have a sign saying it was off limits or for hotel personnel only. A stairway entrance was in the back corner. There was a shuffling sound to the left, movement behind the plants. Katie made a motion to McGavin to go around the other way as she inched to the garden. She knew it didn't necessarily mean something or someone ominous, but her gut told her to be careful. She was close now and saw a single figure frozen. The shape seemed to be male, wearing dark clothing. They were looking out in a different direction. Her hand was on her purse as she slowly unzipped it. As if lightning struck, the figure ran. Katie could see only the dark hoodie obscuring his face. "Stop!" she yelled. The man bolted past McGavin, who tried to stop him. "Did you see his face?" she called. Yes. Katie slipped off her shoes and ran after the man. He flung open the stairwell door and disappeared. Katie followed his example, jerked open the door, and stood on the landing. The cold cement stung her bare feet. She listened. No sound. It wasn't clear if the man had gone up or down the stairs. She leaned over the rail looking down. There was nothing. Then she looked up and saw a man in a dark hoodie obscuring his face 2 flights above. He remained motionless, looking at her. Then the man whispered, "Katie." Chapter 41, Friday, 1850 hours. Chris boldly moved closer, flattening himself against the side of the house to get a better vantage of Tyler and what he was doing. Just then, the man turned slowly to look at the window, as if he felt like he was being watched. Chris ducked quickly, hoping he wasn't seen. He grimaced as he silently berated himself for being too bold and possibly getting caught. He waited another minute before he slowly rose and looked inside again. Tyler was gone. He wasn't in the bedroom. He wasn't in the living room. Chris didn't want to risk being seen at the front of the property, so he cautiously moved to the backyard to go around the house to the front. Keeping his eyes straight and listening for any type of noise, he slowed at the back corner of the house. There was no sign of Tyler. Chris got that familiar feeling that there was something behind him, and when he started to turn, he was hit on the head and blacked out. Chris opened his eyes to find he was lying on the edge of the patio, his cheek pressed against something soft. A searing pain at the back of his head made him raise his arm and touch the painful area. Looking at the palm of his hand, there was blood. "Ugh," he moaned. He took another moment to catch his breath and strength before he sat up. His gun was still in place, which was a good sign. Gathering his wits and thoughts, he stood, dizzy for a moment, steadying his balance. Everything came into focus once again, and his pulse calmed. Chris guardedly checked the house and front yard. Tyler's car was gone. Shelby's front door was open, as if he'd left in a hurry. The deputy was angry at himself for being made. Chris decided to call for backup and an ambulance. He pulled his phone and dialed 911. "This is Deputy Christopher Anderson, badge number 3944. I've been struck on the head, location 1616 Mary Lane." He sat on the front porch, waiting. He dreaded making the call to the detectives about his failure. Chapter 42, Friday, 19:15 hours. Katie heard her name whispered, then an eerie echo of it bouncing off the concrete walls gave her chills that weren't easily shaken. All her instincts told her to run after the man. She felt as if she had gained Superman strength. She wanted to catch this killer who was stalking women before dismembering them and staging body parts around town. Had he been following the detectives? Did he know what they know? Why was he always several steps ahead of them? Her adrenaline surged as he ran up the stairs. She could hear the heavy footfalls from the man above her. Her thoughts were focused only on catching him, of stopping the carnage and keeping women safe. She didn't care right now why he was already there when they had arrived. She just wanted to arrest him. Katie felt her strength push her to skip steps to try and catch him. She climbed several more floors, losing count until she heard a door open and close above her. The hinges made a soft whoosh sound. Katie reached the 7th floor, retrieved her weapon, looped her purse across her neck and shoulder, and flung open the door. The pungent smell of paint and adhesives was almost overwhelming, making Katie pause to push the scent out of her nostrils. Clearly, there was some maintenance being done on that floor. There were drop cloths and painting materials, but there weren't any workers around, most likely due to the time of day. Katie carefully proceeded down the hallway, relieved to have carpet beneath her sore feet. She moved with absolute silence, like a cat after its prey. She glanced at the doors and listened to any movement. There was none. He had to be close. She could almost feel his predatory energy as she kept creeping down the hallway, her weapon directed out in front. Carefully dodging and moving around the painting supplies, she felt as if it were a gauntlet she had to run before finding the man. She was about halfway down the hallway when she heard a door open softly behind her. Spinning around, she targeted her gun. McGavin had followed her and was her cover. He had shed his suit jacket and tie and had his weapon drawn, ready for anything. Katie nodded her relief and gratitude to her partner. She gestured that the unidentified man was somewhere on the floor, in one of the empty rooms. McGavin instinctively paused at each room and put his ear to the door to listen. Katie thought they should just wait him out. When he opened a door, they would be able to detain him. Her heart pounded and her head felt fuzzy. She used her tunnel vision drive to try to ignore her discomfort and figure out where the man went. Both detectives were absolutely silent in their approach, but Katie sensed the man was watching through one of the room's peepholes and had the advantage of surprise. A strange shadow seemed to flash across the bottom of the door of the room second to last on the right. Had someone stealthily moved on the inside? Katie knew he was in there. She stopped and turned toward her partner, gestured to room 720. McGavin quietly moved to the other side of the door, and Katie took the right. Listening intently, it remained quiet inside. Katie couldn't wait anymore. She wanted to have the element of surprise. She nodded to McGavin. Without any other provocation, he took a step back in front of the room's door and kicked it, splintering the frame before a final stomp kick busted the door wide open. The detectives ran inside, clearing various areas. Katie went to the bedroom and bathroom. Clear! McGavin swept through the living room and kitchenette. Clear! Katie was struck by a subtle breeze. She turned toward the curtains in front of sliding doors. They rippled from the draft. She hedged her way to the drapes and jerked them aside. Out on the balcony stood a man, leaning against the railing with his hands in his pockets. He was in the subtle shadows, making it difficult to see his face clearly. "Show me your hands, now!" ordered Katie. McGavin backed her, creeping toward the balcony next to his partner. "Do it now!" The man was like a statue, unmoving and silent. It was unnerving. He almost appeared to be a mirage. Katie moved forward, not daring to spook him into possibly opening fire. Finally, he spoke. His voice was clear, precise, and had the force of hateful intent behind it. "You will never be able to catch me, Katie. You can't save them." He leaned into the light where his face became well lit. He had a perfectly trimmed dark beard, piercing beady eyes. The man was handsome, but because of his obsession and disgusting ways of dismembering women's bodies, he was the ugliest man Katie had ever seen. "All right, buddy, enough of the drama. Show us your hands," said McGavin. The man laughed, though it was barely audible. Chills went down Katie's arms as if she were standing in a freezer. She moved closer to him. Suddenly, the man turned and, like an experienced gymnast, he put his hands on the railing, vaulted over it, and disappeared. Seconds later, there was a loud splash. Katie dropped her gun. "No!" said McGavin, who knew what she was about to do. "We can't let him go," she said, and climbed to the railing, using a chair for leverage to look down, where the pool seemed a lot smaller at this height. She flung off her purse. "Katie!" McGavin tried to grab her, but it was too late. Katie remembered to keep her body vertical and rigid. She dropped at an incredible rate, while everything felt different and otherworldly. She wasn't going to let a killer get away, no matter what his psychopathic obsession pushed him to do. She thought her fall was taking too long, and that's when she sliced into the water, going under. She could see the entire layout of the pool from the underwater lights. It obscured her vision, making her feel as if she were going through a wormhole. Within seconds, she popped to the surface, taking a deep breath of air. She heard McGavin yelling from above. The words were lost between the floors. Her own obsession was forcing her to get out of the pool and follow the man. He couldn't get away. McGavin continued to yell. Katie didn't remember running from the pool and garden area, heading out toward the parking garage. She passed a few surprised people staring at her with concern. She kept running, bursting through the doors to the low-level parking area, and realized she had lost the trail. There was no way of knowing where he went. He had a good minute on her. Looking down and seeing she was soaking wet with bare feet, she realized there were no wet footprints showing which way the man had run. No! Katie's frustration of being so close to the killer, where she could almost reach out and touch him, filled her body with an element of almost rage. She had never quite felt like that before. She walked to the cement wall and leaned against it, feeling the cold press against her back. As her anger subsided, she felt the usual culprits begin to return to her body: anxiety, heart pounding, headache, dizziness, and all the other prickly and sweaty feelings of post-traumatic stress. It was always waiting in the shadows until something terrible woke it up again. There was a slam of the doors and McGavin ran through. He was breathing hard and sweating. It was clear he had run all the way down the stairs. He grabbed Katie and held her. "It's okay." He saw the signs of her distress. She hugged him tightly and tried to push all the evil of the world away from her mind. They continued to hug for a while. Katie heard voices as a few people meandered out of the hotel to the parking garage. They were loud, and it was clear they had been drinking and having a good time. McGavin released her and wiped a few tears from her face. "Don't you ever do that again. Understand me?" She nodded and realized how reckless she had been. "I'm sorry." She could barely speak, her voice was so hoarse. "Can you even imagine what it's like to see your partner jump off a 7-story balcony and not know if the pool is going to keep them from dying a horrible death?" I don't know what to say. "I'm so sorry, Gav," she said, using every ounce of strength left to keep from completely breaking down. "Come on, let's go get you some dry clothes," he said, guiding her to the elevators to get back to the truck. "I have to—" "I retrieved your gun and purse," he said, showing her his pockets. Katie stopped and really looked at McGavin. He was her best friend and partner who had always had her back, even through some extremely dangerous situations. He was so special. Maybe it was time for him to join the detective division so he wouldn't have to be exposed to her recklessness. McGavin's phone buzzed with an incoming text. He took a moment to read it, then sighed. "What is it?" she said. "It's Chris." Katie looked worried. "He was ambushed by Tyler, who knocked him out." "Is he okay?" "Yes, he's at Shelby's house with the paramedics." "Let's go," she said. "You need to—" "Forget what I need right now. Let's go!" Chapter 43, Friday, 21:10 hours. Katie and McGavin drove directly to Shelby's house to meet up with Chris to get first-hand information. The detectives didn't talk much. Each was reliving the evening and mulling over the investigation. McGavin had some sweats and a hoodie for Katie to change into. She didn't have other shoes, so she put on 2 pairs of socks until she could get home. They drove up to the small house where 3 police cruisers and paramedics were parked. The officers were securing the house and yard. 2 paramedics were loading their emergency vehicle. They saw Chris sitting on the porch step. The situation was calm, but it was clear from his slumped posture that he was defeated. Katie wondered how Tyler got the jump on Chris. Most importantly, why did Tyler do it? What was his motivation? It was now looking like Shelby's boyfriend was definitely a person of interest. How much of what he told the detectives wasn't true? "Hey," said McGavin to Chris. "You okay?" "Yeah, they said it wasn't an emergency, but they want me to get checked out at the hospital," he said with a flat tone. "What do you think?" said McGavin, sitting down next to the deputy. "I'm fine. If there's no concussion, I'll live." "What happened?" Katie said. Chris told the detectives step by step what had transpired and how he had followed Tyler as he searched the house. He showed them the photos he took with his phone, then said, "I really screwed up." "What? No, you didn't. You did your job," said McGavin. "We didn't think Tyler would be someone capable of this. It escaped our radar. We should be the ones apologizing because you didn't have all the information," said Katie. "But still, you uncovered information that we didn't know," she said. "That's a good job." Chris studied both the detectives, then glanced down at Katie's sock-clad feet. I think he was searching for photos. Then he stared at Katie. "What happened to you guys?" "It's quite the story. The highlights. We think we found the killer, and now we know what he looks like," said McGavin. "Really? That's great." "Yes and no. We lost him during a chase." "What about video footage at the hotel?" "We're working on that, and we'll return to the hotel to view it after we're done here." Katie was already tracking back to what had happened with Chris. She went to the side of the house and looked in the windows and then around to the backyard. Why would Tyler attack Chris? What was he looking for? Katie walked into the house where 2 officers were searching. "Anything?" "Not yet," said one officer. "I'm going to have crime scene come in. Keep the integrity of the scene." "Yes, ma'am." Katie joined McGavin and Chris again. "I can't believe you jumped from the 7th floor," said Chris. Katie said, "I think he's exaggerating a bit." "We'll find out soon enough," said McGavin. Chris stood up. "What can I do to help?" "You need to go home and rest. We'll get in touch," she said. "You did awesome," McGavin tried to give support. The operation around them was still in full force. McGavin called out for crime scene and a bull, "Be on the lookout," for Tyler Brandt. Then they walked back to the truck. "Give me a ride home. I can quickly change," Katie said. "Sure." "I want to see that footage. I think it will tell us a lot about our suspect." Chapter 44. Saturday, 0110 hours. Katie changed quickly once she was home. The only thing on her mind was finding the man she'd chased down a 7th-floor hotel hallway and followed by jumping into the pool. Katie was about to leave to join McGavin when she caught her reflection in the mirror. She put her hair back in a ponytail and stopped. Her image was different. Her anxious energy was evident, almost pulsating throughout her body. Her face and eyes looked weary and overworked. She didn't like what this case was doing to her. Taking a few long breaths, Katie tried to dial herself down a couple of degrees. This wasn't who she was. Rather, she was becoming what the killer wanted her to be. Cisco whined, wanting to go with her, but he couldn't this time. She grabbed her keys, gun, and badge and headed out. Katie drove as fast as she could within speed and safety considerations. Once again, she found a space for her Jeep in the parking garage. Then she almost sprinted into the hotel to find the security office. She quickly followed the signs until she reached the hallway with the security office at its end. Katie could hear voices as she approached and recognized McGavin's. She made it to the open door, where there were 2 security officers with name tags identifying them as Bowers and Randall. "Hey," said McGavin. To security, "This is my partner, Detective Scott." The 2 officers nodded their introductions. There were monitors all over the hotel and parking garage. It gave Katie some hope they would have good footage and would be able to get a clear facial shot of the man. "They're going to give us copies," said McGavin. "I think we might be closer to identifying him." That was what Katie wanted to hear. Katie leaned in to see what was going on when she and McGavin first arrived. She watched as they entered the bar and then when Katie lifted the hotel key card. Over several cameras in different areas, the detectives saw themselves chase the man in real time, from the moment Katie entered the stairwell to when the man first entered the second-to-last room on the 7th floor, and then the intense hunting and waiting from the detectives before the man jumped, followed shortly by Katie's plunge. Katie realized how insane her jump was as she watched herself. Her obsession with getting the killer had almost got her killed. It stopped her ice cold. That woman who went after the perpetrator without hesitation for her own life made Katie see that she was on a slippery slope of no return. She looked up to see McGavin and the 2 security guards staring at her. It wasn't with respect. It was more of concern and disbelief. "What about after he ran off from the pool?" she said, hoping their disapproving stares would go away. "He took the parking garage route and then disappeared, hitting the street where no other camera was tracking him." Katie was disappointed. She also realized she didn't want to see that look in her partner's eyes ever again. She had failed him and put him in danger. She could not live with that. She was going to do everything she could to gain that trust back. The manager entered. He was tall with slicked blonde hair, wearing a very expensive suit. "Are you the detectives?" McGavin stepped forward and introduced them. "Are you responsible for this?" He pointed his index finger at the freeze frame of the dives. "The cameras don't lie," said Katie. "You think this is funny?" "Definitely not," she said. McGavin gave her a look that suggested she back off. It was unusual for him to do that. "Are we good on the footage?" she asked the security team. "Yep," said Randall. He handed her a thumb drive. "If you need anything else, let us know." "Thank you." "We are after a very dangerous man and," started McGavin. "I have sympathy for your plight, but next time you need to have your presence cleared by management before any of this type of heroics," said the manager. "We don't tolerate this type of behavior." "Thank you for your discretion," said McGavin. "I will have to report you." "Do what you have to do. We will continue to do what we have to in order to catch a killer." McGavin paused as he towered over the manager to make his point. The detectives left. Katie didn't know what to say as they walked in silence to the parking garage. "I'll take this back to the department. Maybe John can make the images clearer," McGavin said. "I'll follow you," she said. McGavin stopped. "No. You need to go home and get some sleep. We'll reevaluate tomorrow." Katie helplessly watched her partner walk away. It was one of the loneliest experiences she'd had in her entire life. Chapter 45, Saturday, 02, 15 hours. Rage shot through the man's body, causing him to feel pain in his muscles, limbs, and back as he peeled off his still wet clothes, then stood in the steamy shower. He was angry at himself for falling prey to the detectives and risking getting caught and arrested. He hated what they had made him do and the level he had to stoop to. It was her. It was Katie. He hated her, but he was also curious and intrigued by her actions. He had never seen a woman who had that type of courage and determination before. He wanted her dead, but he also couldn't get her out of his head. He wanted her beautiful body, her magnificent mind, and most importantly, he craved her soul, and he was going to get it. He turned the shower all the way to hot. He didn't want to feel what he was feeling. The burning sensation was extreme, but he knew it wasn't going to burn him and leave more permanent scars. They were reminders of his obsessions. He wore them like a badge of honor to show how strong he was, not like the police badge that Katie hid behind. He stepped out of the shower admiring his battle scars. Water was dripping on the tile floor. He didn't immediately grab a towel. He waited even as he cooled down. His mind went from admiring to hating Katie. He remembered the look on her face when she saw the severed finger in that box. It meant more to him than he'd originally thought. He never expected someone with the tenacity to hunt him down, nor that they might actually achieve it. No, she wasn't going to succeed. He'd seen who she was around. The dumb, tall detective partner, the intense boyfriend, and of course her uncle, the sheriff. How can she stand on her own 2 feet? The man finally dressed and went outside. There were his custom barns with his projects, and on the other side, the props that made his land and occupation look legitimate, with all phases of construction supplies. Not that anyone ever came sniffing around at his property. If they did, it would be their last time. He went to the large barn, where he entered his code and the door unlocked. As usual, he switched the lights on and the fluorescent bulbs fired up in synchronicity. The area lit up brightly, enhancing his white equipment and floors, making it all even more luminous. The man walked to the big tank, which resembled a type of isolation device. It worked by creating an environment of sensory deprivation, using a dark, soundproof pod filled with warm, Epsom salt-saturated water. It allowed you to float effortlessly, freely, and experience weightlessness, minimizing any external stimuli, sight, sound, gravity, touch, helping the nervous system shift from stress to deep relaxation, promoting mental clarity and physical recovery. That's what it was supposed to be used for. The man found it helped with his mission in other ways. His mind suddenly switched back to a much darker time in his life when his external stimuli was forcibly taken away from him and he was left for days inside a pitch-dark basement. There was no food or water. So many times he thought he was going to die. He couldn't breathe on many occasions and passed out only to reawaken. He would live for another day. He began eating parts of his tattered clothes and tore at his skin. He never knew when he would be thrown in the cold, dark, damp basement. The memory of those days would never leave him. The man snapped back to reality. He walked to the white tube and unlocked the padlock. He carefully pulled it off, savoring the moment. He slid open the isolation tank, and immediately the humid air bathed his face like morning dew. Almost instantly the water sloshed and a whine emitted. The face of a woman, Patricia Kahn, pleading. The harsh lighting against her white face was a startling contrast. "Please," she said, "please let me go." The man leaned forward. "I can't do that. It wouldn't be any fun." "Please." Tears flooded her face, her eyes wide and terrified, her naked body covered in dried Epsom salts. "I'm going to die. Please." "I will attend to you shortly." He slammed the door shut and locked it. Patricia's pounding was barely audible. He smiled, completely satisfied with himself. He went to another tank and opened it. This time, there was no lock. The barn's bright illumination revealed floating human body parts. They were a combination of two other women, these floating in an alcohol mixture. After the unpleasant experience at the hotel, this made him smile again. In a whisper, he said, "It will soon be your turn, Katie." Chapter 46, Saturday, 03:45 hours. The monsters were real. There were things in the darkness that couldn't be explained. There were always signs, you just had to know where to look. The house was dark as every lamp and overhead light had been turned off. The stifled cries had begun again. Katie couldn't believe she was hearing those sounds coming out of her. She felt lost and didn't know how to move forward. Her body was weak. Her mind flashed back to some of the situations she and McGavin had been embroiled in. How could she have dragged him into her post-traumatic, stressful world? Kate was dressed in pajama bottoms and a tank top. It was cold, but she didn't care. Her bare feet pressed against the kitchen floor, with her legs bent as she leaned back against the lower cupboard. Cisco was pressed against her right side, staying close, feeling her pain and anguish. Midnight was on the counter looking down at them. It had been nearly 12 minutes since she called John. Without knowing what else to do, she reached out to the only person who would understand and not judge. She yearned for his comfort to help stop the monsters. The red light that emitted from the stove clock mesmerized her, like the emergency beacons that always pinpointed chaos and death. It reminded her of all the crime scenes she had witnessed and all the torture and mayhem of a battlefield. It was a monstrous reminder of what people could do to each other. Her pulse had slowed and her breath had calmed, but her body was still on high alert. She couldn't look at the clock anymore and hung her head. The soft noise of keys opening the front door was the sound of a lifeline. Cisco didn't move from Katie. He wasn't needed anywhere but here. "Katie?" said John softly as he shut the front door. His voice was kind but strained. "Here," she whispered. John's footsteps moved through the living room and into the kitchen. They suddenly stopped. There was the sound of a zipper as he shed his jacket. The warm body and his arms around her were like being in heaven and having effortless support. She didn't say anything, and John remained quiet, offering his silent comfort. His hug and undeniable strength warmed her body, and she began to come around. It was as if someone had given her smelling salts. Their energies and souls were synced. She breathed deeply, in and out. They sat like that for about half an hour, no talking, no movement. They remained together in the darkness, in that wonderful warmth, until the monsters had all left. Katie finally spoke. "I'm sorry." "For what?" he said softly. "I've been a little distant and obsessed by this case. I haven't been seeing what the most important thing is in my life." There was the sound of light rain outside. Katie heard the hypnotic drip of the gutters. She began to feel better. She snuggled into John's muscular arms. He kissed her forehead. She was glad it wasn't just about sexual activity, but rather the comfort of human touch to calm the soul. "Thank you," she said as her entire center was restored. "Do you feel like telling me what happened?" he said gently. "Not really. It's just I've pushed so hard on these cases, I've lost track of why I do this job." "Babe, you are so tough on yourself." I can't help it. I don't want more people to die." "There's always going to be someone dying. That's what your job entails, finding the killers, whether it's a cold case or an active one." Katie flinched. John always put things in perspective no matter what. He was gentle and caring, honest. The combination of traits made him the man she loved so much. "Just so you know, I heard about the hotel." Katie let out a sigh and looked at him. "It's okay. I don't want any secrets. I love you. It doesn't matter what you're struggling with. We will get through it together, okay?" She nodded. Somehow she felt better that he already knew about what she did. The heaviness had been lifted. "How'd you get so wise?" He smiled. "Come on," he said, helping her up. He held and kissed her with undeniable passion. "Let's go to bed." Katie nodded, feeling mentally drained and physically exhausted. John gently held her hand as they walked to her bedroom. Cisco followed slowly behind them, finding his special spot on the chair in the corner. He grumbled and adjusted his body before settling on his position, then closing his eyes. John gently undressed Katie and tucked her in bed. Then he quickly shed his clothes. The rain picked up momentum, battering the roof in a rhythmic lullaby. Climbing into bed, John pulled Katie tight next to him. He caressed her neck and kissed her softly. "I love you," she barely whispered. "You are my life." "I love you," he said. It wasn't long before both were asleep, as if one heartbeat between them. Chapter 47, Saturday, 09, 10 hours. Katie awoke to the sun shining through the blinds, which refreshed her spirit. She could hear the shower and knew John needed to get to work. He had a long day as well, with the search of Shelby's house ahead of him. She got up slowly, feeling sore, but she had more energy than the night before, and the sunshine seemed to bring her back into the land of the living. She wanted to get to work, even though it was a Saturday. She and Gav needed to keep things rolling, especially if they were close to finding the killer, and hopefully finding Patricia alive. Walking to the bathroom, she stepped into the steamy hot shower with John. Katie drove into the department parking lot feeling more positive. She sat in the car thinking about yesterday and the day before with Cisco. Now it seemed like a lifetime ago. She finally got out because she needed to make sure everything was good between her and Sean. As Katie walked to the side entrance, she noticed a van with signage that read, APS Electricians. 2 men were on ladders attempting to fix the outside lights. There was also a construction van for specialty building. She entered and made her way to the forensic division as she always did. She knew John had a few things to take care of first thing, so she walked to the cold case office where the door was slightly ajar. She pushed it open and saw McGavin sitting at the table with new paperwork and his laptop. "Hey," she said, putting down her things. "Hey," he said back, but without making eye contact. Katie knew that last night still simmered within McGavin. She glanced at the board, but she had to make things right with her partner. "Gav," she said, "what's up? I need to clear the air." "Okay." He looked at her then, but he didn't seem to have his usual fun spark. "First, I want to apologize to you." "Katie," he began. "No, listen. I have been on this path of destruction when it came to catching this evil killer who dismembers women's bodies." She stopped and tried to remain calm and not cry. She had to come to terms with the fact that she was in a fragile state and hated it. "I know, this is a tough one, and I also know the scare you had with Cisco." He smiled at her. "Know that I can never stay mad at you. I'm worried because I don't want anything to happen to you. I would be lost." "I know. I feel the same way about you." McGavin stood up and hugged his partner. "It's okay. We're going to catch this guy. I got the best photo from the surveillance I could and sent it to John." "Good." "Now do your magic with the killer profile," he said. "I've been thinking," she said. "It makes sense about Tyler." "What makes sense?" "Shelby's social media didn't have much on it that indicated she was in a relationship with him, did it?" said Katie. "You think he was lying to us about that?" "Yes. I think he's involved in these crimes, but he's not a leader in this. He's a minion, and I think he was picked carefully." "By the killer?" "What else makes sense?" Katie went to the board. "He has no record. He works at a restaurant as kitchen help, so isn't in public view." "I see where you're going with this, but what's been bothering me is how the killer seems to be steps ahead of us. I've realized he has help." McGavin studied the board, the crime scenes, and locations. "The killer's been watching you. How did you get on his radar?" "It could be anything. Maybe he read about some previous cases. He wanted to leave the finger to taunt the police, and I happened to be that officer." She thought about it. If Tyler took the chance to attack a police officer, he's desperate. Chris said he was looking for something, and getting frustrated he couldn't find it. For what? "I think he was looking for something at Shelby's house that the killer wants, like something that would incriminate him, or something that links Tyler and the killer, like photographs. Maybe there was one that unknowingly placed the killer with Shelby." McGavin thought about it. "So that story he told about him and Shelby hanging out at the hotel, it was a trap, and we walked right into it," she said. Katie was mad at herself that she was so careless. "But we learned a lot, and we may have a good enough image of the killer now, or at the very least, a person of interest," he said. "We need to find out where Tyler is, but I'm afraid he might be a liability now. And the killer might get rid of him." She nodded. "The next body might be Tyler's." "Let's see if his car has been found," said McGavin. "Maybe we're looking at this wrong." Katie followed his thought. "We could be. Maybe we should be looking at the locations and how they might be connected instead." "The body part dumps?" "Yes. We haven't been able to get a hold of the attorney for that land at Heritage Road. Try him again, or we'll just track him down," she said. "His name is Jake Devereaux. Or why not track down the owner himself, Martin Sills?" "Good point. Copy that," McGavin said. "Leave it with me." Chapter 48. Saturday, 11:50 hours. Katie and McGavin found themselves near the crime scene on Heritage Drive. They had located Martin Sills and were on their way to meet with him. Officially, he was the owner of the land on Heritage Drive, though it still wasn't completely clear what his connection to the property was. But the attorney wasn't available, and they kept getting the runaround. They'd soon find out the truth. "I'm beginning to think that first property has some link to the case besides the obvious," said Katie. "I'm beginning to think that everyone isn't who they say they are." "I can see those wheels turning again," McGavin said, as he took a right turn onto Bella Lane. "There are too many things that are unusual, but in a weird sort of way, they're beginning to fit like some type of puzzle." "A killer's puzzle?" "Everything that's going on is crazy," she said. "Maybe talking to the property owner will help." "You spoke to him?" "Yeah, he said he was Martin Sills." "How big is the land?" said Katie.
"A little over 25 acres. McGavin kept driving as the private road narrowed. There were tire tracks coming and going, so it was being used. The fine gravel crunched under the sedan's tires as they slowly moved forward. The overgrowth became denser and made you feel as if you couldn't tell where you were going. It was claustrophobic. "Are you on the right road?" said Katie. Trees and heavy brush surrounded them for a while longer, until they finally drove into a small clearing with a modern log cabin. It wasn't a large house by any means, but it appeared to have been built recently, with new logs and fresh walkways. There was a small, white, older model pickup truck parked. "Did you know about this cabin?" she said. "No. He made it seem like he was meeting us in a field, nothing about a house." McGavin pulled up in front. "Well, let's see what's going on," he said. The detectives got out of the car and slowly walked toward the entrance. There was no sound, which seemed odd. There were no other buildings, storages, or garage. It almost felt like they were in a soundproof area due to the surrounding trees, bushes, and foliage. Katie shrugged and walked to the front door and knocked. She stepped to the side of the doorway and waited. She thought she heard movement, but wasn't sure. McGavin made a wide walk around to see if there was anyone about. It was a place where they could easily be ambushed. Katie knocked again and then eyed McGavin. She knew her partner felt a strange unease because she did too. Still no answer, so Katie joined McGavin. "What do you think?" she said, keeping watch. "I think we've been played." "But why?" After she said that, she knew. That man, the killer she chased, was still a few steps ahead of them. "Let's look around," McGavin said. She nodded. Katie went to the truck and casually looked in the windows. The vehicle was clean and empty. She touched the hood. It was cold. There was nothing in the bed. She decided to call in the license plate to find out the registered owner. As she waited for dispatch, she kept a visual on McGavin, who slowly walked a grid, which she thought was interesting. 3692. The vehicle, a 2014 Toyota truck, is registered to a Martin Sills, P.O. Box 178, Pine Valley. "Thank you. 10-4. She met up with McGavin. "The truck is registered to Martin Sills." "So where is he?" "Let's look around more. I'll take the cabin." Her partner nodded. Katie walked cautiously and unholstered her weapon, but kept it pointed down for now. There was a soft breeze blowing away from her, which caused movement in the trees, and she could distinctly smell the fragrance of wild jasmine. It was nice and even a bit relaxing, but then the scent changed. Katie went around the cabin to a small backyard with a wooden deck. She saw the evidence first before the smell. There was a shattered back window that had left glass on the decking with the heavy, distinct smell of a decomposing body. Covering her nose with one hand, she kept her weapon ready in the other. She stepped onto the deck and moved toward the broken window, and that's when she saw it. A dead body that had been there for a while on its side in the kitchen. Gases had built up during decomposition, and the pressure ultimately exploded out, causing the window to shatter. "Ugh," said Katie, and she turned to get her partner. "What is it?" said McGavin, seeing her jog toward him. He hurried to meet her and stopped. "Oh," he said, knowing what it was. "We have to call this in," she said. "Who is it?" "I don't know. I can't tell if it's male or female. It's pretty bad." McGavin wrinkled his nose as they moved toward the truck. "If that's Sills, then who did I talk to?" "Good question. We're going to get some answers." "At least we seem to be on the right trail," he said. "What does it take for decomp to reach this stage?"
3 to maybe 7 days. I'm not sure. The medical examiner will have to answer that one. I'll call it in. McGavin pulled his phone out of his pocket. We need to have extra officers searching the area, she said. We need to search his house and vehicle. Make sure an electronic search warrant is in place. Yep. This shows us that this property is somehow connected, she said. I wonder if that black truck has ever been seen here, the one Ames said he saw. What about using Cisco? We'll see. I want him to rest for now. 3 patrol cruisers, the morgue van, and the crime scene unit had all arrived and were fanned out in front of the cabin. Yellow crime scene tape had been wrapped around the cabin and railing. Katie was instructing the deputies where the search needed to be done. Okay, since we only have 3 of you, she began. Then she saw Chris driving in, and she raised a hand in acknowledgement. Scratch that, we have 4 now. I want 2 teams, 1 person slightly in front of the other. Space yourselves about 3 feet apart. I need you to begin behind the cabin and then on both sides. How far? Said one of the deputies. We need to cover as much as we can on this property. Bring water with you. What are we primarily looking for? Anything that doesn't seem to need to be there, but what we need is something the owner or our suspected killer might have left behind. Nothing is too insignificant. Once you find something, don't touch it, but report to John. Be careful. The officers left to pair up and begin their search. The morgue had bagged and taken the body and was in the process of loading what was left of it into the van. You ready? Said McGavin. Ready as I'll ever be. After getting gloves and some strong ointment with menthol and camphor for their nasal passages, they were prepared to enter the cabin. John joined them for a moment. You guys good? Yep, said McGavin. Be careful in the kitchen. Don't step past the small cones. Katie nodded. She and John shared a quick smile. Then he left to go about his duties outside. Ladies first, said McGavin, with his usual sense of humor to help lighten the heaviness of one of the worst aspects of the job. This was not what Katie had thought they were going to be doing today. She felt a twinge of anxiety from yesterday, but today was another piece of the puzzle, and they had to figure out where it fit, if at all. Katie took a deep breath, filling her nose with a pleasant effervescence. She stood in the doorway and noticed the interior of the cabin was very modern and seemed to have been built within the last decade. The logs were exposed along the walls and high ceiling as part of the aesthetic. It was small, and she estimated the entire cabin to be approximately 1,200 square feet. She walked into the living room. The sofa and 2 chairs were modern, along with the prints on the wall. It was decorated in a simple way, with no pretty pillows or delicate framed photos, which led Katie to believe there was just a man living there. Nothing seemed to be out of place. If the person was murdered, it didn't happen in here, she said. There were 2 bedrooms and a bath along with the kitchen, breakfast nook, and a small office alcove. Katie moved toward the kitchen area, which told a completely different story. Cupboards were open, dishes were broken, and the refrigerator was partly open due to grocery items blocking the door from closing. A knife block that had 6 slots was on the floor, and the knives weren't immediately visible. Maybe the Vic, Sills, was killed with a knife, she said. There was no way of telling how he died, but judging by this mess, there had to be a struggle. How old was Sills? 52, widowed, and retired from the construction trade. Katie thought about that and wondered if he had gotten involved in something that turned deadly, or if he was just an unsuspecting victim in a web of lies and murder. There was a notepad on the floor that was covered in blood and decomposition fluids. John needs to document and collect this, she said. McGavin took notes. Katie went to the first bedroom, which appeared to be a guest room. A bed, small dresser, and a rocking chair were the only things in the room. There was no nightstand or lamp. Katie slowly walked down the hallway and stopped at a closed door. It appeared to be the bathroom. She opened the door and then quickly stepped back. "What's up?" McGavin said. Katie moved to let her partner see the room. "We need this processed carefully. I don't want to contaminate or be exposed to this." McGavin looked into the carnage. There was blood spattered on the walls, sink, toilet, across the shower doors. There was a dismembered arm lying in the shower, which appeared to have been decomposing for a day or two. "Did not expect this," he said. "This killer isn't going to stop," said Katie. "He's like a runaway train, and he's getting more brazen. We all need to be careful." Chapter 49. Saturday, 1500 hours. John had just finished taking photos of the bathroom. He was wearing a full hazmat suit so that as he moved around carefully, he wouldn't be exposed to any contaminants. It was almost impossible to see what could be mixed in with the blood. Katie watched John work. His expertise and well-honed skills were impressive. It reminded her that he was so much more than she knew. She loved the fact that there was always more to discover about him. All the photographs were taken, all sides of the bathroom, an overall view, and then a close-up of the arm. John then carefully traded the digital camera for another one and did a methodical video of everything in and around the walls of the room. McGavin joined Katie. "I've searched everywhere else and cleared it, but I want you to see this." She followed her partner to the office alcove. The area wasn't like the rest of the house. It wasn't orderly and neat. There were papers, unopened mail, strange notes scratched down on notepads. It reminded Katie of a Jekyll and Hyde personality, if indeed the same person who had kept the rest of the house so tidy was responsible for the messy desk. "Maybe the person who left the bloodbath in the bathroom went through here looking for something," said McGavin. Katie thought for a second. "Funny you say that, just like Tyler going through Shelby's house. What do you think it could be?" "It could be anything, but I bet it's something the killer doesn't want found. Perhaps something that could connect him to all of this horror, his working location, or someone who was helping him. We need to get all this paperwork boxed up so we can sift through it back at the department," he said, "and any paperwork of a personal nature." She nodded. "I get the feeling the killer wanted us to see this. It's a bit contrived in this tidy home, don't you think?" McGavin opened a box that held 8.5 by 11 computer paper. "Katie, look at this." In the box, there was what looked like a typed manuscript. McGavin flipped through the pages quickly and came to printed photos. They were of places that looked familiar. "Those are the other crime scenes," Katie said. "Look at this." There were photographs of arson investigator Ames at various locations, one when he was running, and another at the fire department with a few other firefighters. There were a couple of photos of Deputy Chris Anderson going to the coffee house, and when he was with Katie on the search. But the most disturbing of all were photos of Katie, in her driveway with Cisco, at the police department parking lot, and after she had pulled Cisco to safety from the mud trap. The expressions of anger, relief, and anguish on her face were clearly evident, telling a story. It was disturbing. It was shocking. It was how the killer was able to stay steps ahead of the investigation. "He wanted us to find this," she said. "He's luring us." "I'm afraid to ask. Luring us into what else?" McGavin glanced around the cabin where the decomposing stench was still strong and a severed arm remained in the shower. "Into his world, but I can't pinpoint the exact reason for doing it. I need to work on that part of the profile, his behavioral evidence left behind at the scenes, to try to figure him out," she said. "But we need to be ready for whatever's going to hit like a wrecking ball." "You're forgetting something," said McGavin. "What?" she said, looking around at the cabin and what was left behind for them to find. "He has more photos of you than anyone else. If we're preparing for a wrecking ball, you're who he's trying to hit." Chapter 50. Saturday, 1845 hours. Katie and McGavin came back to the police department, wanting immediately to update their murder board. The deputies were still searching the surrounding area, and John had a lot more to document and collect. Eva was called in to dust for prints, which was going to be a huge undertaking. Katie had wanted to stay at the scene, but there were so many moving parts, she thought it was better to be updated throughout the day and move through all the puzzle pieces back at the office. "I'm going to order pizza," said McGavin. "Trust me?" "Of course. Extra pepperoni, please. I think we're going to be here for a while, said Katie. The boxes of paperwork will be arriving soon. Chris said he would bring them. Great! Katie thought about the killer. Now they had seen what he looked like and how he moved. The new crime scene remained a bit of a mystery, but it was still telling them about their unidentified man. Okay, what do we know now? She said, standing in front of the investigation board with her hands on her hips. It was her battle stance. She intended on making progress and finding a new lead that would take them closer to apprehending this man. McGavin put down his phone. That explains it. What? That attorney, Jake Devereaux, doesn't exist. There never was an attorney. Interesting. Yeah, but annoying. He printed something from his computer. This is the face of Martin Sills. He put it on the board near the pinpoint of the crime scene on the map. The 52-year-old man had a receding hairline, a rounded face, was clean-shaven, and looked like an average guy. Katie added to the killer's profile and highlighted the new information. Killer's profile, general assessments, expanded power and control type, more violent tendencies than just control. He wants control of another person's body. Lonely, understimulated, overstimulated by everything going on around him. He seems to be watching the world instead of being a part of it. Empty, has control of their bodies, unable to express feelings, making an example when crossed, feeling wronged and lashing out, unable to express feelings in an appropriate and healthy way, possibly a self-mutilator, fighting the deep inner feelings of low self-worth. What we know, a man was seen to be watching the yoga studio from the coffee house. He targeted Katie with the first dismembered appendage, finger. Tyler said there was a man who sometimes watched him and Shelby at the hotel, specific or random. A lie. Seems to be working with man. Shelby was grabbed or lured by the killer away from her home. No indication of a struggle or anything out of the ordinary at Shelby's house. Shelby had a boyfriend, Tyler, and a boss, Cindy, who rented the house to her. Dismembered parts found at the home of a criminal in Rockview. Who left them there? The killer or someone working with him? Is there more than one person? Tyler? Martin Sills? Patricia Kahn abducted in front of yoga studio. Camera view obscured. Shelby's arm left at Heritage crime scene. Trap set up near the Heritage crime scene where we almost lost Cisco. Deputy Chris Anderson attacked by Tyler. Tyler on the run. Killer watched Katie and McGavin at the hotel. Kept them on a wild goose chase. Seen at cabin on Bella Lane near Heritage crime scene. That's what we have so far, said McGavin. I think we're going to find Tyler's body. McGavin finished Katie's thought. I hate it when you do that. What? She laughed. Finish my sentence. Get used to it. We're partners, he smiled. We know quite a bit about this killer, but we can't seem to zero in on him. And that's what concerns me. Each crime scene is escalating in the horror category, she said. There has to be something here to help us. Katie scanned the board, even though she knew every word by heart. Maybe we're looking at it with too much effort, he said. Meaning, let's look at each incident without everything else. For now, the other scenes are white noise. If we examine each scene or event separately, we can see what's missing from them. It's like we're spending all our time on a giant jigsaw puzzle, trying to make all the pieces fit, only to find out there are several pieces missing. Partner, I don't know how you come to these epiphanies. She said it jokingly, but Katie was impressed. Gav had a point, a really good point. Okay, and I have another idea. The finger, he said. Just play whatever word pops into your head. Katie wasn't sure what he meant, or if it was going to be productive, but she was going to join in. Finger. Taunt police, like pointing a finger at us. McGavin nodded. Arm at Heritage. I'm here, and you can't catch me. Cisco rescue. Katie flinched a little bit. I can get to you and your dog. Shelby. Victim. Patricia. I can get to any woman I want, she said. The cabin. I'm going to make your life pure hell. Martin Sills, expendable. Attorney Devereaux, ha ha, faked you out. The hotel. Katie paused. It was so multifaceted what had happened, and her behavior had been more than reckless. The hotel, he repeated with a serious expression, watching Katie. I've been watching you, and you can't catch me. McGavin leaned back in his chair. So what was the purpose of that? She said. I pulled out aspects to this case that you made immediate responses to, so now you're in his head. Gav was right. I've been thinking about the killer. He seems to have knowledge about construction, specialized hardware, bone-cutting devices, and how to dismember a body. Your point? When you sell specialized things like these, you have to have a license. And if you're in construction, you have to have a license. I get where you're going, but run a list of license holders and their addresses and see what shakes out, she said. He let out a noisy sigh. On it. It will take time. Great. Katie turned to the murder board and studied everything again. This time, she seemed to see things a little bit differently. Taking a deep, cleansing breath, she began looking at each scene individually, trying to see what was missing before pulling things together. The wordplay game with McGavin had helped. He knew she was fading and not seeing things the way of a cold case detective, but she was now. Katie turned to her partner. Thanks, Gav, for those suggestions. You're welcome, partner. He paused. But Katie, there's something that scares me. Katie had never heard McGavin say he was scared. What? She asked, almost not wanting to know. He's fixated on you. Don't you see that? I think, now bear with me, his greatest objective is coming for you. McGavin said this with seriousness, no jokes or making light. You hear me? Yes, but no buts. Your safety has to be our priority. Katie nodded. I agree. Thank you. McGavin looked relieved. My pleasure. I want my partner back to her old self and safe. Special delivery, said Chris as he toted 2 boxes into the office, each with a chain of custody and red taping. Where do you want them? Right there in the corner, said Katie. Great, they released them quickly. I think there's a pizza delivery upstairs too, said the deputy. I'll get it, said McGavin. You got the rest of the boxes? No problem. McGavin and Chris left Katie alone in her thoughts. The quiet solace seemed to give her calm instead of the chaos that had been trying to bring her down and off her game. She was determined now to recharge and refocus to work this investigation before more lives were destroyed. Chapter 51, Saturday, 10 hours. What a way to spend a Saturday night, said McGavin, downing the last of the coffee. What else would you be doing? Said Katie. She sat in a corner of the office going through the paperwork from the cabin. I don't know, not this. Chris was sitting in the other corner organizing the paperwork he had. There were 2 pizza boxes with a couple of slices left. Several cups of iced tea and coffee were scattered on the table. McGavin was running some background reports and trying to see if he could find out who the unidentified man was. He took a photo of the man's image on his phone and used his phone to try and find him, specifically looking for him in social media on other people's accounts. Katie was concentrating on her stack of paperwork. It appeared to be a staged stack that the killer wanted to make seem real, and the box of the pictures. You're so quiet, said McGavin. Anything? I'm looking at these images the killer took. He's definitely been following us. The backgrounds seem real and not AI generated, she sighed. I don't think Luke Ames is involved. He'll be happy to hear that, said McGavin with a slight chuckle. Seriously, I won't apologize for doing my job. Besides, he was playing games, which made him look like he had something to do with it. Still, he said. Wait, I just received an email from Detective Stern from Rockview PD. It says that kids from a nearby property were the ones shooting at us. What? She said, moving closer to McGavin. No way. What kind of guns do they have? It says they had 2 AR-15s and several 9mm handguns and didn't think anyone was there to be in danger. The ballistics report confirms the bullets were from their weapons. I can't believe that. Yeah, it does sound fishy. Think the kids were put up to it? It wouldn't surprise me, said McGavin. Did Stern attach reports? She said. Yep, I'm looking now.
The printer woke up and began printing pages. Detective Stern seems like a stand-up guy, she said. Good detective to know, but this report seems not completely standard. McGavin read the reports from the boys who weren't boys. They were 19 and 21. Casey Day and Timmy Archer. Okay. Katie looked at the maps and saw Brandon's house marked. She had another map that was more detailed, and she looked at the address, 1400 Pasture Lane, which was a small farm. Look at this. Could someone shoot at a manufactured home and not see us? Said McGavin. Chris chuckled from the corner. No way. There were no charges laid, said McGavin. Something is not making sense here. We need to talk to them, she said. I think I have something, said Chris. He stood up and moved next to the detectives. Look at this. It's the papers for the ownership of the cabin. Looks like it's under the name Martin Sills. That part is true, but, and this is interesting, it seems Sills owns 3 other properties. Where? Said McGavin. A house in Rockview, some property in Pine Valley. The property looks like something that was inherited and is really old. It was never developed. And some commercial area that used to be some type of scrapyard. Katie looked at McGavin. Looks like Sills has been busy. I wonder who gets the properties after his death, she said. I'm sure we're going to find out. Great work, Chris, said Katie. This case is so interesting and complex, he said with a grin. But I didn't see any other family mentioned anywhere, like who would inherit the property. McGavin laughed. I think you have the makings of a detective, so you can have one of the last pieces of pizza. They both laughed. May I see those deeds? Katie said. She marked Sills' other properties on the overall map. They were designated in a different color until the detectives had checked them out. McGavin's construction license listings began to print. As Katie heard McGavin and Chris joke and talk about the case, to release the pressure they were all feeling, she couldn't help but think where she fit into all of this, with the killer's plan. Chapter 52, Sunday, 5 hours. It felt as if time was running out, but they could only process what they had and then work as fast as possible. The autopsy and forensics would take a little bit longer, about a day or so there wasn't much to do besides visiting the properties that Sills owned. They would do that the next day, as well as drive to Rockview to visit the young men who had shot at her and McGavin. Katie had heard from her uncle, who knew what was going on, but didn't demand reports from her. He knew she was under the gun and had been through a lot in the last 48 hours. He had sent her a text that he had stopped by and fed Cisco and spent a little time with him. Katie was looking forward to getting home after a long day. She needed to be with Cisco and try to relax in order to recharge her battery, this time with more concentration and determination. She saw a patrol car out front as usual, but now she agreed with the extra officer, since the killer had upped his game and was showing some of his hand. Pulling into the driveway, she saw John's truck. He'd had an even longer day, but he wanted to see her and be with her. The night was a long one at the cabin, and it was filled with horror and depravity. Katie got out of her Jeep, her legs weak. She made it to the front door and quietly opened it. Once inside, she locked and secured her house. Cisco was there to greet her but didn't bark. It was clear the big black dog was happy to see her as his tail whipped back and forth. Katie saw the small lamp on in the living room and the stove light in the kitchen. She walked over to the stove where there was a note. I miss you. Wake me when you get here. She marveled at his beautiful printing. Opening the refrigerator, there was freshly made lemonade and iced tea. John knew Katie loved to drink these. How considerate, she thought, and smiled, pouring herself a glass of lemonade. It was a perfect balance of lemons and sugar. She was thirsty after all the caffeine and pizza.
She made sure midnight was taken care of, and she could see her uncle had fed and filled the water for both animals. She sighed deeply and began to wind down from a heavy day of crime scenes and new information. Putting her glass in the dishwasher, she went to her bedroom, where the door was open just wide enough for Cisco to push through. She could smell soap from a recent shower, where she also headed to wash the day's events from her body. A dim light she didn't notice before was coming from her bedroom. A candle was burning on the dresser. It smelled like lavender. It immediately made her relax and her pulse drop. Katie walked in and stood at the foot of the bed. She listened to John's steady breathing and knew he was asleep, hoping his dreams were relaxing and pleasant. She loved watching him sleep, his face relaxed and his breath gently making his chest rise and fall. She shed her robe and combed through her wet hair. Katie walked to the bed and gently climbed in, careful not to disturb him. Once she lay down and her head was on the pillow, with the heat of John's body next to her, she relaxed. John awoke and moved closer to her, holding her in his arms. They didn't need to say anything. It was felt and known. Both exhausted from the day, they were in tune to one another's energy, a wonderful, silent frequency they shared. Ever since the day she had first met John, she noticed his stoic presence and dark eyes that watched her. He was a man who commanded attention and respect. He may have been a Navy SEAL, but he was soft and deeply compassionate around those he loved and cared about. His arms were snugly around her, comforting her, and then he gently caressed her body and kissed her neck. They didn't need to talk about their day because they already knew what each other went through. The respect and support was always there. Silence was their love language. Katie felt safe and loved. Chapter 53, Sunday 07:30 hours. Katie opened her eyes, but it still seemed like nighttime. No sun was shining into the bedroom. She glanced at the clock, and it was after 7 a.m. She didn't usually need to get up this early, but she did need to do some work with McGavin at some point that day. Katie sat up and noticed that John wasn't there, but she could smell something incredible coming from the kitchen. She smiled. He was making breakfast, and she adored him for that because he was a great cook. She also saw that Cisco wasn't in his chair in the corner, but it didn't take a detective to figure out where he was. She got up and pulled on sweats and a hoodie. Her bare feet walked down the hallway, where the smell of breakfast became stronger. John was at the stove, tending to bacon, eggs, and hash browns. Cisco sat at attention, waiting for something to hit the floor. Katie wished she could freeze this moment of calm and normalcy. It gave her strength to know that everything was going to be okay. She walked up behind John, wrapping her arms around him. "Good morning," she said, giving him a kiss. "Morning, babe." "That looks amazing, and I'm hungry." "There's coffee," he said. "Thanks." Katie poured herself a cup. "Anything I can do?" "Nope, almost ready." He began plating. They sat down and leisurely ate breakfast together. There was no talk about yesterday or what they were going to be facing with the investigation. They talked about light and fun things, and of course, Cisco. The dog seemed to be back to his usual energy and self. Katie spent the next couple of hours doing chores around the house, and John did some study reading. She was surprised McGavin hadn't called her yet, but she assumed he and Denise were spending time together. Denise was his fiancée, and she also was the supervisor in the records division at the department. Katie and John enjoyed their morning, recharging as the time ticked down to return to work. This investigation and its intensity meant that they had to continue to work even though it was the weekend. There was an exigency as Patricia was still missing and Tyler had vanished. Katie's phone rang. "Hey," she said, seeing it was McGavin. "How are things?" he said with a chipper voice. She smiled. "Good. Ready to go on a road trip to visit those boys?" "Yep. Meet me here. We can take the Jeep." "See you in 30? "Affirmative." The call ended. "Back to work?" said John. Katie sat on the sofa next to him. "Yes." "You feeling better?" "Yes." She looked at him. "I'm fine. We're just checking out some leads and properties today. It's a good time before everything ramps up tomorrow. You?" John sighed. There's a lot to test and decipher." They stayed on the sofa together for a few more minutes, Cisco jumping up to push between them. McGavin showed up about 30 minutes after the phone call. Katie and Cisco met him when he drove in. In the meantime, John had left for work. Katie smiled at her partner as she loaded up the dog and a few other items. "Wow," he said. "Wow what?" "You look so much better rested. I think John has been the best medicine for you." He smiled. "No doubt." "Cisco," he said as he pet the dog, "when are you going to get a dog, Gav?" He shrugged. "We've been talking about it." "Okay, you ready to go?" said Katie. They got in the Jeep and she put in the GPS coordinates to the ranch where one of the young men, Casey Day, lived. They wanted to catch him by surprise so he wouldn't take off somewhere. Katie noticed there was no patrol officer at the end of the drive. "I guess the cop is on break somewhere," she said. McGavin shook his head. "Then they should have assigned another. This investigation isn't over, and now we know you're in more danger than we originally thought." "It's okay. You're with me today, and John is here most evenings." Katie looked at her partner. "I'm fine." Cisco gave a low bark. They laughed. "And Cisco, too," she said. They discussed what they had seen and learned from the cabin yesterday, running theories and trying to figure out who and where the killer was. He had to be fairly local due to his seemingly close proximity to the people involved, including Katie. Katie drove into Rockview and then down several country roads until they reached 9210 Basin Lane, which was a beautiful ranch with horses and cattle. It was serene and picturesque. There was a large ranch sign on the gate that read, "Day Ranch." "This is nice," said McGavin. Katie drove through the open gate. The skies were dark, and it appeared that the clouds moving from the north carried rain. She parked the Jeep near a tree, where it would continue to keep the vehicle cool for Cisco. A gentle breeze moved through the area, and the temperature remained cool but comfortable. When they got out, Katie grabbed a jacket and then walked toward the barn. She could see someone moving hay bales. The detectives approached an older, thin man with a bushy beard, wearing a cowboy hat. "Hello," said McGavin. The man looked up and studied them for a moment. "You police? I think maybe detectives," he said. "Mr. Day," said McGavin, using his friendliness instead of his intensity and tall stature to dominate. "Yes, we're Detectives McGavin and Scott from the Pine Valley Sheriff's Department," he said. "A little bit out of your jurisdiction." "Just a little bit. We're working a case that has taken us to Rockview. Would it be possible to speak with your son?" "About?" "We're just following up on the shooting incident at the Bates house." "I see. You're not looking to arrest my boy." "No, Mr. Day," said Katie. "We want to ask some follow-up questions." He stepped closer to the detectives. "Why is that?" "Because we were there when the bullets were flying," she said, matter of fact. "Oh," he said, and looked down. "I'm sorry about that." "We understand what went on, but we just have a few questions to ask that might help with one of our investigations," said McGavin. "Of course," said Mr. Day. "He's back in the barn with the horses cleaning out the stalls." "Thank you," said Katie. The detectives followed his directions and walked through the large barn, which was filled with beautiful horses. They could hear someone working at the end and moved toward them. Katie saw the young man with blonde hair combed back, clearing out a stall. "Casey?" she said. The young man looked up. "Yeah, who wants to know?" He spoke with sarcasm. "We're detectives from the Pine Valley Sheriff's Department, and we wanted to ask you a few questions," said McGavin. "About what?" "About you and your friend Timmy shooting at the Bates house." He stopped cleaning and put down the pitchfork. "I've already been through this with the cops here." "We know that, but we wanted to know why you did it," said McGavin. "I don't know. Something to do," he said, shrugging his shoulders. "I see," said Katie. "You're not in trouble, but we think you can help us with a case of ours." "I don't see how." "Can you tell us who the man was who told you to shoot at the Bates house?" she said. "What man?" He shifted his eyes downward. "Can you tell us how he contacted you?" she pushed. Look, I don't want to get in trouble, or Timmy either. I didn't tell the detective from Rockview anything. You're not in trouble, but we really need to know for a case of ours, she said. I'm sorry that you were there. We didn't know, honest. It's okay. Can you help us? Said Katie, trying to sound more like a friend than a cop. I don't know. The detectives waited for the young man to come clean and tell them what they suspected and needed to know. Okay, this doesn't go any further, right? We were paid to spray some bullets, not to hurt anyone, said Casey. Of course, said Katie. She thought about how this man they were trying to trail could get people to do things for him without being forceful. That was a dangerous ability. Timmy and we were just kicking around and went hiking a ways up, and we came across what we thought was a camp area. We'd never seen it before. Did you have your guns? Yeah. So was it a campground? No, that's just it, and why it seemed kind of strange. What did the camp look like? Said McGavin. It wasn't a camp, just a space. There was this guy, kind of weird. It was like he just suddenly showed up from nowhere. There was a rattling of a stall and a few hoarse snorts and neighs. What did he look like? Said Katie. That was weird too. He had on a bulky hoodie with the hood up, and he was wearing one of those masks, like for allergies. Katie knew it was the killer, and he was hiding his distinctive face. Smart. Still steps ahead of the detectives. Have you ever seen him before? Said McGavin. No, never. Are you being straight with us? She said. Yes, ma'am. How much did he pay you? $500 apiece. Katie raised her eyebrows in surprise. It was a lot of money. What was his reason? He said he was testing new siding and armor for homes. The detectives glanced at one another. Where can we find your friend Timmy? Asked McGavin. He lives down the road, but he's not home. He's at his grandparents' house in Sacramento. If we asked him about the man, would he say the same thing? Said McGavin. Yes, totally. Okay, said McGavin. I'm sorry you were there, honest. Katie retrieved her business card. Thanks, Casey. If you think of anything else to tell us, please call. Will do. Katie and McGavin walked back to the car. Once inside, Katie said, What do you think? I think he's mostly telling the truth, and I do believe that it's our guy. Katie sighed. Cisco whined and did a spin in the back seat. Let's go to one of Sill's properties, the one that's located in Rockview, she said. Absolutely. Plenty of time to see what else shakes out. Chapter 54. Sunday, 11:45. Katie and McGavin finally located the property that matched the deed they had found at the cabin. They navigated several roads in what seemed like the middle of nowhere until they arrived at it. It was 2 acres with a 1-bedroom house from the early 1950s. The original outside stucco was nearly gone. Only one window seemed to be unbroken, and there wasn't a clear view of where the front door was. The weeds and encroaching foliage had almost covered the entire building. Good thing you drove the Jeep, said McGavin, holding to the door and dash. This is definitely the ghost town part of Rockview. The car bobbed and weaved. It was clear no one had visited in more than a decade. Cisco went to the window and barked, not once, but several times. I agree, Cisco. This place is terrible, joked McGavin. I think we should park here, Katie said. It was the only place where the ground was almost flat. Do you really think we need to even look at this place? He said. She turned to McGavin. We're here. Why not? He unhooked his seatbelt. I knew you were going to say that. Bleib, she said to Cisco. She knew the dog was getting antsy, but she didn't know what they would encounter on the property. He had to stay in the Jeep for now. The detectives got out and were mindful of what might be around the house. I wonder why Sills didn't sell this property or do something with it, she said. Not sure. Let's do a quick search and head back. They split up and walked the property from opposite ends. Katie saw nothing to suggest anyone had been there recently. The tall weeds were bent down in circular areas, which meant that animals had likely flattened them, like a deer bedding down. There were no pieces of garbage or anything else lying about. She glanced to where McGavin was. He didn't seem interested in anything he was seeing either. It wasn't a smoking gun, but she still wanted to be thorough and not miss something that could prove important or turn out to be one of the missing puzzle pieces. She walked around to where McGavin stood. He was motionless and didn't look up at her. She had never seen him like this before. "Gav, what's up?" "Look around. There's nothing here, and it doesn't look like anyone has been here for years, but—" Katie looked to where he was staring alongside the ground. There was a note that had been wrapped around a rock, fastened by a large rubber band. The outside areas of the note flapped in the slight breeze. It was clear it had been placed there very recently. It read, "Katie, you're getting warmer." Immediately, Katie looked up and did a 360-degree turn. There was nothing, no one, and no vehicle anywhere in sight except for her Jeep. The wind seemed to cause the weeds to bow back and forth, and there was a slight sputter of something on the house. Both detectives drew their weapon instinctively, prepared for anything and everything. Neither said a word to the other, but it was clear they both felt a strong sense of energy around them. Katie wasn't sure if they should leave immediately and return with backup, or check the area and recover the note intact to be analyzed. Technically, it would be Rockview's evidence, but it referred to her by name in regard to their case. "What do you want to do?" said McGavin. "You feel like we should search the house?" "I'm in if you are." "We could leave and come back with Rockview PD," she said. "At this point, let's go for it and get out of here. Then we can contact Detective Stern at RPD." "Okay," she said, and continued to keep her gun drawn, but not aimed. "I'll check out the inside. You keep watch and cover me." "You got it, partner. Be watchful for traps," he said, keeping careful observation with his gun fixed. Katie found it interesting that Cisco was quiet and not whining or barking to remind her that he was with them. She knew the dog was in tune with her and could probably sense the situation. No doubt he would be ready for anything as well. Katie stepped through what had been the front door, which was long gone. McGavin reminding her of traps made her even more cautious than usual. They had encountered more than their fair share of them in the past. She stepped on the uneven wooden floor. Like the exterior, everything in the interior had been deteriorating for quite some time, and there was nothing worth investigating. Furniture, appliances, and fixtures were gone. Nevertheless, she made her rounds in the small house. "Everything good?" said McGavin through the speaker on the cell phone. "Affirmative." Katie took another few minutes to make sure, but nothing came to light, so she exited and returned to McGavin. "Do you have gloves?" she said. "No." Katie ran back to the Jeep and grabbed some gloves, a plastic bag, and a small box. She returned and took several photos of the rock with the message with her phone. Then, prudently, she put the evidence into the bag and then the box to keep it secure. "Done?" said McGavin. "Just about." She took some overall shots of the property and house. "Done now." She grabbed the box and headed back to her Jeep. Once the evidence was safe, they left the property. Katie felt a weird chill down her spine as she sped out of the area and back to civilization. It was like they'd taken a side road leading to nowhere. She was relieved when they saw familiar places again. "A nice Sunday drive," said McGavin. "And one thing is for sure." "What's that?" "The killer is now playing with you personally." Katie didn't want to think about it. It was clear the killer had everything planned out, and that's what scared her the most. Chapter 55. Monday, 09:45 hours. Katie and McGavin received a message that the autopsy on the body they assumed to be Martin Sills was ready. They weren't excited about going to see what Dr. Dean had come up with at the medical examiner's office. The grisly images at the cabin were still burned into their minds and would be for a while, but they had a case to solve. Both detectives had called it a day after the visit to the property in Rockview owned by Sills. Now there were 2 notes specifically addressed to Katie. Things were getting heated. Dr. Dean never disappointed. He was in his unusual uniform and greeted the detectives with an upbeat attitude. Good morning. Dr. Dean, said Katie. McGavin gave a nod as his hello. I have good news, said the doctor. Katie was thrilled there was some good news to report. And? Come back to my office. We don't have to go to an exam room, said McGavin. By no means, unless you want to, he said with a slight smile. I have photos and reports. I'll explain. Katie and McGavin let out sighs of relief because looking at a body in the condition that one was in wasn't something they wanted to do. Finding it was enough. They trailed the medical examiner down the hallway to his back office. The room reflected Dr. Dean's personality. The desk and shelves weren't messy, but they were stacked with periodicals, files, and paperwork. There were a few personal items, including a framed photo of him and a pretty woman, as well as a full-body skeleton in the corner. Take a seat, he said as he sat at his desk. Katie and McGavin did, waiting patiently in the moment of silence as Dean shuffled a few files and pulled out the ones he was looking for. Katie hoped there was a piece of information that would blow the lid off of everything, so they would know exactly what they needed to do to stop this killer. She'd even settle for another clue to corroborate what they knew and confirm the direction they needed to go. I've sent you both and CC'd John my findings and reports, but I always like to speak with you in person in case you have questions. We appreciate that, said Katie. Dr. Dean adjusted his reading glasses. First, the body had been identified as Martin John Sills through his incredibly impressive dental records. He was 53 years old, and he had high blood pressure and was taking medication for it. Nothing unusual. He skimmed through some comments. As you may know, the bloated stage of decomposition occurs approximately 3 to 5 days after death, and then the corpse ruptures. But with the higher heat, I approximated his death on the lesser end of that. So how long had he been dead? Said Katie. As close as we can tell, he had been there for approximately 4 days. The inside atmosphere was warm, and it appeared the heater was set higher than average. The detectives remained quiet, waiting for the answer to the big question. Decomposed bodies can be complicated and limited, but we found from the skeletal evidence, including teeth, internal findings, and toxicology, a cause and manner of death. Was it conclusive? She said. Yes, about an 88% likelihood. I also consulted with a colleague of mine, Darren Miller, who agreed with my findings. You will have his information in the reports if you need it. Dr. Dean seemed to be enjoying the big reveal. He popped a mint into his mouth. The cause of death was stabbing, approximately 10 times, slicing the liver, pancreas, and the neck. The manner of death is homicide. Katie let out a sigh of relief. It was indeed Martin Sills, which was huge. And now they knew he must have been killed late the week before, even before Patricia was taken, around the time the detectives were shot at. Any questions? Said the ME, smiling. I can see you're processing the information. Sorry, said Katie. There's a lot of moving parts on this investigation, but that is all very helpful. Indeed, said Dr. Dean. Thank you for meeting with us, said McGavin. The detectives left the medical examiner's office. Okay, began Katie as they returned to the car. It seems the killer has been coordinating the timing of his devious plot. We need to tighten the timeline. Absolutely. Both of their phones alerted to incoming text messages. Katie looked at her partner and knew it wasn't good news. McGavin read his message. Another body. Who? Doesn't say. We are to meet them on Heritage Road, where it's extremely windy, apparently, about 6 miles from the fire department. Okay. What's so important about that area around Heritage Road? Said McGavin. Is there a message in that? I don't know, but we're going to have to figure it out. Katie held her breath as they raced toward the scene. She knew the body was Patricia, and maybe only part of her. Chapter 56. Monday, 11:30 hours. Katie raced to the crime scene, which appeared to be a vehicle crash. There were several fire trucks, an ambulance, 2 trucks, and 3 police cars. As Katie approached, she slowed and opted to park the farthest away. She cut the engine and sat, not immediately getting out. "What's up, partner?" said McGavin as he unhooked his seatbelt. "I don't want to see this." "It's what we do." "No, I mean I don't want to see another woman who has been dismembered." "I can go," he said, sensing her anxious energy. "No, we're partners, and we have to work this case." "Let's do it then." Katie and McGavin got out of the police sedan and walked toward the scene. A fire lieutenant was the first to approach them. "Detectives Scott and McGavin?" "Yes," she said. "We've received information that the deceased was part of your investigation." "What happened?" she said. "It appears the car took the turn too fast, overcompensated, and ended up in the gully." "Can we access the car and driver?" "The deceased isn't the driver," said the lieutenant. "What?" "The passenger was killed. The driver appears to have fled." McGavin looked at Katie. "Any witnesses?" she asked. "No one has come forward, but this area isn't usually busy with traffic." "Thank you," she said, and began walking toward the gully. "Detectives, it's a bit dicey," the lieutenant called. "I want one of my guys to go with you." Katie nodded as a firefighter came to escort them. She felt her throat tighten and her nerves go on notice. How could that be? The cold air felt more invasive as they reached the tree-lined area. She zipped up her jacket closer to her neck and readjusted her ponytail. For some reason, the autopsy for Sills entered her mind. Katie and McGavin stood at street level, looking down about 20 feet at where the car rested against a large tree. Apparently, the car had lost control and veered off into the gully. The first thing Katie thought was there were no visible skid marks, which seemed impossible. However, the front end of the car was crumpled, the driver's door open. "That's Tyler's car," she said. It was a blue, late-model four-door Honda. "That's why we called you, because of the bowl put out on it," said their accompanying firefighter. Katie looked at McGavin. "What's going on?" "It looks like your unidentified man might be cleaning house," said McGavin. "Let's check it out," she said, pulling on gloves. Making her orders known, she added, "No one touches the car or anything inside." Katie carefully made her way down to the vehicle. It was slippery, but she managed the descent without any problem. McGavin followed close behind her. The firefighter waited to give any assistance needed. She succeeded in getting to the driver's door, holding it for balance. She could see blood on the steering wheel and dappled across the seat. The airbag had deployed, but had mostly deflated. Katie felt her partner behind her. She leaned in and could see a man's body slumped forward, covered in blood. Her first thought was to wonder if he had all his appendages, which he seemed to. It was difficult to see his face, but he had brown hair consistent with the young man they had interviewed earlier at Shelby's home. She slowly reached in and pushed his shoulder so he flopped back. His chest was bloody with gaping holes, consistent with a knife plunged into the body several times. He had a tattoo of a wolf on his left inner arm. "It's Tyler Brandt," she said. "You sure?" said McGavin. "Yes, but of course they'll have to make an official identification." McGavin peered in behind her. "Are those stab wounds?" "I think so." Katie stood up. "We need this area taped off, and forensics need to process this scene for fingerprints of the driver and whatever other evidence is in the car." McGavin climbed back up and made their orders known as he called in for forensics. Chris was one of the deputies on the scene already and came to meet them. "What do you want me to do?" he said to McGavin. "Make sure the scene stays protected until forensics gets here." "On it." Katie stayed at the car for a moment. She wanted to try to work out which way the driver might have fled. The road would be too visible. She surmised he had to have gone through the woods. "Coming up," she said to McGavin. Katie watched everyone go to work. She released the fire department and ambulance. It would give the crime scene van and morgue places to park. Then the tow truck would be called to bring the car back to the department for a proper search. She walked out into the street. It was quiet. Only a couple of cars had passed during the time she was there. She saw a white SUV slow down as it approached. It read K9 Blitz on the back window, and she realized it was arson investigator Luke Ames. Katie walked straight into the street and put her hand up, indicating for him to stop. He rolled down his window. "What's up, detective?" he said with a smile, as if he didn't have a care in the world. His left arm casually rested on the doorframe, showing his heavy scar. Katie kept her composure. "There's no fire here and nothing for you to investigate." "Heard the call." "We have everything under control." "I also heard about the incident not far from here, concerning the dead body and murder scene." Katie remained stoic. "It's part of our investigation. Thanks for your concern. We've got it from here." She went back across the street. She heard Ames drive on as the fire trucks left the scene. She didn't have time to worry about men like him. The detectives had their work cut out for them. There were still more questions than answers. Chapter 57. Monday, 14:20 hours. McGavin had been overseeing the crime scene while Katie went home to return with Cisco. It was too tough and overgrown for deputies to search the forest. It would be much easier for the canine team. Katie pulled up and watched as the last of the crime scene operation was taking place. The car had been photographed and thoroughly documented by John before they removed Tyler's body. Now, the tow truck was getting into position to pull the car up the embankment. McGavin and one of the police officers helped with the navigation. She sat in the car with Cisco breathing in her ear. This case has been a tough one, as they all are, but there seemed to be more at stake than victims and killers. It was more personal, and Katie had come to some realizations about herself and her job. She wasn't going to let what she had worked so hard for be destroyed. "Okay, Cisco," she whispered. "We're going to search this area and find something from the killer." Cisco barked in agreement. Katie opened the door and got out. She had changed into more tactical attire because she didn't know what they were going to get into. She wanted to be prepared and safe. Cisco wore his working vest and collar. Katie put on her backpack in addition to her utility belt with her gun, extra ammo, and flashlight. It had been decided that McGavin was going to run the scene and then go back to the police impound to oversee what the car's evidence had to tell them, and Chris would be Katie's backup. The young deputy had proved he could handle anything. She saw him pull up behind her. He was also dressed as if he was going to be sent out on a military maneuver. "Hey, Detective Scott. Katie." "You made good time, Chris," she said. He was a good officer who would keep them all safe. Trust wasn't something given, it was earned. Cisco was happy that he was going to do something important. It was obvious the dog was feeling the tension of the high stakes. He and Katie had been together for a while and been through things most people couldn't imagine. It was the same for every mission for the Pine Valley Sheriff's Department. They were ready. Katie, Cisco, and Chris walked to the top of the gully where the car had been pulled out. "You guys ready?" said McGavin. "I can't say I'm envious." He forced a smile, but there was some concern sweeping across his face. "We're all good," she said, giving her partner a look that said, "Yes, they're just fine." McGavin went to talk to John before he left. Katie watched a large white SUV roll up. Within seconds, Sheriff Scott stepped out. He was dressed in his uniform, his authority instinctive. His military short grayish hair against his tanned face was magnetic as he walked with purpose up the road. Sometimes, Katie was almost always surprised that this commanding sheriff was her uncle. She wanted to make him proud. The officers made their respectful hellos to the sheriff. Katie smiled. "Hi, Sheriff." "I've been briefed on the situation. Are you and Cisco going to search the forest?" "Yes. It seems the driver, or the killer, would have taken that route instead of the road." The sheriff looked around the scene and walked to the edge of the ravine. He studied the main road in each direction. Cisco whined and wanted the sheriff to pet him, but it was working time. "Be vigilant," said the sheriff. "Make sure you have her back," he said to Chris. "Yes, sir." The sheriff gave a slight smile that only Katie really noticed, and then he left. Katie turned her attention back to their job at hand. She pulled a rolled-up map from her backpack and unfolded it on the Jeep. "Here's where we are," she said to Chris, "and you can see the 2 other crime scenes southeast from here." Chris studied the locations. "Looks like there's a private road west of here." "Exactly. We're going to search in a wide grid pattern until we reach it." She ran her finger along the map to illustrate. "What do you think we'll find?" he said. "Where the driver went and how he was able to disappear." She looked at him. "He's cocky now, and that's when killers slip up." She saw McGavin was preparing to leave. "You ready?" "Affirmative." Katie reached the top of the incline and began making her way down with Cisco. The dog easily navigated the terrain as if it were nothing. Chris slid down with ease and agility. Once at the bottom, the land began to level off. There was no indication of heavily muddy or standing water, which was a relief. Katie still had the image in her mind of when Cisco was stuck, but working an area that was like most searches they'd done before helped her to keep her mind on track. She stopped a moment and felt the air. There was a slight breeze wafting downwind, which worked in their favor. Chris appeared calm and hyper-aware of their surroundings. He was instinctively in the back toward the left formation, which was perfect for Katie and Cisco. Katie paused, turning her attention to the left, straight ahead, and then to the right. The trees were dense and some had fallen in previous storms, but it wasn't typical for Pine Valley. There was a large amount of undergrowth, and small bushes resembling young trees were scattered among the large trunks. There wasn't a straight road to follow. She'd have to use her handheld GPS to make sure they weren't deviating off the route. Once they were immersed in the depths of the forest, they wouldn't be able to see anything except various shades of green. The tall trees acted as a canopy, blocking out the day's light. But if you knew where to look, there would be signs of where someone had walked through to get to the private road. Broken small branches, bent-over weeds, and smaller foliage, as well as potential blood trails to help guide the canine team. Katie officially gave Cisco the German search command, "Such," and the dog instantly moved forward at a medium pace. His black fur almost disappeared in the denser parts of the forest, but he kept his sweeping rhythm as they all moved together as a team, slowing in areas heavy with undergrowth. Katie tried to imagine she had escaped from the car and was trying to get to a designated location. She decided to move slightly to the right, as it seemed like a more natural route. Cisco slowed his pace dramatically, seeming to show interest in something. He remained in an area that appeared to have been trampled. His body became rigid, and his tail dropped. "Wait," she said. There was something. Chris used his flashlight to get a better look at what Cisco had located. It glistened slightly, but some of it was already a dried crimson, stippled along some low-lying ivy. Some spots were larger than others. "Blood," she said. "Did John show you how to collect evidence like this?" "Yes." He took off his backpack and pulled out several canisters. He took several photos and put on gloves to collect some of the evidence on top of the leaves for testing. "That's great," she said, watching the deputy. She knew it had to be the killer's blood. It had to be. They continued as the undergrowth became shorter, and it was easier to see that someone had recently made their way through the area. Cisco slowed his pace and started sniffing more intensely as he began to follow a scent. "He's on to something," she said quietly to Chris. They trailed along behind the big dog until they finally came to a roadway. It was some type of private road, but unclear if it belonged to one of the bordering properties. They stopped. Cisco still worked the immediate area, and then he stopped too. The trail had run cold. Katie could clearly see recent tire tracks for a larger vehicle, like a truck or SUV. It looked as if their killer had been picked up. "Let's get some photos," she said. "Try to get as much detail as possible so John can examine them and possibly find the make and model of the car that matches the tires." Chris started to document the area. He seemed to be a natural at it. Katie thought he might do well in forensics as well as cold cases. The deputy bent down, careful not to move the light gravel of the road. He pulled a dollar bill from his pocket, laid it next to the tire impression evidence. When he was finished, he looked to Katie. "I think we're just about done." She looked in the direction the vehicle most likely drove, which was back to the main road, Heritage Drive. "Let's head back." Chris nodded. He seemed to have an energized gait after helping with the case. "By the way, great job," she said. Cisco barked as if he agreed with the compliment. Chapter 58, Monday, 17:10 hours. Katie and Chris had rushed their findings to John at the forensic division before he went to the police impound. Chris went back on patrol to finish his shift. Cisco was at the police canine training facility until Katie was ready to go home for the day. Katie had been in contact with her partner to share what each had learned. It was decided she would be in the office updating the murder board, and McGavin would stay at the police impound as the car was processed. They were running out of time. The clock was ticking to find Patricia. They didn't want to wait until her body surfaced. McGavin arrived at the police impound just as John showed up to help his forensic technician. It was like a garage, except there were a few stalls like those used for auto painting or when dissecting and searching a vehicle for evidence that was involved in a crime scene. "How is it going?" said John as he grabbed a protective jumpsuit and booties, quickly putting them on. "We're getting more information, and unfortunately another body," said McGavin. "In this business, that means you're making progress," said John with a grim expression. "Katie says it's changing up the game," said McGavin with a smile. He paused, then added, "I don't mean to get personal, but is she okay?" "That is a personal question," said John as he laughed. "You're her partner. She confides in you." "I know, and we're close, but you know she holds a few things so close she doesn't let anyone know about them." "She does. We all have secrets when it comes to emotions and tough things we're dealing with." John looked at McGavin. "Don't worry, she's dealing with it. If there's ever anything I think you need to know about, I'll tell you." McGavin nodded. He knew Katie was in good hands, and he respected John. He'd proven to be an excellent forensic scientist and solid backup when things got dicey, proving his expertise and friendship many times over. "Grab a suit and you can join in all the fun," said John. "Oh boy," McGavin suited up. A police officer arrived with several plastic packages of evidence. John signed for the items to maintain the chain of custody. "What's all that?" asked McGavin. "I had a rush on Tyler Brandt's clothes and personal items." "Great." Katie updated the board with the new crime scene location. There had to be something that connected the locations. She tried to figure it out from their evidence and not just her hunches. There was always a method to a killer's madness. She shed some of her tactical gear and was just wearing a t-shirt and pants. It was much more comfortable. She could move around with ease. Looking at the large map of Pine Valley and the bordering town of Rockview, she tried to see the reasoning, psychological mindset, and motivation of the killer. She couldn't quite make sense of it, but she knew it wasn't random. The first thing that was clear was that the killer thrived on control of a situation and power over someone's life or death. He taunted the police and seemed to have the skills to stay ahead of them, like he was leaving breadcrumbs for them to follow. One of her first questions was why he had addressed her specifically. He used Katie, not Detective Scott, or even Katie Scott. He was trying to bridge the gap between killer and cop, to make it a closer relationship or friendship. But why? Katie paced in front of the board, which seemed to help her think. They had some of the most typical information used in an investigation, which made it even more frustrating that they couldn't pinpoint how to catch the killer or to lure him out. A lure. She knew McGavin, John, and the sheriff wouldn't like what she was thinking, but if they wanted to catch the killer, they could use Katie as a means to entice him into the open. It would be intimate, and that was what he wanted. They wouldn't go for it, but if they waited much longer, another woman would no doubt be abducted, and Patricia's time would already be up. Katie studied the manufactured home once more, looking at it up close and the clever hiding place for the dismembered human limbs. Why? What was the purpose? It didn't seem logical that there would be a barricade at that home. At the time, it was storing severed body parts. Or that the detectives would be shot at accidentally the one time they went back to check the scene, and that the deeply forgotten homes in Rockview would be connected to one another. But there had to be a thread, something that made them fit neatly together. But what? Katie moved closer to the photograph of the metal hardware that had attached Shelby to the tree to obviously keep her in a sitting position. Was it for effect? Was it a way the killer could keep control? Or was it a crucial piece to the puzzle? Katie studied the Bates house next and considered how it was put together. Manufactured homes were made of prefabricated sections that were put together. She stopped breathing a moment, looked again at the large metal fastener. She ran to Gab's desk and rifled through the pages about the makeup of those houses. She had it. Hardware pieces like the one used on Shelby, like the other they'd found near the mud trap, were used in the building of those pre-made structures. And they could easily be put together by a contractor or someone in the construction business. She needed to go through those lists of license holders. McGavin stood at a table and began taking Tyler's clothes out of the bags. There was a pair of men's blue jeans covered in dried blood. He checked the pockets and found a small wallet with a driver's license, 2 credit cards, and some gift cards. In another pocket, there was a bundle of $20 bills, totaling $600. It seemed odd for a young man working in a restaurant as a server or in the kitchen. Having that amount of money didn't fit with what you would expect him to have. It could have been a payment from the killer, just like the money given to Casey Day and his friend to shoot at the manufactured home at a precise time. McGavin searched the blue t-shirt and shoes, but they didn't reveal anything more. "Hey, Gav," called John from the car stall. McGavin moved to the car. Eva walked over to meet both of them, holding a bloody knife. "Found it under the driver's floor mat," she said. Chapter 59, Monday, 23:20 hours. Katie came home exhausted and could barely keep her eyes open. Even Cisco seemed tired and wasn't his usual self. She tried to stay up, going over her notes and preparing for the next day, but she wasn't making progress. She needed a full battery recharging sleep and hoped she wouldn't be awakened to go to another crime scene before morning. Her mind wouldn't shut off, but her body was drained. She kept seeing Tyler's car in the ravine, along with arson investigator Ames's smug attitude. Whatever was going on with him, it left her wondering why he was so aloof one moment and then showing his ego the next. Katie finally got up from the sofa as Cisco and Midnight were still completely comfortable in their spots. She glanced at the clock, realizing how late it was. Turning off the lights and walking down the hallway, she could hardly wait to fall into bed. John was working into the night and was going home to his place. She missed him, but they both had demanding jobs and each understood why they had to do what they needed to. He usually came to Katie's place because she had Cisco and it was bigger and more comfortable. Katie drifted off to sleep almost immediately. She slept, but it was turbulent at times. Too many crime scene aspects kept feeding her mind, and too many suspicions and theories about the killer kept her tossing and turning. Barely 2 hours after her head hit the pillow, she was woken by a big bang that sounded almost as if something had landed on the roof. It was loud, but she looked to the corner of the room where Cisco was sleeping undisturbed. If there was a noise, he would be alert or even barking. Maybe her sleeping mind was playing tricks. Katie sat up. She felt instinctively that there had been a noise, and not in a dream or her imagination. She moved her legs to the edge of the bed and then stood up. She was still exhausted. Quickly pulling on her pajama bottoms, she grabbed her service gun and moved to her door. Maybe it was all the notes the killer had left her, or maybe it was the talk and suggestion that the killer was luring her into his web of fantasy. Either way, these things made her jumpy. Katie quietly shut her bedroom door and proceeded down the hallway. She checked her video surveillance and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. In fact, it was quiet. Looking out her windows, nothing appeared out of place. She went to the front door. Everything was clear and still. The wind had settled down and the sky was clear with no clouds or threat of rain. As she woke up completely, she realized she was being silly and her dreams were too vivid. Katie could see the patrol car parked at the end of her driveway. She assumed an officer had been assigned to her home again, but the more she studied the cruiser, the more it seemed strange. The interior light was on, and the car was partially blocking her driveway. All her instincts and experience told her she needed to check it out further. She slipped on a warm jacket and shoes before exiting out the front door. It was colder than it appeared from her windows, and tingly shivers ran down her backbone. As she got closer to the cruiser, it definitely seemed like something was off. She upped her pace to a run. As Katie got closer, her biggest fear was realized. She could clearly see the deputy lying next to his open door, which had caused the interior lighting to come on. At first, she thought he was dead. His pant leg was crimson, and it looked as if he had been shot. Katie dropped to her knees and took his pulse in his neck. He was alive. She didn't immediately recognize him. There were many new officers she didn't know. His name tag said, Young S. "Can you hear me?" she said as she moved him slightly. His head was bleeding. "Can you hear me?" Deputy Young moved slightly and murmured something she didn't quite catch. "He's looking, and for..." "Don't talk." She scrambled inside the patrol car and was relieved to see the radio was operational, just with the volume turned down. There was a bottle of water, a styrofoam cup containing coffee, and remnants of a barely eaten sandwich. "This is Detective Scott. I have an officer down in front of my house. Please send backup and an ambulance immediately," she said, almost out of breath. 10-4, sending help now, said the dispatch. Katie dropped the radio and went back to Deputy Young. He began to move around. "Stay still. Help is coming." She looked closer at his leg and realized it wasn't a bullet wound, but what looked like a knife wound. The major bleeding had almost stopped. If it had been a serious or mortal wound, it would have hit a main artery near the femur bone. Katie shed her jacket. She then ripped a wider hole in his pants. The officer grimaced in pain. She then wrapped her jacket around his leg to stop any more bleeding. "I'm sorry, but I want to make sure the bleeding has stopped." Young moved and tried to sit up. Katie let him lean against her. "Can you tell me what happened?" she said. "I don't know. Someone came up behind me and I thought at first it was an ambush and they were going to shoot me." "It's okay." Katie wished she could hear sirens, but it was still quiet. "I think I went unconscious because when I woke up, a guy was standing over me and then I felt a surging pain in my leg." "Don't move. Stay still." The first thing Katie thought was this was the work of their killer. He was getting closer to her. If the killer wanted to kill the officer, he wouldn't have missed that artery, and Young would have bled out in minutes. She knew it was strategic. She knew it had happened in her front yard for a reason. Sirens sounded in the distance. Katie was relieved. "It's going to be all right." "I'm sorry, Detective." "For what?" "I failed to keep you safe." "No, you didn't. I'm fine, and you're going to be fine too," she said. Chapter 60. Tuesday, 08, 15 hours. Outside the main entrance to the Pine Valley Sheriff's Department, the news media was waiting for a comment from Sheriff Wayne Scott. A few minutes went by before the sheriff, undersheriff, and 3 of his lieutenants walked through the main entrance to give a press conference. Sheriff Scott came to the podium dressed in police attire. He was one with his officers. It showed solidarity. His face was solemn, his presence was intense, and he paused until everyone was quiet and had eyes on him. He was a natural leader and remained commanding and strong for all the men and women of the department. "Thank you for coming out today. This will be brief. We received many inquiries regarding last night's incident involving one of our deputies, Deputy Samuel Young. He was on an important assignment when he was stalked, attacked, and left for dead. We've received confirmation from the hospital that he is stable and will make a full recovery. He will return to duty when he is able." "Sheriff Scott," said a woman in the front. "Who was he protecting?" I can't comment on an active investigation. Isn't it one of your own? Hasn't the killer made threats against one of your detectives? No comment, he said. Does it have to do with recent murders and the discovery of dismembered body parts? Again, it's an active investigation. We can't report on it, as of yet. But what I can tell you is that we have the best detectives and officers working on the case, and we will bring the perpetrator to justice. Thank you all for coming. The crowd began firing more questions. Katie and McGavin watched the brief press conference on one of the televisions in the forensic division. With a case this big, there were a lot of reporters with questions. The sheriff, making an appearance due to Deputy Young's attack, helped to deflate some of the media angst, at least for now. He always looks so handsome and professional. He has this way of showing how much he really cares about his officers, said Katie, feeling proud of her uncle. Can't argue that, said McGavin. You ready? Said John, calling from the hallway. The detectives followed the forensic specialist into the main examination room. For some reason, Katie always felt energized when there was something for John to show them about one of their cases. It was an opportunity to find out another potential clue about the killer. Okay, began John. This is one of those cases where there's not a lot of forensic evidence to examine. But let's start with the finger found in Katie's car. Katie waited in expectation. The medical examiner's office has just recently identified it as Shelby's finger. The arm is hers too. He pulled up photos of each. It was assumed, but both have been officially identified as belonging to the body of Shelby Roberts. The detective studied the screen, waiting for what else John had to say. The cut marks are definitely neat and in a fairly straight line. I've searched for and tested the type of tools suggested by the medical examiner, such as a bone saw or specific cutters used in autopsies. And I have to conclude that a bone saw was most likely used. How would someone outside the medical profession obtain one of these? Asked Katie. It's easier to obtain than you would think. Besides medical and veterinary practices having them for various reasons, like amputation and different types of joint replacements, someone could order one through a medical supply company. There are also meat saw bands used by butchers or abattoirs to cut pieces of meat for grocery stores. I see, Katie managed to say. This didn't exactly narrow down things. John continued. The arm found in the shower at the cabin hasn't been identified yet. Could you tell if it was female or male? Said McGavin. It most likely belonged to a female. John looked at the detectives. I know this isn't helping you singularly, but I hope it'll put together a tighter picture of the killer. He turned to another computer and pulled up images and toxicology reports. Now, as far as Shelby's body at the Heritage crime scene is concerned, he said, it had been completely washed, and, strangely, there were high amounts of magnesium and sulfates on her skin, as well as internally. Isn't that Epsom salts? Katie said. Correct, said John, giving Katie a smile. Why would there be Epsom salts on her? Is that a way to wash away any evidence? I thought that could be it too, but then I remembered a case I worked on a decade ago that involved a flotation tank. What's that? She said, remembering she had heard something about them being for health purposes. It's sometimes called a sensory deprivation tank, an 8-foot-long pod or chamber, which is light-proof, soundproof, and filled with heated, salt-dense water that people use for relaxation and to help with muscle pain. So the Epsom salts act as a weightless aid for flotation. That sounds creepy, said McGavin. It does, but there have been studies that it's quite effective for relaxation and stress relief, explained John. Katie was already trying to figure out if Shelby had indeed been in one of the flotation pods. You said they're completely enclosed. Could someone lock you inside it? I suppose there'd be a way. If a person was exposed to this type of therapy for a long period of time, wouldn't it make them crazy without light or sound? Katie couldn't imagine being locked in that type of device, but it made sense that a killer who thrived on having complete control over a woman's body could use one of the pods in that way. I can't imagine it would be pleasant to be kept in one, said John. It would be like being in solitary confinement. So maybe the killer didn't wash her, but she was submerged so long that she was covered in it. There was a lot found in her hair, so that supports that theory. Conveniently for the killer, it would work as a natural cleaner too, he said. It has a wide variety of uses. Katie studied photos of the body. McGavin walked to a large examination table where the clothing Tyler had worn lay. Spread out in this way, the bloodstains were more shocking. We couldn't find any legible fingerprints on the car or in the properties we processed, John said. There were smudged areas, but someone took exceptional care to wipe them from Sill's cabin, the metal hardware, Tyler's car, and the messages to Katie. It was obvious John didn't like the fact that Katie was in the killer's sights. "That's annoying," said McGavin. "We're still trying to test for blood on the knife found in Tyler's car. The knife itself is a type of hunting knife. It's consistent to the wounds inflicted on Tyler." The detectives were solemn, thinking about everything they had learned. John swiveled on his chair and looked at them. "We've been working together for a while, and we're friends." "Yes," said McGavin. "Of course," said Katie. "I want to go on record between the three of us that I'm concerned. I don't say this about just anything." He turned and pulled up an image of the notes written to Katie. "Take a look at these. Katie, when do we meet? Katie, you're getting warmer. Katie, you're hot now." "Where did the last one come from?" Katie asked. She hadn't seen it before. "It was in Deputy Young's cruiser." "Katie, we need to double down now with your safety," said McGavin. "I appreciate what you're both saying, but we've been down this road before. It's the work we do. It's the killers we chase." "This feels different," said John. "I agree," said McGavin. Katie had to admit it did make her uneasy. "When the sheriff hears about this note, you know what he's going to say," said McGavin. Katie shook her head. "No, I'm not going to quit this case. We're too close. There's a woman's life on the line." "And so is yours," said John softly. Katie wasn't going to stop. She went over to the first computer and saw the hardware that had been used to attach Shelby to the tree. She quickly changed the subject. "Did you find out what this is?" "I know what you're doing. We're not done with this yet," said McGavin. Katie appreciated both John and McGavin caring about her safety, but she was going to ignore them both. "Anything?" she persisted. John sighed and joined her. "It's a specialized type of fastener used in the manufacture and construction of modular homes, barns, and specialized boxes." "Specialized boxes?" she said. "There were 2 used on the secret storage compartment under Bates's place. I read it in the report." "So the killer uses these types of specialized hardware pieces." Katie worked out scenarios in her mind. "And obviously feels comfortable using them, or didn't think anything of using them." "We can try to trace them to where he buys them," said McGavin. "I tried," said John. "He had to have bought them online or through a construction catalog where there's tons of different hardware. It would be a needle in a haystack." "And we don't have the time to search for needles with Patricia still missing," Katie said. "We already have our work cut out for us. Thank you, John." Katie couldn't look directly into his eyes or watch his handsome face look back at her with worry. It was too painful. The detectives needed to finish what they had already set in motion. There were 2 properties owned by Martin Sills they still needed to search. Katie was hoping the killer would know they were going to be there, so they could stop him before another woman was abducted, and before Patricia would be killed and her body dumped somewhere. Chapter 61. Tuesday, 11:15 hours. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but I want to stop for burritos for lunch," said McGavin. Katie wrinkled her nose at the thought of burritos in the medical examiner's office. "Let's think about it." "Oh man," he joked. They walked through the main area of the cold, uninviting office, the floors literally squeaky clean, and the ammonia cleaning smell lingering. The detectives were heading toward Dr. Dean's office, but were called to an examination room. "Detectives," said Dr. Dean. Katie and McGavin walked into the exam area. There were glass jars holding human organs. The instruments used in autopsies were on a tray table where blood could still be seen. Katie did everything to not fixate on these items. She looked at her partner instead, who remained calm and seemed to be attentive to what Dr. Dean had to say. Tyler's body was on the examination table without a sheet covering him. After he had been cleaned up, it was easy to see the distinct stab wounds on his stomach and neck. The killer had been precise and savage. As you can see, it was a sharp force trauma with a knife or similar device, total of 8 wounds. The penetration was a good 5 inches, and the location of each wound proved they were quick and violent. He pointed to 2 wounds. These would cause massive hemorrhaging, resulting in death within minutes. "Would these wounds be consistent with the knife found?" said Katie. Dr. Dean opened a close-up photo of the hunting knife, showing its jagged, serrated edges. "Absolutely. This could have been the murder weapon." "Was there anything in his autopsy that seemed unusual?" she said. "Nothing. He was aged 28. All organs were normal. He had a rare blood type, AB negative. No drugs, illegal or otherwise. He was a healthy young man." Katie thought about that and wondered why he'd chosen to work with the killer. What did he have over Tyler? Or was it all about money, like it was with Scott Day and Timothy Archer? "I've sent you my preliminary report of massive hemorrhaging causing death, and I'm ruling it a homicide." The doctor looked at the detectives, waiting to see if they had any questions. "Thank you, Dr. Dean. All this information is extremely helpful," said Katie. Katie stopped at one of their favorite diners for lunch, the Day Cafe. The retro red booths and the old-timey diner feel were a draw when people wanted home-style food like burgers, chili, sandwiches, homemade soups, and of course, the amazing burritos that McGavin enjoyed. She felt better and could eat now. Since they had a bit of time to relax, they chatted about things other than the obvious that was nagging at each of them. McGavin was enjoying his food and would take a French fry from Katie every once in a while. "You want to order a side of fries?" she said. "No, I'm fine." "Quit eating mine," she joked. The small diner was beginning to thin out, and it became safer to discuss work. McGavin seemed to be gathering his words. Katie had a feeling she knew what he was going to say, but that was okay. It was important to put things on the table and talk them out. "Looks like you have something weighing on you," she said. "I think John had a point." "Meaning?" "That you should sit this one out, or work on another case." "Another case? No way." "I know you, Katie. You get so invested, and that's what makes you such a force, but I can handle this. If the killer is fixated on me, then that's where he's going to make a mistake." McGavin leaned back, drinking the rest of his iced tea. "So let me get this straight. Are you saying you want to be bait?" "No." "Really? Because that's what I'm hearing. You want to use the killer's weird attraction to you to tempt him out and hope he makes a mistake in his rush." "All killers make mistakes. The key is to control them so they will." "So what are you suggesting?" His eyes were on his partner, trying to figure her out. "I'm just suggesting—" "Explain it to me. I'm sure John will be interested as well." "It's not like that." "Then what is it like?" "I think we need to check out the last 2 properties Sills owned. If the killer is tracking us, and I think he is, then that's where we'll get the upper hand." She leaned forward, waiting for her partner to respond. "You're probably right, but—" "But what? Patricia's life is on the line, and probably that of another unsuspecting woman who he's been watching. Patricia's only relative, who reported her missing, is her 18-year-old niece. Her sister died from cancer. That family has had a lot of tragedy. We have to find her," she said. "It'll be like a reconnaissance. I know he's watching, but we can watch him instead. He's already proving he can get close to me. I want to turn the tables. It's the perfect situation to do that." McGavin took a deep breath. "Okay," he said reluctantly. "Which property do we check out first?" "I think because of time, we should split up." No, I don't like that idea. Okay, how about Chris comes with me while you go to the other? What are the properties? An empty lot and the old recycling area? Yes, he seems to like rural areas. Okay, but I'm agreeing under protest. We need to have SWAT on notice just in case. It won't come down to that, she said. Katie felt relief and for the first time believed they were going to be the ones with surprise on their side. But we need to prepare. Of course, McGavin sighed. I hope you're right about this, Katie. You know I'd follow you into anything. I know. I feel the same way, she said and smiled, determined to catch the killer this time. Chapter 62, Tuesday, 1400 hours. McGavin drove out to the property owned by Martin Sills. It was a good 45-minute drive on the outskirts of Pine Valley, and the entire time, he went through everything in his mind that had been posted on the murder board back at the office. He knew Katie's plan was a good one, but he wasn't comfortable with what they had to do to trap the killer, using Katie as bait. His GPS wasn't working to find the property, but it got him in the vicinity. Several other properties surrounded the one of interest. As McGavin drove closer, he saw an entrance with a metal fence along with some country-type fencing. He decided to park next to the main gate. There were several spots where he could easily get into the property area. From the deed, it showed there were 30 acres and there was water and gas available on the property. McGavin was dressed in police tactical clothing instead of his suit. He wanted to be comfortable and ready for anything. This was supposed to be a quick reconnaissance so they could regroup and figure out what to do next. There were leases recorded on the land that hunters could use the property only during certain times of year, so he was relieved he didn't have to worry about a hunter's stray bullet hitting him. McGavin got out of the vehicle. The weeds and overgrowth were at a minimum, which surprised him. It appeared the main area inside the gate had been mowed by a tractor within the past couple of months. Someone was maintaining it, but who? McGavin double-checked his weapon and magazines to make sure he was prepared. His thoughts went to Katie, wondering how she and Chris were doing. If the killer was going to be anywhere, he would be following and watching her. The detective slipped through a gap on the left side of the large gate. At one time, the gate must have been striking, with a sign across the top to indicate the name of the ranch, but now its empty hinges swayed in the wind, long forgotten. He stood with his back to the gate and scanned the property. There was only a breeze and a few birds. The sky was overcast and the air felt muggy, as if it might rain. Nothing stood out to him to be seemingly out of place or criminal. He wasn't sure what he would or wouldn't find, but they checked out every lead. It was certainly peaceful and isolated, a perfect place to hide or dump a body. McGavin decided to examine the area in a loose grid pattern, as if it were a crime scene. He moved with a steady hike as his combat boots crushed the weeds. The wind picked up momentum, and it seemed as if he could hear whispers in the air. The thought sent chills down his back, tickling the nape of his neck. He didn't like the atmosphere at the property, but he went ahead and began his search anyway. He hoped Katie and Chris were having better luck. Otherwise, they were going to have no other choice but to use Katie's bait plan, and McGavin wasn't going to let that happen. Chapter 63, Tuesday, 1400 hours. Katie and Chris had studied the property from the city's reports and whatever else they could get their hands on at the department. They looked at the topical maps and could see the property outline. Like most of the properties owned by Martin Sills, except for the cabin, this one didn't seem to have been taken care of for a long time. The building seemed old, the piles of junk scattered throughout looking like predators in a cage. "How do you want to handle this?" said the deputy. "My plan was to do a thorough search, but at a distance. We still don't know if this place has any connection to the killer," she said. Chris looked at the map and the topical view. "It looks like there's only one road coming in and going out. But see where a farm road comes in from the south? It's the best bet to get in unnoticed. I think we could approach without being seen, and then we can take a closer look through binoculars. It's near the old part of Pine Valley, where there were once a lot of junkyards and manufacturing companies." Katie was impressed and agreed with his assessment. Let's go. Katie had brought extra supplies and made sure her backpack had the necessary items they might need. Is Cisco coming? Said Chris. No, he's sitting this one out. Not sure what we're running into, if anything. I think I might want to be a canine handler. It's the best, she said. They took Katie's Jeep due to its off-road capability. She drove to the boneyard of Pine Valley, which used to be brimming with energy. Times had changed, and so many manufacturers had either gone somewhere else or their work had simply dried up due to other technology and opportunities. She wondered how McGavin was doing and wondered if he was unhappy about going to the ranch acreage on his own. I think we take that road, said Chris, pointing. That's not a road. Yeah, turn there. Katie made the right turn onto a track that hadn't been used for a while. You could tell water ran straight down it when it stormed. Any gravel that might have been there had been washed away. She glanced at the sky. It looked like they might run into some rain, but it wasn't the rainy season yet, so she wasn't worried. The Jeep bounced and bobbed and weaved for a little ways as they slowly climbed the incline of the land. There were more trees than on the topical map, which worked in their favor. Her speed was about 20 miles per hour, pushing them closer to the time she didn't want to be stuck out there. Cisco definitely wouldn't have liked this, she said as the Jeep continued to bounce. Chris laughed as he hung on to the handle above the doorframe. Finally, they approached the property. There was a dugout area just below the road leading to it, which was perfect to park in and gave them more cover if needed. This looks good, she said. There's no way anyone would have seen us coming. Chris nodded as he took a serious look around. Each prepared their packs and weapons before moving forward. Remember, we're doing reconnaissance to find out if there's anything off here, or if the killer is here. Highly doubtful, but we have to check. What if there's something going on? Then we report it so our colleagues know before coming all the way out here. I don't want any traps or unknowns to hurt or ambush any officer or SWAT operator. That's why we're here checking it out. Chris nodded. What's that? He pointed to what appeared to be some type of piping. Not sure, but it looks like drainage or a conduit for electrical or plumbing. The two of them carefully climbed the hill until they reached a flat area behind two trees where they could hunker down. The air suddenly turned cooler and the wind dropped. The overcast sky made the surroundings darker than usual. Katie removed 2 walkie-talkies from her pack. We might need these since cell connection is sketchy out here. Wow, said Chris. I haven't seen these for a while. Don't laugh. It might save your life. Katie looked through her binoculars and scanned the yard. It looked abandoned, but there were 2 newer structures. One was a storage barn, and the other some type of building or low-maintenance modular house. I don't see any cameras or anything resembling technology, said Chris. Nope. No one has been here in years, maybe longer. I can't quite see the barn, said Chris. Katie scanned the area where the piles of junk were. It was clear they had been there a long time. Years. I want to get a closer look. There's no one there. It's an abandoned junkyard. More like a ghost yard. She smiled. Maybe you're right, but just the same, I'm going in closer to make sure. She turned to Chris and smiled. Due diligence. Due diligence it is. Katie stood up and made her way across to the yard. There was an old chain-link fence around the property. She put her hands on it to feel where the weaknesses were and found a spot where she could slide through. Knowing Chris was watching, she turned and waved to let him know everything was fine. Once on the other side, she paused and looked around. The piles of steel from buildings, manufacturing businesses, and other construction projects were in separate areas. Some piles were old and rusting and showed definite signs of deterioration from being out in the elements. She glanced back from where she had entered. There was no movement or sound. It felt as if she had gone deaf. She took a deep breath just to hear herself inhale. She moved down a row that weeds had overtaken. There was nothing to indicate anyone had been there for a very long time. and there were no notes directed at Katie. She almost breathed a sigh of relief. She wanted to see the newer barn, so headed in that direction. When she walked around the corner, she stopped and immediately retreated. She'd almost run directly into a black truck. She stopped cold. Was it real or her imagination? After taking a few breaths, she leaned around to check. There was a black truck. It was what arson investigator Ames had described seeing speeding away when he was on his run at Heritage Road. Katie was almost cemented to the ground. Had Ames been telling her the truth? She wanted to get the license plate, so she took a couple of steps, trying not to make any noise. There was almost a static in the air. She was potentially close to the killer. As she turned to check the truck one more time before returning to Chris, she gathered her energy to get the plate. She took a step and then felt a burning in her body. She was paralyzed, her nervous system overwhelmed. She fell to the ground as the powerful hot shock of incapacitation turned painful. Becoming disoriented, Katie passed out. Chapter 64, Tuesday 16, 10 hours. McGavin came to an area where there were yellow tarps covering hand-dug holes. They were approximately the size of graves. There were 3 of them. He stopped. Instinctively, he looked in every direction before he investigated any further. Then he slowly moved forward. He searched for anything he could use to lift the tarps. He found a broken piece of farm fencing. The wood slat would do the trick. He carefully used it to move the yellow tarp on the first hole, and underneath saw large drainage rocks had been installed in what appeared to be a holding place. It was the same under the other 2 tarps. He was relieved the holes were empty, but he also realized the rocks' significance. The graves were waiting for occupants. McGavin stood straight up, his head on a swivel, expecting someone to fire at him at any moment, to kick him into one of the graves. He felt as if he were on a horror movie set. He took a moment to figure out what to do. Pulling his cell phone out of his pocket, he called Katie. It rang and then went to voicemail. He tried a couple more times, leaving messages about what he had found. "Call me back," he said on the second message, and ended the call. He then called Chris, but his phone kept ringing, no answer, and was never picked up by his voicemail. Frustrated, McGavin thought he'd better document his finds the best he could and then come back with more help. There could be more graves on the property. "Where are those guys?" he said to himself. He looked at his boots, thought he was probably standing on someone's grave. His cell phone pinged, indicating the construction license search had ended. Out of curiosity, he began scrolling through names, but didn't see any he recognized as a person of interest or a connection to their investigation. Since the report was in a spreadsheet type of format, he went to the photos instead. After about 10 minutes, he stopped on a photo that turned his blood cold. McGavin stared at the man they had been chasing through the hotel. After seeing him on that balcony, he knew this was their man. He was a general contractor, and his name? Cole Dillon. Chapter 65, Tuesday, 16:10 hours. Katie was groggy and couldn't seem to wake up. She remembered the taser hit to her torso, but it seemed more than that. She felt drugged. The points had been removed, but the small penetration holes still hurt. Her limbs felt heavy, as if they were being held down. She tried to speak, but barely a whisper came out. She couldn't sit up or roll over. She tried to open her eyes, but all she saw were dark shadows. She couldn't tell if she was experiencing blindness or was just in a dark area. That's when she heard it. "Katie, we finally meet on my terms. I knew you would come, just not this early," said the voice. It had a sibilant quality to it, making the dark seem more frightening. Katie knew whose voice that was. He had been ahead of the investigation the entire time. Her instincts had been true about the type of killer he was, but she hadn't been fast enough to catch him or avoid getting caught. She should have waited for backup and SWAT, but that didn't matter now. She knew Chris would do the right thing. "Katie, my pet, you've been my inspiration. Don't you have anything to say?" "What do you want?" Her voice was hoarse. "You." Katie still couldn't see around her. She felt packed earth beneath her body and could smell some type of solvent. It reminded her of being in an auto garage. Her patience waned and her anger grew, despite the predicament she was in. "Aw, what's the matter?" said the snake-like voice. His tone was nauseating and all high-minded. He had murdered women and dismembered them all to satisfy his urge to be in control, to sate his ego. She managed to say, "I tried to figure out why you do what you do, but now talking to you—" "Yes?" He sounded proud of himself. "You're insecure and entitled. Nothing special. You're a sadistic killer." He laughed. "Tell me what you really think. You are actually beating up yourself by controlling and dismembering those women. I think you might have misunderstood why you are here and why I've been preparing for you. You're like a prize animal. I don't want to keep you. I want to kill you." His voice in the intense darkness put Katie on the defense, but she had to be patient to wait for backup. They knew where she was going. Chris would have made the call. "You just have to be patient while I set everything in place," the voice continued. "Who are you? Tell me your name." He had finished talking, and Katie soon heard a scraping noise and the sound of a huge door closing. A lock secured her in the dark area. She assumed she was somewhere on the property in an underground area such as a garage or basement. Her eyes had adjusted to a degree, and she could see a faint outline of the large door the killer had disappeared behind. Her body felt better, so she sat up, gaining her bearings. She checked her pockets, but her cell phone was gone. "Chris," she whispered to herself, hoping he'd seen where she had disappeared. She stood up slowly and felt a low ceiling. She ran her hands along it and realized it was the inside of a large cement tube, like the ones used for drainage she had seen on the south side of the property. Yet more evidence that the killer worked in some type of construction. Suddenly, she heard what sounded like a moan. It startled her, and then she froze. Katie heard it again. "Katie," he said. She realized who it was. "Chris?" "Yeah." Katie dropped to the ground and crawled her way toward his voice until she touched his leg. He was lying on his back like she had been. It was so dark she hadn't realized he was there. "Are you okay?" said Katie. Her heart sunk, knowing they both were trapped until the killer decided to murder them. Their only hope was that McGavin would come bringing reinforcements after not being able to reach them. They would have to hold their position until then. "I don't know. My arm," he managed to say. "He ambushed me and then tasered me." Katie ran her hands over his arm and felt something wet. Blood. Chris winced in pain. "You've been cut, I think." "I remember now. He attacked me with a knife, but we need to stop the bleeding." Katie took off her tactical jacket and then tore the bottom of her t-shirt so she could make a bandage. She wrapped it around his arm where she could feel the most blood. "Can you get up?" "I'll try," he said, his voice sounding extremely weak. "Do you have your gun or cell phone?" she asked, already knowing the answer. Chris sat up. "No, I'm sorry, I didn't see him coming." "Chris, he made sure you didn't see him." He let out a breath. "I'm going to see what kind of space we're in, okay? Just keep talking." Katie stood up and put her hands back on the curved ceiling. She walked the entire length of it, getting her balance back in check. "It's strange," she said. "Stranger than being in here," said Chris. "The back area seems like loose soil, and it's wet." "That would make sense if this tube or cylinder was once used for drainage." "Good point." Katie kept talking to help Chris stay awake, but it also helped calm her nerves and to concentrate on how to get out. She pushed her hands on the back wall and the soil moved. She scooped out some of the wet dirt. "Chris, I think we can dig out of here. I don't know where it goes, but I'm going to try." "Okay. I wish I could help you." His voice trailed off. "Chris? Chris, stay awake," she said. Not knowing the extent of the injury, it was important he stayed conscious. Okay." "Tell me a story," she said. "About what?" "Anything. Why you became a cop or why you want to be a detective, she said as she began digging her way out. Chapter 66, Tuesday, 1840 hours. Daylight was dwindling by the time McGavin drove back to the department, still high from having found the photo of Cole Dillon. If only he weren't worried about the silence from the others. On arrival, waiting in the parking lot were John, Sheriff Scott, 2 detectives, and a dozen police cruisers. McGavin had called John and the sheriff when Katie and Chris didn't respond. He knew they must be in trouble. As he drove, he'd relay all the information he could so that everyone was on the same page. The sheriff met him first. McGavin knew his face told the entire story of how worried he was about Katie and Chris. Katie's theory that the killer would be at one of the locations they were checking out had been true. As she had suggested, they were the type of places no one would think to look. Cole Dillon took people's properties and made them help him with his specific instructions, and when they were no longer needed, he killed them. In this way, he could continue to hunt, abduct, and dismember women to feed his delusions. And now, McGavin's partner was in the middle of this killer's fantasy. "What about SWAT?" said McGavin, noticing their absence. "They're on a call in the South District," said the sheriff. "It's going to be a while. We need to get to Katie." "I understand, but we don't know what we're getting into, and we've lost daylight essentially. We've pinged their location, and they're still at that old property." The sheriff unrolled a map on McGavin's car's hood. "This is what we're anticipating from the little we know." John joined them, and all 3 men contemplated their options and came up with a plan for half their team to enter the property by the main road, with the other half coming up the farm road. The officers were in SUVs and would be able to navigate the terrain. The sheriff went to brief the others. John and McGavin were left behind, lost in their own thoughts and concerns. "What was the last thing Katie said to you?" said John. "We were having lunch today, and we talked everything out. All we had, the information and evidence, but nothing was pushing us in the right direction." "Let me guess. Katie wanted to use those notes as a way to try and trap him," said John. "You know her as well as I do. Better." McGavin looked down. She thought she could have the upper hand, take him by surprise this time. He sighed. "We don't want any more bodies." "You went to those 2 remaining properties?" "Yes, we divided them for time's sake, but Katie took Chris with her." "That's good," said John. "You know she's always going to do whatever is necessary to save a victim." McGavin stayed stoic and didn't immediately answer. "I know, but I'm worried. We have to get to her and Chris now. Time isn't our friend." "I'll ride with you. Just let me get a few things first," said John as he rushed off. Chapter 67, Tuesday, 1900 hours. Katie dug with all the energy she had and was making progress, but the downside was the dirt was filling their space. She listened as Chris talked about his life and how all he'd wanted to do was become a police officer. It actually made her feel closer to him. He had shown his intelligence and fortitude on this case. She knew he would go far within the department. Katie was exhausted and covered in mud, but she wasn't going to stop until she got through to the other end. She was also mindful of any noises, like the killer or their backup. "How are you doing?" said Chris. He was able to sit up and see the outline of Katie working. "I wish I could help." "Making progress, but sure could use a glass of water," she said, taking a momentary break to wipe her forehead. "You need to stay still and keep that injury stable." Katie attacked the dirt wall with everything she had. Time wasn't on their side. She kept moving. Her arms were sore and hands tense, but she kept working until she broke through into air and the evening light crept in, giving just enough illumination to see around her. Katie was relieved, but then she saw there was barbed wire across the back of the tube. Of course the killer wouldn't put her in anything she could escape from. "No!" Katie dropped to the ground, exhausted and frustrated. Chris didn't have to ask her what was wrong. He could see the wire through the opening. He hung his head. Katie wasn't going to give up. This wasn't just about her. They both had to get out alive. She knew McGavin was coming. But when was the nagging question. "Katie?" "Yes?" "You're amazing." She smiled. "What makes you say that? I got us into this mess." "McGavin told me that if I wanted to learn about cold cases and being a detective, shadowing you was the best thing to do."
"Thanks, Chris."
Katie kneeled next to him to check his bandage now there was some light. "Let's look at this wound." She carefully unwrapped it and could see the blood had stopped, but the gash was jagged and her worry was infection. "Okay, let's wrap this back up." Still grimacing, he thanked her. His face looked pale and his eyes sunken. The wound was worse than she'd realized, and he needed to get to the hospital to get it checked out. She went back to the opening to assess it, moving the excess dirt away. Leaning down, she saw the barbed wire fencing was old and rusted. She grabbed hold of the bottom and pulled. It slowly began to give and then fully break away. "That's what I'm talking about." Chris shuffled closer. "Can we get through?" "I think so," she said, continuing to pull at the wire strands. "But you're staying put while I get help." Looking around, she saw some broken fence posts and reached toward them. She was able to get part of one and pull it into their chamber.
"What's that?" he said.
Katie handed it to him. "It's for you. It can double as protection." He gripped it tightly. "It'll work." Katie sat down next to him. "I don't know if I can get to the Jeep, but I don't think he's going to be expecting me to have escaped. I'm going to check out that weird house." "Don't do that. You have no backup." Katie ignored his comment. She knew that. "Trust me, McGavin is coming with the department, that's for sure." "Katie," he said. She looked at him. "Thanks." There was an unwritten rule, especially among law enforcement officers, that respect and camaraderie bonded them without words, that the silence during an intense situation was enough. She smiled and squeezed his hand. "You'll be fine." She thought about how he had helped her to save Cisco. She would never forget that, ever. Katie got up and went to the opening. She didn't want to look at Chris again. She knew he would be fine, that McGavin would find him. The department would soon be all over the property, searching top to bottom. Katie squeezed through the opening she had made, pressed up against the rusty wire by slowly bending down, pulling at the bottom of the fencing, and wiggling her way underneath and out into the field. The wire had poked her skin, her stomach, and side. She looked at her stomach, which was bleeding, but the discomfort didn't matter. It was only temporary. She looked around. She was going to be able to use the dark, cloudless evening to her advantage. She scaled along the fence line, moving in silence. McGavin drove with purpose, using his truck because of the uneven and difficult terrain. He didn't say anything to John, who sat next to him. They drove in a group with the rest of the officers and the sheriff. He was concerned. This investigation felt different. The killer was clever and devious and seemed to be fixated on Katie. Cole Dillon. "I bet I know what you're thinking," said John. "Yep, I'm sure you do."
"Katie can handle herself."
"Yes, she can." McGavin thought of her jumping off the hotel balcony into the pool as she went after the killer. "We'll get there and get everything straight," said John. McGavin glanced at him. "I just hope it won't be too late." Katie crept around the building and found a place along the old fencing where she could re-enter the property again. The place where they had been held had been at one time underground and recently dug out. It was a strange setup, but that didn't hinder her focus. She had to hold off the killer until McGavin and the rest arrived. Just then, Katie froze. She heard a sound of someone outside near the truck. Moving forward with caution, she peered around the side where all the giant piping was stacked. She saw the back of the killer. He was loading something into the back seat of the black truck. It appeared to be suitcases. Katie wondered if he was running to find another location to restart his fantasy world. If he was fleeing, what did that mean for Patricia? She got the feeling he killed these women and either dropped the limbs somewhere, like Brandon Bates's house, or he had a place where he could bury them without raising any suspicion. That realization made her cringe. "I don't want to keep you. I want to kill you." Hearing him say those words made her realize even more how dangerous and formidable his actions were. Katie heard the killer walk toward the manufactured building. She took her chance and crept stealthily to the truck. The doors were open, and she saw a gun sitting on the passenger seat. Glancing at the building and back to the car, she pounced and retrieved the weapon, stepping into the shadows on the other side of the vehicle. Standing next to an old pile of aluminum, she checked to see if the gun was loaded and ready to fire, and then remained perfectly still. She could barely breathe. She smelled what seemed like some type of solvent. Katie waited. She knew exactly what she was going to do. The killer came outside carrying a box and headed to the truck. As soon as he was next to it, she made her move. "Stop! Drop the box and show me your hands! Now!" The killer didn't seem too surprised to see her, but he did what she asked. Katie walked over and kicked the box away. She realized she didn't have her handcuffs, so she was going to have to improvise. "You got me, Katie." There was something haunting about his voice. It was the way he said her name that made her want to spit. She was now looking at the man who had caused so much turmoil, destruction, and death. "Turn around." He did so. Aiming the gun at him, she patted him down. He wasn't carrying anything. It bothered her that he was so calm, as if he had been expecting everything. "Cat got your tongue?" she sneered. "What's in there?" She pointed to the house. He looked away and shrugged his shoulders. "Or there?" Katie pointed at the barn. "Huh? You're not so tough now." He looked at her, his dark, almost black eyes giving a demonic appearance. "Move," she ordered, waving the gun toward the building. He turned and moved slowly. She followed, ready to kill him if she had to. This part of the property seemed to have been updated. The buildings were newer and the supplies more organized. They couldn't see that when they were doing their recon. The big barn seemed to contain something worth protecting. It was a high-end metal structure with a digital entry. "Wait," she said, pointing at the barn. "I want to go there, now!" Katie had hoped by this stage to hear her backup coming, but there was only silence. She tried not to think about Chris waiting in the concrete tube. The killer moved slowly and almost hesitantly, which was odd. "Move!" They were at the entrance. The killer stood looking at nothing in particular. "Open it," she said. He hesitated for a second, but then punched in a number 1192. Katie heard the lock disengage and the door opened. "That's good." She kept her cool, even though her body was spent and her energy was fading fast. Part of her wanted to put a bullet in his head and be done with it, but that wasn't going to happen because she was a law enforcement officer. Otherwise, she would be no better than the killer she had put away. It was a thin line at times, but this wasn't going to be the one time she couldn't help herself. Katie pushed him with the barrel of the gun and they stepped inside. She flipped the light switch panel and the fluorescent lights came on one by one. It was all white, a sterile environment, reminding her immediately of the medical examiner's office. She saw 2 large tanks like the flotation tanks John had showed her in McGavin. "What's in there?" she said, gesturing to one of them. He shrugged. Katie wasn't in the mood. "Open it." "I can't." "Why?" "It's on a timer." "Do it." Katie pointed the gun closer to his head. He went to the controls on the wall. He pushed 2 buttons and Katie heard an electronic noise. Thinking it was the pod, she glanced at it, only to realize he'd opened another door in the wall and was running through it. Katie gave chase, but wasn't fast enough. He was gone. She went to the door she had come through and another one where the killer had fled. Both were locked securely. She was trapped. She saw tools, a bone saw and many types of hardware on one of the tables, including another of the specialized metal pieces that had secured Shelby's body to the tree. The thought of what this man had done was beyond comprehension. Katie pounded her fists on the door out of sheer anger and frustration. She rushed to the tank. It was still locked. "No!" Desperately, she looked around and saw a utility closet. She flung open the door. There were mops, a broom, sheets, a blanket, and cleaning supplies. She grabbed a mop and broke off the handle, then began battering the padlock with it for several minutes. Finally, it broke. She threw the lock on the floor and opened the lid of the pod. Peering inside, she said, "Patricia?" Her voice echoed in the chamber, giving it a haunted sound. There was no reply. Her worst fears were realized. The pod was empty. She was too late. "Patricia?" Nothing. No. Katie leaned inside and the breath rushed out of her. She could see an outline of someone huddled in the corner. She plunged her hand in. "It's okay. You're safe now." She didn't know if it was Patricia or not, but it didn't matter. She was saving the person who had been kidnapped and held against her will by a sadistic killer. The shadow inside the pod moved slowly and awkwardly. The water swished until Katie felt a hand on hers, a hand that felt like a wrinkled piece of leather. "It's okay," she said. "Are you the police?" said the feeble, shaking voice. "Yes, I'm here to save you." "Oh," she said, and moved quickly, the water splashing behind her. Katie saw the face of a woman she recognized, but her skin was sheet white, and her face looked decades older. She was completely naked and looked almost shrunken. "Patricia?" she said, keeping her composure at Patricia's appearance. The woman nodded. "Stay here," Katie said. "I'll be right back. I need to find you something to put on." She returned to the utility closet and found a sheet that would work. She helped Patricia get wrapped up so she could still move, and tucked in the corners. "Can you walk?" said Katie. Patricia nodded. "We're trapped in here, but I'm going to find a way out. There is help on its way. You understand?" she said softly. The woman nodded. Her light, glassy eyes watched Katie. "Stay here." Katie toured the large space but found nothing of interest. There weren't any windows she could break, and those doors wouldn't budge. Then she had a thought and looked up. There was access to the barn roof. She would have to climb up there, but it was the only way to get out. Patricia would have to stay. Katie knew help was coming. They just had to hang on. Going back to Patricia, Katie said, "The only way out is through the roof. I'm going to climb out of here to get help, but you're going to have to stay until the police can come and break the door in." The woman immediately clung to Katie, obviously traumatized by her horrendous experience. She began to shake. "You're going to be fine. I'll be back for you." Katie held the woman a little bit longer. She went to the closet once again and made room for Patricia to sit down and hide. Then she led the woman there. "Stay here until you hear the police, okay?" "Yes," Patricia nodded, her eyes filling with tears. Katie could hardly move her gaze from the terrified woman. What she had endured, Katie couldn't imagine. She would climb the ventilation system that had been used to control the temperature and humidity in the barn. Katie ascended awkwardly, falling several times until she got her footing and handholds down. She went up almost 10 feet to the roof hatch, still carrying the gun in her waistband. It felt higher than 10 feet, but she sucked up her uneasiness and pulled herself up to the hatch. She had to release the latches, which took a bit of effort, but eventually, Katie was on the roof. Catching her breath, she stayed low on her belly, not knowing where the killer was. His truck was still there, which seemed strange. Why hadn't he fled? As she lay on the metal roof, a flash in the distance caught Katie's eye. To her relief, she saw vehicle lights approaching, dozens of headlights. Backup was almost there. Chapter 68, Wednesday 011, 5 hours. Immense relief flooded through Katie's body as she lay on the roof watching help arrive. The headlights sliced through the darkness like a beacon of the best kind of rescue. She breathed a sigh of relief and took a couple of moments to focus on what needed to be done. Katie managed to find a way to shimmy down the drain pipe. She saw the killer's truck and took the appropriate measures to make sure everything was safe. She ran to the headlights to head them off, just in case they were under scrutiny, and then targeted by the killer. He was most likely gone by another means of transportation. Everything Katie had seen had shown his ability to plan and then execute. The succession of cars lit up the night. Red and blue lights flashed to show their strength and unity. No one was going to be left behind. The first vehicle to reach Katie was McGavin's truck. Both her partner and John jumped out to greet her. John hugged her tight and whispered in her ear, "You're okay." She could feel his heartbeat. "What happened?" said McGavin. "What happened to you?" He regarded her appearance, all the dirt and mud. He gave her a weapon. Katie sighed with relief. "It's a long story, but I'm okay." "Where's Chris?" "He's in a bunker. The killer tasered us, basically left us to die." The sheriff and several police officers arrived on scene. Katie explained everything that had happened to her and Chris and about Patricia being found. "All right, I want everyone to search this entire property," said the sheriff. "The killer might still be here, so be vigilant and go in a two-man formation. His name is Cole Dillon. Consider him armed and extremely dangerous." "You'll have to break down the door at the barn to gain access," Katie told them. "And that big door there is where Chris is. Be careful, he's injured." "Let's get some tools and break down these doors," said Sheriff Scott. "Put up lights." Katie took a breath and stayed to the side, letting everyone do their work. Her exhaustion was gaining momentum. Soon there were sounds of heavy tools pounding on the doors. She looked into the truck's interior and saw the suitcases were still there. How would the killer have escaped? Maybe there had been another vehicle around back? Katie didn't see anything to suggest that. Thinking back to the murder board, she considered how his desire to have extreme control over others was his way of keeping his own control. He was thorough, almost clinical about it. This meant he wouldn't leave any loose ends. Katie watched two officers trying to open the door where she and Chris had been left. She thought more about the way the killer had left her notes to let her know he could get to her any time, and how he looked forward to it. "I don't want to keep you. I want to kill you." Katie realized he had another card to play, another way to maintain his power over others. Everything on the board spun through her head, until it suddenly made sense. "No!" she said, running to the bunker. "Stop! Wait!" "Katie!" said McGavin, watching helplessly as his partner ran off. "What's going on?" said John. The sheriff, officers, and John watched as Katie ran to the fence line and disappeared behind the bunker. Katie made the corner and then retraced her steps to the holding area. She dove onto the ground and squeezed back under the barbed wire. Her heart was pounding. She pushed her way back through the hole she had dug earlier. The smell of motor oil was prominent again. Her eyes had to readjust to the partial darkness. But what she saw confirmed her worst fears. The killer was standing over Chris, pointing a gun directly at him. "Nice of you to show up, Katie. I knew you would," the killer said. There was a maniacal tone to his voice now. His huge smile was macabre. Katie drew her weapon and pointed it at the killer. "Drop the gun, now!" He laughed. "Drop the gun," she said, knowing he never would. "I'm telling you one last time to drop the gun." Katie steadied herself. Chris stayed still and didn't intervene in any way. "I don't want to keep you. I want to kill you." This warning kept resonating in her head. She knew her profile was 90% accurate. He wasn't going to let anyone take away his control, his dismemberment displays, his killings. She knew what he was capable of, and that's why he'd chosen her. "Drop it," she said again. "You're surrounded by police. There's no escaping." "Katie," said McGavin. He was joined by John. They both saw what was going on and pulled their weapons. "Stay back," she said. "I've got this." The last thing she wanted was for one of them to get shot. "I don't want to keep you. I want to kill you." Suddenly, the killer pulled the trigger twice, shooting Chris. There was no time to react. It happened in that instant. The deputy screamed out in pain. Katie instantly discharged her weapon, hitting the killer in the head, dropping him instantly. She knew he was dead by the amount of brain matter that hit the side of the tube. Her training and ability to keep an even temperament kept her focused and in control of the scene unfolding. McGavin and John were yelling, but Katie didn't hear them because her focus was on Chris. "Get the door open, now!" she yelled. "Now!" She dropped to her knees, trying to stop the bleeding. "You're going to be okay. Stay focused on me, okay?" "I couldn't," said Chris. She heard a lot of yelling as the loud hammering of the door ensued. Within minutes, the entrance opened and several officers were standing by. "Stay with me," she said to Chris. To the others, "We need to get him to the hospital, now, no waiting." There was no time to call an ambulance out here. The helicopter was also out of range and would be more than 20 minutes away. A couple of police officers helped to carry Chris to a cruiser and put him in the back seat. He looked grim. He was losing blood fast. "I'm going with him," she said to McGavin and John, not waiting for their reply. She jumped into the back seat and the police car sped off with sirens blazing. Chapter 69. Briefing Room, Pine Valley Sheriff's Department. 2 weeks later, 0800 hours. Katie sat at the table with her hands on her lap, wearing her police dress uniform. Her expression was solemn. All the events leading up to this briefing were more than she ever had to handle before. McGavin sat next to her, and he too was in his police dress uniform, expression serious. There were several other officers and police staff, including John, gathered around the large conference table, waiting for the debriefing to begin. The undersheriff was also present. No one spoke. The room was silent. The heaviness overwhelming as they waited for the sheriff to enter. Finally, the door opened and Sheriff Scott entered the room, his commanding presence shifting the energy in a different direction. Everyone stood at attention. "Have a seat," he said. The room went quiet again. "Thank you all for being here. As you all know, Deputy Christopher Anderson has been in critical condition due to blood loss and an infection from the knife wound. But because of Detective Scott's quick thinking and attention, he will make a full recovery and will most likely be back on active duty in a couple of months. Deputy Anderson and Detective Scott will receive the Police Medal of Valor. We wish Deputy Anderson a speedy recovery, and may God be with him." The sheriff looked around the room, seeing the relief on people's faces. This past investigation run by Detective Scott and Detective McGavin has been one of the most difficult, complex, and gruesome cases to date. The surviving victim, Patricia Kahn, has been through several surgeries and she's recovering. We've managed to identify the killer as Cole Dillon. He was a successful construction mogul who one day walked out of his life to pursue his killing sprees. There's not much known about him. He didn't have a record. At this point, there are 17 victims connected to him. There could be more. The victims have all been identified. The forensics examination has been exemplary, thanks to John Blackburn. There is still evidence coming through, and it probably will continue to do so for the next month. There were many photographs of Dillon with the victims. Several were at Shelby's house, and it was thought she knew him before she was kidnapped. Thank you all for your work, sacrifices, and dedication. We are truly an exceptional sheriff's department, and I'm proud to be your sheriff. The room seemed to lighten in energy. You are dismissed. Chapter 70. A couple of weeks later. The plane rumbled and the engines revved as it readied for takeoff. It gained speed down the runway and swiftly lifted off the ground, making a sweeping left turn toward its destination. As it flattened out, the flight attendant rolled the drink cart by the passengers. Katie leaned in and kissed John, lingering just a bit longer. They were heading to their next vacation location before returning home. "Where do you want to go after this?" he said. "Surprise me." "Katie Scott, I don't think I could ever surprise you." "What do you mean? You surprised me with that first kiss in Echo Valley, remember?" "Oh, I remember, but I think it was you who kissed me," he said playfully. Katie took John's hand and smiled. "I love you." He held and squeezed her hand. "I never knew what my life would be with you, but now I cannot imagine my life without you." The plane bumped and rattled with light turbulence, but their love would always stay the course. The end.